Chapter 1 of A Little Girl in Old New York. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. A Little Girl in Old New York by Amanda Minnie Douglas. Chapter 1. The Little Girl. How would you like to go to New York to live, little girl? The little girl looked up into her father's face to see if he was making fun. He did sometimes. He was beginning to go down the hill of middle life, a rather stout personage, with a fair, florid complexion, brown hair, rough and curly, and a border of beard shaved well away from his mouth. Both beard and hair were getting threads of white in them. His jolly blue eyes were mostly in a twinkle, and his good-natured mouth looked as if he might be laughing at you. She studied him intently. 3 months before, she had been taken to the city on a visit, and it was a great event. I suspect that her mother did not like being separated from her a whole fortnight. She was such a nice, quiet, well-behaved little girl. Children were trained in those days. Some of them actually took pride in being as nice as possible, and obeying the first time they were spoken to without even asking, "Why?" The little girl sat on a stool sewing patchwork. This particular pattern was called a lemon star, and had 8 diamond-shaped pieces of 2 colors, filled in with white around the edge, making a square. Her grandmother was coming to join it for her, and have it quilted before she was 8 years old. She was doing her part with a good will. "To New York?" she repeated very deliberately. Then she went on with her sewing, for she had no time to waste. "Yes, pussy." Her father pinched her cheek softly. The little girl was the most precious thing in the world, he sometimes thought. "What, all of us?" You see, she had a mind to understand the case before she committed herself. "Oh, certainly, I don't know as we could leave anyone behind." Then he lifted her up in his lap and hugged her, scrubbing her face with his beard, which gave her pink cheeks. They both laughed. She held her sewing out with one hand, so that the needle should not scratch either of them. "I can't hardly tell." And her face was serious. "I want to explain to you that this little girl had not begun with grammar. You may find her making mistakes occasionally. Perhaps the children of today do the same thing." "Would we move everything?" raising her wondering eyes. "Well, no, not quite." And the humorous light crossed his face. "We can't take the orchard, nor the meadows, nor the woods, nor the creek." I think he said medders and crick, and his nor sounded as if he put an E in it. "There are a good many things we should have to leave behind." He sighed, and the little girl sighed too. She drew up her patchwork and began to sew. "It is a great deal of trouble to move," she began gravely. "I must consider." She had caught that from Great-Aunt Van Cortlandt, who never committed herself to anything without considering. Her father kissed her cheek. If it had been a little fatter, she would have had a dimple, or perhaps he put so many kisses in the little dent it was always filled up with love. I don't know whether you would have thought this little girl of past 7 pretty or not. She was small and fair, with a rather prim face and thick light hair parted in the middle, combed back of her ears, and cut square across the neck, but the ends had some curly twists. Certainly children are dressed prettier nowadays. The little girl's frock was green with tiny rivulets of yellow meandering over it. They made islands and peninsulas and isthmuses of green that were odd and freaky. Mrs. Underhill had bought it to join her sasswork quilt, and there was enough left to make the little girl a frock. It had the merit of washing well, but it gave her a rather ghostly look. It had a short, full waist with shoulder straps, making a square neck, a wide belt, and a skirt that came down to the tops of her shoes, which were like Oxford ties. Though she was not rosy, she had never been really ill, and only stayed at home 2 weeks the previous winter at the worst of the whooping cough, which nobody seemed to mind then, but it must have made a sort of Wagner chorus if many children coughed at once. "I had a very nice time in New York," she began with grave approbation, when she had considered for some seconds. "The museum was splendid, and the houses seemed sociable-like. Don't you suppose they nod to each other when the folks are asleep? And the stores are so... She tried to think of the longest word she knew. so magnificent. Aunt Patience and Aunt Nancy were so nice, and the cat was perfectly white and sat in Aunt Nancy's lap. There was a little girl next door who had a big doll and a cradle and a set of dishes, and we had tea together. I'd like to have some dishes. Do you think Uncle Fade is coming back?" she asked suddenly. "I believe he is this time, and if we get very homesick, we shall have to come back and live with him." "I shouldn't be homesick with you and Mother and the boys and Steve and Joe. It would be nice to have Dobbin and Prince, but the stores are on the corners instead of going to the village, and it's nice and queer to ride in the omnibuses and hand your money up through the roof. The drivers must have an awful sight when night comes." They even said awful in those far back days. They truly did. Father Underhill laughed and squeezed the little girl with a fondness she understood very well. Just then a voice called rather sharply, "Milia! Milia!" and he sat the little girl down on the stool as carefully as if she had been china. He put another kiss in the little dent, and she gave him a tender smile. His whole name was Vermilia Fowler Underhill. Everyone called him Familiar, but Mrs. Underhill shortened it to Millier. The little girl's name was Hannah Ann. The school children called her Han and Hanny. One grandmother always said Hannaran. But being the youngest, the most natural name seemed Little Girl. There were 3 sons to lead off, Stephen Decatur, Joseph Bennett, and John Fowler. Then a daughter was most welcome, and she was called Margaret Hunter after her mother, and shortened to Peggy. They used nicknames and diminutives if they were not as fanciful as ours. After Margaret came George Horton, Benny Franklin, and James Odell. The poor mother gave a sigh of disappointment. She had so longed for another girl. When Jim had outgrown babyhood altogether and was nearly 5, the desired blessing came. There was great discussion about her name. Grandmother Hunter had married a 2nd time, and was a Van Cortlandt now. She had named her only daughter after her mother, and was a bit offended that Margaret was not named for her. Now she came with the fairy godmother's insistence, and declared that she would put $100 in the bank at once, and remember the child in her will, besides giving her the old Hunter tablespoons made in London more than 100 years ago, with the crown mark on them. Grandmother Underhill's name was Anne. She lived with her eldest son at White Plains, who had fallen heir to his grandfather's farm. When a widow, she had gone back to her girlhood's home and taken care of her old father. David, her eldest son, had come to work the farm. She had a wing in the house, but she never lived by herself, for her son and the grandchildren adored her. Now she said to the baby's mother, "You put an Ann for a middle name, and I'll give her $100 as well, and my string of gold beads that came from Paris, and I'll make her a nice down bed and pillows." So Hannah Ann it was, and the little girl began life with a bank account. She was a grave, sweet, dainty sort of baby, with wondering eyes of bluish violet bordering on gray. I think myself that she should have had a prettier name, for people were not throwing away even $200 chances in those days. Neither had they come to Edith's and Ethel's and May's and Gladys, and they barbarously shortened some of their most beautiful names to Peggy and Betsy and Polly and Suki. Left to herself, the little girl went on with her patchwork, and recalled her visit to the city. There were so many aunts and cousins, and so many wonderful things to see. She must find out whether there would be any snow and sleigh rides in the winter. As for fruit and vegetables and eggs and poultry, the farmers were always sending them into the city. She knew that. The prospect of a removal from Yonkers, where they had always lived, was not so new to the elders. Stephen was in New York nearly all the week now. Joseph was studying for a doctor. John was not in love with farming and had a great taste for mechanical pursuits. Margaret, a tall, fair girl of 17, was begging to be sent away to school another year and learn some of the higher branches people were talking about. Jo thought she should. Her father was quite sure she knew enough, for she could do all the puzzling sums in Perkins' Higher Arithmetic, and you couldn't trip her up on the hardest words. She went to a very good school in the village, and the village was quite primitive in those days. The steamboat landing was the great focus of interest. It was all rock and hills, and a few factories were plodding along. The farm was 2 good miles away. The young people thought it a most auspicious turn in affairs that Uncle Fade was coming back. His real name was Frederick. Since David had his grandfather's farm, this had been divided between the 2 remaining sons, but Frederick had been seized with the western fever and gone out to what was called the New Countries. His sons had married and settled in different places, one daughter had married and come east to live, and Uncle Fade was homesick for the land of his youth. Mrs. Underhill had declared at first, "She won't stir a step. Millier, come buy your brother's part in the house." The 200 acres had been already divided. But people had begun to complain even then that farming did not pay, and John wanted to learn a trade. And if 3 or 4 went out of the old home nest, Steve wanted his father in New York. If they were not satisfied, they could come back and build a new house, and presently she began to think it best even if she didn't like it. The little girl finished her block of patchwork, pinched and patted down the seams, and laid it on the pile. Her stent for that day was done. There were 9 more blocks to make. There was a wide half-closet beside the chimney, and she had the top shelf for her own. It was so neat that it looked like a doll's house. Her only doll had been a rag baby, and Jip, the dog, had demolished that. "Never mind," said her mother. "You are too big to play with dolls." But the little girl in New York was almost a year older, and she had a large wax doll with truly clothes that could be taken off and washed. If she went to the city, she might have one. She piled up her patchwork with a sense of exultation. She was extremely neat. There was a tiny hair-covered trunk Grandmother Van Cortlandt had given her, full of pretty chintz and calico pieces. She kept her baby shoes of blue kid that were outgrown before they were half worn out. So choice had her mother been of them. There were some gift books and mementos, and a beautiful shaker basket Stephen had given her at Christmas. It was round, so she imagined you put something in it and shook it, for she had no idea that shakers were a community and made dainty articles for sale, even if they discarded all personal vanities. She went through to the next room, which was the kitchen in winter and dining room in summer. She took down her blue and white gingham sunbonnet, and skipped along a narrow path through the grass to the summer kitchen. This was a short distance from the house, a big square room with a door at each side and smoky rafters overhead. The brick and stone chimney was built inside, very wide at the bottom and tapering up to the peak in the roof. There was a great black crane across it with 2 sets of trammels suspended from it, on which you could hang 2 kettles at the same time. If you have never seen one, get Longfellow's beautiful illustrated poem, The Hanging of the Crane. A great many old country houses had them, and they were considered extremely handy. The presiding genius of the kitchen was a fat old black woman, so old that her hair was all grizzled. When she braided it up in little tails on Saturday afternoon, Hannah Ann watched with a kind of fascination. She always wore a plaid Madras turban with a bow tied in front. She had been Grandmother Underhill's slave woman. I suppose very few of you know there were slaves in New York State in the early part of the century. Aunt Mary had sons married and grandchildren doing well. They begged her now and then to give up work, but she clung to her old home. "Aunt Mary," inquired the little girl, "is the chicken feed mixed?" "Laws, yes, honey. Let me scoop it in the pail. You's got such claws of hands. Don't seem that they ever grow bigger enough for nothing." She ladled out the scalded meat, mixed with bits of broken bread. The little girl laughed and nodded and crossed the small bridge that spanned the creek. The spring, or rather the series of them, ran around the house and down past the kitchen, then widened out into quite a pond where the ducks and geese disported themselves, and the cows always paused to drink on their way to the barn. She went down to the barn. On the carriage house side in the sun were some chicken coops, pretty little chicks whose mothers had stolen their nests, 32 of various sizes, and they belonged to the little girl. She rarely forgot them. There were plenty of chores for Ben and Jim. They drove the cows to pasture, chopped wood, picked apples, and dug potatoes. You wondered how they found any time for play or study. Jim tagged the little girl as she came back with her pail. She could run like a deer. "Here you go, Jim," called Aunt Mary. "You just take this pail and get some of them black bears for supper stead of galloping around like a wild pelican on the desert." And she held out the shining pail. Pelican of the desert was Aunt Mary's favorite simile. In vain had Margaret explained that the pelican was a bird and couldn't gallop. "Laws, honey," the old woman would reply, "I ain't hankering arter any of this new book larning. It's a heap too old for arithmetic and stology. I just keeps the plain Bible that served the children of Israel in the wilderness. Some day, Miss Peggy, when you's waded 3 seas of trouble and come out on the good Lord's side and make your calling and 'lection sure, you'll know more about it, I done reckon." "Come with me, do, Hanny," pleaded Jim. "You could walk along the stone fence and pick the high ones, and we'll fill the kettle in no time." Jim thought if he had made a spelling book, he would have spelled the word that way. Jim would have been a master hand at phonetics. The little girl crossed 2 of her fingers. That was a sign of truce in the game. "No play till we come back," said Jim. The little girl nodded and ran for her mitts of strong muslin with the thumb and finger ends out. The briars were so apt to tear your hands. They ran a race down to the blackberry patch. Then they sat on the fence and ate berries. It was really a broad, handsome wall. There were so many stones on the ground that they built the walls as they cleared up. The blackberry lot was a wild tangle. There were some hickory nut trees in it and a splendid branching black walnut. Sometimes they found a cluster of hazelnuts. The great blackberry canes grew 6 or 7 feet high. They generally cut one path through in the early summer. The long branches made arches overhead. The little girl pinned a big dock leaf with a thorn and made a cup. When it was full, she emptied it into Jim's pail. They were such great, luscious berries that they soon had it filled. Then they sat down and rested. Everybody knows it is harder work to pick berries than to play tag. Jim had a piece to speak on Friday afternoon at school. They had these exercises once a month, but this was to be a rather grand affair, as then school closed for a fortnight. That was all the vacation they had. Jim was rather proud of his elocutionary gift. He stood up on a big flat stone and declaimed so that the little girl might see if he knew every word. It was extremely patriotic, beginning, "Columbia, Columbia, to glory arise, the queen of the world and the child of the skies." "Oh, you say it just splendid," declared the little girl enthusiastically. She never laughed and teased him as Peggy did. She was learning some verses herself, but she wondered if she would have courage enough to face the whole school. They were in her child's reader, with the little busy bee and Let Dogs Delight to Bark and Bite. She thought them beautiful. "The rose has been washed, lately washed in a shower, which Mary to Anna conveyed." It puzzled her small brain a good deal as to why the rose needed washing, but Peggy showed her one day how dusty the leaves and flowers grew in a dry time, and she learned that the whole world was the better for an occasional washing. She asked Mary afterward why the clothes were not put out in a hard rain to get them clean. "Laws, honey, they need elbow grease," and the old woman laughed heartily. "I do wish my name was Anna," she said with a sigh. "Well, you just need to put another A to the Ann," said her brother confidently. "And I don't like being called Han and Hanny." "I'd be a heap rather to be called Jim than James. When Pop calls me James, I think it's time to pick myself up mighty spry, I tell you," and he laughed. "It's different with boys," she said with a soft sigh. "Girls ought to have pretty names, and Han or Ann is dreadful." "I'd stand a good deal for $200, and it doubles in 14 years, and 7 again. Why, you'll have more than $500 when you've grown up." She did not know the value of money and thought she would rather have the pretty name. Yet she wasn't quite sure she would choose Anna. "You stay here while I run after the cows," said Jim. "It will save another journey." Boys were often economical of their steps, I have noticed. Perhaps this is how they gained time for play. The little girl jumped down presently and looked over at the wild flowers. There were clusters of yarrow in bloom, spikes of yellow snapdragons, and a great clump of thistles in their purple glory. She must tell her father about them and have them rooted out. Would it hurt them to be killed? She felt suddenly sorry for them. A squirrel ran along and winked at her as he gave his tail an extra perk. Nothing was ever afraid of the little girl, but she ran from the old gobbler and the big gander who believed he had preempted the farm from the Indians. She generally climbed over the fence when she saw Old Red, who had an ominous fashion of brandishing her long horns. But she didn't mind with Jim, nor Benny. Jim came now and took up the pail. The cows meandered along. She was rather glad Jim did not see the thistle. She would not tell him about it tonight. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of A Little Girl in Old New York. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Violet, A Little Girl in Old New York, by Amanda Minnie Douglas. Chapter 2, Goodbye to an Old Home. When they reached the barn, they saw Aunt Mary carrying a great platter of corn up to the house. The little girl washed her hands and her face, that was quite rosy now, and followed. How delicious it all looked! White bread, corn cake, cold chicken, pot cheese in great creamy balls, and a hot molasses cake to come on with the berries. The little girl always sat beside her mother, and Margaret on the boys' side to help them. There were 4 boys and 2 hired men. Mrs. Underhill was a notable housekeeper. She was a little sharp in the temper, but Mr. Underhill was so easy that someone had to uphold the family dignity. She complained that Malire spoiled the children, but they were good-natured and jolly, and quite up to the average. After supper, the cows were milked, the horses fed and bedded. Margaret and her mother packed up the dishes in a big basket, and the boys took them down to Mary. Mrs. Underhill looked after the milk. The little girl went out on the wide porch and studied her lessons. There were 2 long lines in Webster's elementary spelling book to get by heart, for the teacher skipped about. The children went up and down, and it was rare fun sometimes. The little girl had been out of the Baker class a long time. They call it that because the first column began with that easy word. She was very proud of having gone in the larger class. Her father gave her a silver dollar with a hole punched through it, and Steve brought her a blue ribbon for it. She wore it on state occasions. She studied Peter Parley's geography and knew the verses beginning, "The world is round and like a ball, sings swinging in the air." How it could be puzzled her. She asked her father, for she thought he knew everything. He said he believed it was, but he could never make it seem so. Aunt Mary strenuously denied it. "Stands to reason de folks would fall off when it went swirlin' round. De good Lord, he knows his business better'n dat. Just don't mind any such foolin', honey. It's clear again de Bible dat speaks ob de sun's risin' and settin', and de Lord never makes any mistake 'bout dat ar Bible." The little girl studied her lesson over 4 times. Then Jim came up and they had a game of tag. Dave Andrews and Milton Scott sat out under the old apple tree, smoking their pipes and talking politics. One was a Whig and the other a Democrat, who believed that we had never had a president worth mentioning since Andrew Jackson, Old Hickory as he was often called. When her father came round the corner of the house, she stopped running after Jim and held out both hands to him. Her cheeks were like wild roses, and her eyes shone with pleasure. They sat down on the step, and he put his arm about her and cuddled her up to his side. She told him she had gone up 3 in saying 7 times in the multiplication table, and 4 in spelling tetrarch. Then, when Charlie Banks was reading, he said condigan, and the class laughed. She also told him she had been studying about Rhode Island and Roger Williams, and all the bays and inlets and islands. She made believe comb his hair with her slim little fingers, and once in a while he opened his lips like a trap and caught them, and they both laughed. Presently, Mrs. Underhill, who sat by the window knitting in the twilight, said, "Malire, that child must go to bed." She felt she had to issue this mandate 2 of 3 times, so she began early. They hugged each other and laughed a little. Then he said, "All the chickens right?" "Yes, I counted them. They're so cunning and lovely." "I hope they'll get their feather cloaks on before cold weather," said her father. "Malire, that child must go to bed. I don't see why you want to keep her up all hours of the night." They hugged each other a little closer this time, and did not laugh, but just kissed softly. It was beginning to grow dusky. The peeps and crickets and katydids were out in force. The katydids told you there would be frost in 6 weeks, when her mother added in a dignified tone, "Come, Hannah Ann." The little girl took one last hug and came into the room. Margaret had lighted the candles in their polished brass candlesticks. One stood on the hall table, one on the stand in the middle of the room. Mrs. Underhill had knit past the seam in her stocking and pulled out a few stitches. Then she laid it down and unfastened the little girl's frock and said, "Now run to bed this minute." Margaret was reading, but she glanced up and smiled. The candle was a vague yellowish light on the stairs. There were people who burned lamp oil, as the oil from Wales was called. The little girl held it in curious awe, associating it with the story of Jonah. Mrs. Underhill despised the ill-smelling stuff, and would not have it in the house. She made beautiful candles. Oil wells had hardly been thought of. except that someone occasionally brought a bottle from Pennsylvania for rheumatism. The little girl had slept in her mother's room, which answered to the back parlor, until this spring when she had gone up to Margaret's room. There were 4 large chambers on the 2nd floor, and a spacious clothes room with a closet for bedding. Up above was an immense garret with 4 gables. The 3 younger boys and the 2 hired men slept there. The little girl didn't mind going to bed alone, but her mother generally found some good reason for going upstairs. On cool nights she was afraid the little girl wasn't well covered, and tonight she looked in and said, "I hope you're not bundled up in a blanket this hot night, Hannah Ann. Children seem to have such little sense." "Oh, no, I have only the sheet over me." But the little girl raised up and held out her arms, and her mother gave her a soft squeeze and patted the pillow and said, "Now you must go to sleep like a good little girl," quite as if she was in the habit of being bad and not going to sleep, but they both understood. You may think the little girl's life was dull with lessons and sewing and going to bed at dusk, but she found no end of fun. Now and then a host of cousins came, and they climbed trees, ran races, waded in the brooks, went off to the woods, and swung in the wild grapevines. Sometimes they walked out on the end of a wide-spreading branch, holding to the one above, and when they began to teeter too much, they gave a spring and came down on the soft ground. The little girl could go out a long way because she was so light and fearless. They never broke their necks or their limbs. They laughed and shouted and turned somersaults and ran races. No day was ever long enough. The school was a good mile away, but on very stormy days they were taken in the covered wagon. They studied with a will, just as they played, and you heard nothing about nerves in those days. Some of the parents came that last day at school. Jim acquitted himself creditably in his Ode to Columbia, and the little girl recited with a rose in her hand, though Margaret had quite a trouble to find one for her. Roses didn't bloom all the year round as they do now. When the children were dismissed, they went out and gave some deafening hurrahs for the 2 weeks' vacation. Oh, what throats and lungs they had! When the little girl reached home, she found a house full of company. When families have lived from 100 to 200 years in one section of the country, they get related to almost everybody, and though Aunt Becky Odell was a second cousin of her mother's, she was aunt to the little girl all the same. She had come up from West Farms to spend a few days and brought her 2 little girls. Some other relatives had come from Tarrytown. The little girl greeted everybody, took off her Sunday white frock that had a needlework edge that her mother had worn 20 years and more ago. Then she took the little girls out to see the chickens and hunt some eggs and have a good play on the hay in the barn. "Oh, ain't you just crazy to go to New York to live?" cried Polly Odell. "The stores are so beautiful. When I go down, I just don't want to come back." "You was homesick at Aunt Phoebe's, you know you was," said her sister with small regard for her tense. "Well, I didn't like Aunt Phoebe's one bit. She's old and cross, and she isn't our own aunt either. She won't let you stand by the window lest you breathe on the glass, and she won't let you rock on the carpet, nor run up and down stairs, nor touch a book, and makes you get up at 5 in the morning when you're so sleepy. She wanted me to stay, 'cause she said I was handy to wait on her. And it wasn't truly New York, but way up by the East River. I wouldn't have stayed for $1. I just jumped up and down when Poppy came, and she said, 'For goodness sake, don't thrash out all my carpet with your jouncing up and down. You can just go yourself, Janie Odell, and see how you like it. I'm sure I don't want to go, but you just jumped at it.' Well, I thought it would be nice. But oh, Hannah Ann, it's just splendid here. And tomorrow Uncle Malier's going to take us out riding. He said so. Oh, Hannah Ann, wasn't you awful feared to speak a piece before all the folks at school?" Polly Odell looked at her in amazement. "Well, just at first. I wouldn't dash to for $1, cried Janie. They went on with their play, now and then stumbling against a discussion that never really reached the height of a dispute. Margaret came to hunt them up presently, that they might have their tousled heads smoothed and their hands and faces washed. The little girl was always interested when they had a high tea in the sitting room. The best old blue china was out, the loaf sugar, and the sugar tongs that the little girl watched breathlessly lest her mother should lose the lump of sugar before it reached the cup. The men and boys were having supper in the other room, but the little girls waited on the porch. They were so quiet and kept so tidy that Mrs. Underhill gave them a lump of sugar in each glass of milk and took it up with the sugar tongs to the little girl's great delight. She couldn't help hearing the talk as they all sat out on the porch. Uncle Fade had really sold his farm stock and crops and was to give possession in September. Then they would visit their 2 sons and some of Aunt Betsy's people in Michigan and get on about Christmas. "It's a shame to have to give up the house," declared Cousin Odell. "Can't you keep it, Melier? A bargain's a bargain. Fade did a fair thing when he went away, and I can't do less than a fair thing now. If he died, his share in the house would have been offered to me first. I dare say we could put on an addition and live together without quarrelin', but the boys want to go to New York, and they couldn't all stay here and make a living. The young folks must strike out, and I tell Mother if she don't get to feeling at home, I'll come back and build her a house." "It'll never be like this one," said Mrs. Underhill sharply. "The world is full of changes," declared the Tarrytown cousin. The little girl sat in her father's lap and listened until she went soundly asleep. Janey Odell leaned against the porch column and almost tumbled over. Mrs. Underhill sprang up. "Mercy on us, these children ought to be in bed. Wake up, Hannah Ann." "I'll carry her upstairs," said her father, and he kissed her tenderly as he laid her on the bed. Her mother undressed her and patted down her pillow. She flung her arms about her mother's neck. "Oh, Mother," she cried softly, wondering, "do you want to go to New York?" "Child dear, I don't know what I want," and there was a muffled sound in her voice. "There, go to sleep, dear. Don't worry." They inspected the pretty knoll the next day where Mrs. Underhill was to have her new house built if they didn't take root in New York. Were not her children dearer to her than any spot of ground? And if they were all going away? The children had a very jolly time. On Monday, the Odells went home, and the little girl hated to say good-bye. Cousin Phemy Morgan, her real name was Euphemia, wanted to go to White Plains to visit a while with Aunt Ann and David, and Cousin Joanna would stay a few days longer and go to New York to do some shopping. Margaret would go with Cousin Phemy. The little girl wanted to go too, and take her patchwork. She had only 6 blocks to do now. Grandmother was very glad to see her, and praised her without stint. Uncle David and Aunt Eunice had some grandchildren. 2 sons and 1 daughter were married, and 1 son and daughter were still at home. Aunt Eunice was a very placid, sweet body, and still clung to her Quaker dress and speech, though she went to the old Episcopal church with her husband. Her folks lived up in Putnam country. Grandmother would have spoiled the little girl if such a thing had been possible. She would help her with the patchwork, and then she brought out some lovely red French calico that was soft and rich and began to join it. They had some nice drives, and one day they took Cousin Morgan home and stayed to dinner. There were 3 single women living together in a queer rambling house that had been added to and raised in places. Mr. Erastus Morgan and his wife lived in Paris, and once a year or so there would come a package of pretty things, china and ornaments of various kinds, odd pieces of silk and brocade for cushions, gloves and fans, and laces and silk for gowns, as if they were still quite young women. Uncle David had the Knickerbocker History of New York, which everybody now knew was written by Mr. Washington Irving, and various members of the family were settled about Tarrytown, and many others in the Sleepy Hollow graveyard. The very next day, the little girl began to read the history, for she wanted to know about New York. They had a delightful visit with Grandmother and Aunt Eunice. Uncle David was 7 years older than her father. The little girl concluded she liked him very much. When she and Margaret went home, everything was going on just the same. The little girl was somewhat amazed. No one said a word about moving. She had expected to see everything packed. The children started for school as usual. Then Mrs. Underhill went down to the city and stayed for a fortnight, and came home looking worn and worried. The impending change weighed upon her, but the little girl was so interested in Mr. Dedrich Knickerbocker, which she was reading aloud to her father, that changes hardly mattered. Early in December, Mr. Frederick Underhill, with his wife and daughter, came to hand. He was thin and stooped a good deal, and looked older than Uncle David. Aunt Crete's name was Lucretia, and the little girl was amazed to learn that. She was tall and thin, and wore a black lace sort of cap to cover the bald spot on her head. Then she had a false front of her dark hair. Her own was very thin and white. She had been a great sufferer from ager, as she called it, and the doctors said only an entire change of climate would break it up, and goodness only knew how glad she was to get back east. Loretta, Reddy, as she was called, was about 22, a good, stout, commonplace girl who made herself at home at once. She had a lover who was coming on in the spring when they would be married, and he expected to help Pop farm. Pop was pretty well broken down with hard work, and he'd about seen his best days. He'd been awful anxious to get back among his own folks, and she, Reddy, hoped now he'd take things kinder easy. Grandmother and Uncle David's family came down to welcome them. All the country round seemed to turn out, and just before Christmas, with all the rest of the work, the little girl's quilt was put in. Some of the older people came the first day and had a fine supper. Next afternoon, it was the young people's turn. The little girl had a blue and white figured silk frock made from a skirt of her mother's. The tops of the sleeves were trimmed with 4 or 5 ruffles, and there were 2 ruffles around the neck. She wore her gold beads, and Margaret curled her hair. Everybody praised her, and she felt very happy. Some of the young men came in while they were taking the quilt out of the frame, and oh, what a tussle there was! The girl who could wrap herself first in it was to be married first. Such pulling and laughing, such a din of voices and struggle of hands, you would have thought all the girls wild to get married. The little girl looked with dismay, for it seemed as if her quilt would be torn to pieces. Reddy wound one corner around herself, and 2 of the young men rolled Margaret and several of the other girls in the other end, amid the shouts of the onlookers. Then Grandmother shook it out and folded it. "There!" she exclaimed. "Tomorrow I'll put on the binding, and Hannah Ann, you have a good beginning. Not every little girl can show such a quilt as that, pieced all by herself, before she was 8 years old." "But you helped, Grandmother." "Nonsense, child! Just a piece now and then. And I've a nice pair of wool blankets I'm saving up for you that I spun myself. You'll have a good many things saved up in a dozen years." What fun they had afterward! There were 2 black fiddlers in the hall. One was Cato, Aunt Mary's grandson, a stylish young fellow much in demand for parties. They danced and danced. Steve took his little sister out several times, and John danced with her. Her father thought her the very prettiest one in the crowd. Her mother let her stay up until 11. "I'm so sorry you are going away," said Reddy the next morning. "I never did have such a good time in my life. I don't see why we can't all live together in this big house." In the new year, the real business of changing began. It was hard to select a house. Joe said all New York was going uptown, and that before many years the lower part of the city would be given over to business. Bond and Amity Street, around St. John's Park and East Broadway, were still centers of fashion. The society people had come up from the Bowling Green and the Battery, though there were still some beautiful old houses that business people clung to because they wanted to be near to everything. Harlem and Yorkville were considered country. Up on the east side, as far as 80th or 90th Street, there were some spacious summer residences with beautiful grounds. A few fine mansions clustered about University Square. City Hall Park was still covered with fine-grown shade trees. There was such a magnificent fountain that Lydia Maria Child, describing it, said there was nothing to equal it in the old world. Still, the unmistakable trend was uptown. Grace Church was agitating a new building at 10th Street. Rows of houses were being put up on the new streets, though downtown people rather scoffed and wondered why people were not going up to Harlem and taking their business places along. After much discussion, the Underhill settled upon First Street. Stephen made the decision, though he had great faith in uptown. This was convenient. Then they could buy through to Houston Street, and there was a table and sort of storehouse on the end of the lot. And though you wouldn't think it now, it was quite pretty and refined then, from Avenue A out to the Bowery. They were in a row of nice brick houses quite near First Avenue on the lower side of the street. Opposite it was well built for quite a space, and then came the crowning glory of the block. About a dozen houses stood 30 or so back from the street and had lovely flower gardens in front. Stephen would have liked one of these, but the houses were not roomy enough, and in their own place they had a nice grass plot, some flower beds, and several fruit trees, beside a grape trellis. He thought his mother would be less homesick if she could see some bloom and greenery. It was the last of March, 1843, that the little girl came to New York. Mrs. Underhill believed it only an experiment. When the boys were grown up and married, settled in their own homes, she and Malaya would go back to Yonkers on their part of the farm and have a nice big house for their old age and for the grandchildren. And her motherly heart, she hoped there would be a good many of them. She couldn't have spared any of her 8 children. The house in First Street seemed very queer. It had a front area and 2 basements, 2 parlors on the next floor, and folding doors, and a long L room, rather narrow, so that it would not darken the back room too much. Upstairs there were 3 large chambers and 1 small one, and on the 4th floor, that did not have full-sized windows, 3 more. That there was no garret caused endless lamentation. They could not bring old Mary, indeed she would not come, but they had a rather youngish countrywoman whose husband had deserted her, and who was looking for a good home. Mary thought she would stay a while with the new folks and get them broke in, as she phrased it, and then go and live with her son. The little girl stood on her own front stoop, looking up and down the street. It was queer the houses should be just alike, 6 brownstone steps, and iron side railings, and an iron railing to the area that was paved with brick. You would always have to be thinking of the number, or you might get into the neighbor's house. Oh no, here was a sure sign, the bright silver door plate with black lettering, Vermilye F. Underhill. She looked at it in amazement. It made her father suddenly grand in her estimation. Could she sit in his lap just the same, and twist his whiskers about her fingers, and comb his hair, and read out of her storybooks to him? And where would she go to school? Were there any little girls around to play with? How could she get acquainted with them? While she was considering this point, 2 girls went by. Both had straw gypsy hats with flowers, and ruffled capes of black silk. They looked up at her. She was going to smile down to them in the innocent belief that all little girls must be glad to see each other. One of them giggled. Yes, she absolutely did, and said, "Oh, what a queer-looking thing. Her frock comes down to her shoe-tops like an old woman's, and that sunbonnet. Why, she must have just come in from the backwoods."
End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of A Little Girl in Old New York. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sahil, Dalal from India. A Little Girl in Old New York by Amanda Minnie Douglas. Fine feathers for little Wren. The little girl stood still a moment as if transfixed. There came the passionate desire to run and hide. She gave the doorbell a sharp pull. Martha Smithers answered it. "Goodness sakes, is it you?" ringing as if the world wouldn't stand another minute. "Next time you want to get in, Hannon, you just come down the air, and me a molding up the biscuit." The little girl walked through the hall with a swelling heart. She couldn't be allowed to ring the doorbell when her own father's name was on the door. The L part was her mother's sleeping chamber and sitting room. No one was in it. Hannah Ann walked down to the end. There was a beautiful old dressing case that had been brought over with the French great-great-grandmother. It had a tall glass coming down to the floor. At the sides, there were several small drawers that went up about 4 feet, and the top had some handsome carved work. It was one of Mrs. Underhill's choicest possessions. In the mirror, you could see yourself from top to toe. The little girl stood before it. She had on a brown woolen frock and a gingham-high apron. Her skirt was straight and long. Her lace shoes only came to her ankles. Her stockings were black, and she remembered how she had watched those little girls coming down the street. Their stockings were snowy white. Of course, she wore white yarn ones on Sundays. A great piece of their pantalettes was visible, ruffled too. Yes, she did look queer. And the starch was mostly out of her sun bonnet. It wasn't her best one either. She sat down on a little bench and cried as if her heart would break. "Oh, Hanny dear, what is the matter?" Margaret had entered the room unheard. She knelt by her little sister, took off her sunbonnet, and pressed the child in her arms. "What is it, dear?" in a soft, persuasive voice. "Have you hurt yourself?" "No, I. Then she put her little arms around Margaret's neck. "Oh, Peggy, am I very, very queer?" "You're a little darling. Did Martha scold you?" "No, it wasn't. Some girls came along." She tried very hard to stop her sobbing. "There, dear, let me wash your face. Don't cry any more." She laid aside the bonnet and bathed the small face. Then she began to brush the soft hair. It had not been cut all winter and was quite a curly mop. Stephen had bought her a round comb of which she was very proud. It was two girls. They went by and they laughed. Her voice was all of a quaver again, but she did not mean to cry if she could help it. "Did they call you country?" Margaret smiled and kissed the little girl, who tried to smile also. Then she repeated the ill-bred comment. "We are not quite citified," said Margaret cheerfully. "And it isn't pleasant to be laughed at for something you cannot well help. But all the little girls are wearing short dresses, and you are to have some new ones. Mother has gone out shopping, and next week cousin Cynthia Blackfan is coming to fix us all up. But I do hope, Hanny, you will have better manners and a kinder heart than to laugh at strangers, no matter if they are old-fashioned." "I don't believe I ever will," said the little girl soberly. "Now come up in my room. Mother said I might rip up her pretty blue plaid silk and have it made over. I came down to hunt up the waist." She found it in one of the drawers, pinned up in a linen pillow-case. "And you can have on a white apron," the elder said when they reached the room. This had long sleeves and a ruffle round the neck. The little girl was ever so much improved, and I think she would have felt comforted if she could have heard the rest of the talk between the two girls. "I do wonder if she belongs to new people," said the girl who laughed. "They can't be much. They came from the country somewhere. But they were bought all the way through to the other street, and Ma said she meant to call on them. Someone told her they owned a big farm in Yonkers, and one of the young men is to be a doctor. Maybe the little girl doesn't really belong to them." "I wish you hadn't spoken quite so loud. I'm sure she heard." "Oh, I don't care," with an airy toss of her head. "Mother said the other day she shouldn't bother about new neighbors. Calling on them is out of style." Hanny looked out of the window a long while. Then she said gravely, "Margaret, are all those old Dutch people dead that were in history? And where was their Bowery?" "It is the Bowery out there, but it was changed. That was a long, long time ago. If I lived, then no one would have laughed about my long frock. I almost wish I had been a little girl then. Perhaps there were other things to laugh about. I don't mind the laughing now, but they must have had lovely gardens full of tulips and roses. There doesn't seem any room for such things. And lanes, you know. Did the new people drive the Dutch away?" "The English came afterward. You will read about it in history. And then came the war. That grandmother knows about? Margaret, I think New York is a great, strange, queer place. There are a good many queerness, aren't there?" Margaret assented with a smile. "Oh, there's father in the wagon." Little girl was all a tremor of gladness. He caught her eyes and beckoned, and she ran down. But she couldn't manage the night latch, and so Margaret had to follow her. "Bundle up, my little girl," he said. "I've got to drive up to Harlem, and I'll take her along." Hanny almost danced for joy. Margaret found her red merino coat. The collar was trimmed with swan's down, and her red silk hood had an edge of the same. True, some ultra-fashionables had come out in spring attire, but it was rather cool so early in the season. Hanny looked very pretty in her winter hood, and as they drove down the street, the same girls were standing on a stoop. One was evidently going away from her friend. The one who laughed lived there then. But neither of them would have guessed it was the queer girl, and they almost envied her. "I've never been down to this corner," said Hanny, "and the streets run together." "Yes, First Street ends and Euston goes on over to the East River." The little girl looked about. There was a great sign on the house at the junction, Monticello Hotel, and on the edge of the sidewalk a pump, which the little girl thought funny. They dipped the water out of the spring at home. They had not given up saying that about the old place. There was no need of a pump, and at the grandmother's they had a well sweep and bucket. Then they turned up Avenue A, where he had an errand, and soon they were going over rough country ways where squatters had begun to come in with pigs and geese. They seemed so familiar that the little girl laughed, and if someone had told her that she would one day be driving in a beautiful park over yonder, it would have sounded like a fairy tale. It was rough and wild now. Dobbin spun along, for the sun was hurrying over westward. "We have some old cousins living beyond there on Harlem Heights," he said, "but it's too late to hunt them up, and it'll be dark by the time we get home. There was a big battle fought there. Their brother was killed in it. Why, they must be most 80 years old." The little girl drew a long breath at the thought. "We'll look them up some day." Then he stopped before a hotel where there was a long row of horse sheds and sprang up to tie Dobbin. "I had better take you out. Something might happen." He carried her in his arms and clear up the steps. A lady came around the corner of the wide porch. "I'll leave my little girl in the waiting room a few moments. I have some business with Mr. Brockner," he said. "I will take her through to my sitting room," the lady replied, and holding out her hand, she led Hanny thither. She insisted on taking off her hood and loosening her coat, and in a few moments she seemed well acquainted. The lady asked her father's name, and she told it. "There are some old ladies of that name living half a mile or so from here," she said. Then, remembering they were very poor, and that poor relations were not always cordially accepted, she hesitated. "Father spoke of some cousins," cried the little girl eagerly. "He said sometime we would hunt them up. We only came to New York to live 2 weeks ago." "Then you have hardly had time to look up anyone. They would be glad to see your father, I know. He looks so wholesome and good-natured." The little girl was not an effusive child, but she and the lady fell into a delightful talk. Then her hostess brought in a plate of seed cookies, and she was eating them very delicately when her father entered. "We have had such a nice time," she said, "that I'd like to bring your little girl up again. Indeed, I have half a mind to keep her." "We couldn't spare her," said her father with a fond smile, which Hanny returned. "I suppose not, but it will soon be beautiful around here. And when she longs for a breath of the country, you must bring her up." "Thank you, madam." "And, oh, father, the cousins really are here. 2 old ladies." Mr. Underhill inquired about them and learned their circumstances were quite straitened. He promised to come up soon and see them. Mrs. Brockner kissed Hanny, quite charmed with her simplicity and pretty manner, and she had never once thought about the length of her old brown skirt. It was supper time when they reached home. Steve and Joe and John were there. The 3 younger boys had been left at Yonkers. Indeed, George had declared his intention of being a farmer. Mrs. Underhill said she didn't want any more boys until she had a place to put them. Afterward, Joe coaxed the little girl to come and sit on his knee. They were talking about schools. Seems to me Margaret better be studying housekeeping and learning how to make her clothes instead of going to school, said Mrs. Underhill shortly. She can write a nice letter and she's good at figures. And really, I don't see. She wants to be finished, returned Steve with a laugh. She's a city girl now. I've been looking schools over. There are several establishments where they burnish up young ladies. There's Madame Chagari's. I won't have her going to any French school and reading wretched French novels. Steve threw back his head and laughed. He had such splendid, strong, white teeth. My choice would be Rutgers Institute. It's going to be the school of the day, declared Joe. Exactly, I was coming to that. There will be one term before vacation. I call it all foolishness. And she'll be 18 on her next birthday, said her mother. If she wasn't a good scholar already, and what more do you expect her to learn? They all laughed at their mother's little ebullition of temper. The world grows wiser every day, said Joe sententiously. And what are we going to do, Pussy? Steve reached over and gave the little girl's ear a soft pinch. I'm going to look up a nice school for her myself. Don't begin to worry about a child not yet 8 years old, said their mother sharply. 8 years? She'll soon be that, remarked her father with a soft sigh, and he wished he could keep her a little girl always. They went on discussing Rutgers Institute. That was one of the most highly esteemed schools of the day for young ladies. Steve looked over at his fair sister. She was almost as pretty as Dolly Beekman. Dolly had some dainty, attractive ways, played on the piano and sang, and Peggy had a voice split as a bird. Steve was beginning to be quite a judge of young ladies and social life, and there was no reason why they should not all aim at something. They had good family names to back them. Family counted, but so did education and accomplishments. Mrs. Underhill gave in. Steve would have his way. But then he was such a good, upright, affectionate son. So when he announced that he had registered his sister, Margaret's pulses gave a great thrill of delight. There was so much to do. True, Martha was a good cook and capable, and there was no milk to look after, no churning, no poultry, and the countless things of country life. Miss Cynthia Blackfan came the next week and remodeled the feminine part of the household. She was a tall, slim, airy-looking person with large dark eyes and dark hair that she wore in long ringlets on either sides of her face. She always looked them up when she was sewing. She had all the latest quips of fashion at her tongue's end, but what Margaret must have for school dresses, what for Sunday best, bought lawns and ginghams and prints for summer. But when she went at the little girl, she quite metamorphosed her. You must begin to plait the child's hair and tie it with ribbons. And her frocks must be made ever so much shorter. And Cousin Underhill, do put white stockings on the child. Nobody wears colored ones. Unbleached, do wear stronger and answer for real every day. They'll be forever in the washtub, said the mother grimly. Well, when you're in Rome, you must do as Romans do, with emphasis. It looks queer to be so out of date. Everybody dresses so much more in the city. It's natural, there's so much going and coming. Even then, people had begun to discuss and condemn the extravagance of the day. The old residents of the Bowling Green were sheer Bond Street, and the lower part of Fifth Avenue were stupendous follies and would ruin the city. Foreign artistic upholsterers came over. Carpets and furniture of the most elegant sort were imported. And even then, some people ordered their gowns and cloaks in Paris. Miss Blackfan's best customer had gone over for the whole summer. Otherwise, she would not have the fortnight for Cousin Underhill. She uttered her dictum with a certain authority from which there was no appeal. and she charged $1.50 a day, while most dressmakers were satisfied with $1. So the little girl had her hair braided in two tails. They were quite short, though, and her father liked the curly mop better. The little girl's dresses were cut off the shoulder and made with a yoke or band and a belt. In warm weather, they wore short sleeves, though a pair of long sleeves were made for cool days. There were some tucks in the skirt to be let down as the child grew. Little girl was most proud, I think, of her pantalettes. There were some nankin ones made for every day, and she had a real nankin frock that Margaret embroidered just above the hem. It was used a great deal for aprons too. Aprons, let me tell you, were no longer high ups with a plain armhole. They were sometimes gathered on a belt and had Bertha capes over the shoulders trimmed with edging or ruffles, and every well-conditioned girl had one of black silk. She'll have to hem her own ruffles, declared Mother Underhill almost sharply. And how they're ever to get ironed. There's hemstitching and faggoting, but I don't know as it's any less work than ruffling. And all the little girls are knitting lace. I'm doing some myself, oak leaf pattern out of 70 cotton, and it's as handsome as anything you ever see. I don't know how anyone is going to find me for so much folderol. Oh, pshaw, Cousin Underhill, we did lots of it in our day. I worked the bottom of a party dress a good quarter up and the Van Dyke capes, and those were great big collars. And we tucked up to the waist. There's always something. And those old Jewish women had broidery and finery of every sort, and pillows in their sleeves, as we wore years ago. See what a little it takes to make a pair of sleeves now? We must have looked funny, all sleeves and waists up under our arms. When you consider that sewing machines had not been invented, it was a wonder how the women accomplished so much. But they always had some catchwork handy. The little girl was provided with a pretty work basket, 6 spools of cotton, a pin cushion, a needle book, a bit of white wax, and an emery, which was a strawberry-shaped cushion topped off with some soft green stuff she knew afterward was chenille. This was to keep her needles bright and smooth. Then she had 3 rolls of ruffling, yards and yards in each piece. One was cambric, one was fine lawn or nainsook, and one of dimity. She had done some overseam in sheets. She had hemmed towels and some handkerchiefs, and sewed a little on the half-dozen shirts Margaret had made for father last winter. But the stitches had to be so small, and oh, so close together. Then they looked badly if they were not straight. She liked the dimity the best because the stitches seemed to sink in, and it ruffled so of itself. But the little girl didn't sew all the time. She wiped dishes for Martha, and one day when she saw a little girl up the street sweeping the sidewalk, she begged to do that. She could dust the room very nicely. There was much running up and down, and she was always glad to wait upon Steve. Indeed, she ran errands cheerfully for anybody. But she did miss Benny, Frank, and Jim. Margaret had felt quite different about her new school, and at first rather shrank from the young ladies, much as she desired to be among them. But she found herself quite advanced in some of the studies, and in a week's time began to feel at home. 2 girls were very friendly, Mary Barclay and Annette Beekman. Perhaps Steve hadn't been quite as disinterested as it seemed. He had met Dolly Beekman at Miss Jane Barclay's party early in the winter. They had taken a mutual fancy. Old Peter Beekman lived at the lower end of Broadway and had a farm up the East River, about 96th Street. He had 5 girls, and the 2 last had been sore disappointments. But Harriet, the eldest, had married her cousin and had 4 Beekman boys. 2 others were married. Dolly had graduated from Rutgers the year before and was now 19. Annette, as the old Dutch name was spelt, was not quite 17. Margaret had been put in her class in most branches. Steve did want the Beekmans to think well of his people. He and Dolly were not declared lovers, but they understood each other. Old Peter made inquiries about the young man, and if they had not been satisfactory, Stephen would soon have known it. So he felt quite assured, and though his mother talked of her son's marrying, he knew just at first it would come a little hard to find she had a rival. "Well, Peggy," he said Friday evening of the first week, "how does school go? Seen any girls you like?" "I've seen two that know you," and Margaret laughed. "Mary Barclay said you had been at their house, and so did Annie Beekman." "Yes, I was at Miss Beekman's party. Quite a fine affair. And I've been there to play whiles. They're a jolly crowd. Next winter we must have few parties, and I'm going to get a piano." "Oh, you're lovely, Steve." She squeezed his arm rapturously. "You have a very pretty voice, Peggy. Annie Beekman's sister sings beautifully. How do you like Annie?" "Why, you can never tell whether she is in earnest or quizzing you. But she's ever so much prettier than Mary. Yes, on the whole I like her. You ought to see her sister Dolly. She has real flaxen hair and such a complexion. Annie has a lovely complexion too. There are a great many pretty girls in the world. I have a curious sort of pity for those who are not a bit pretty," Margaret said sympathetically. Steve laughed and nodded, as if the idea amused him. If Margaret and Annie became friends, and if Dolly and Annie came to call, well, he was sure they would all fall in love with Dolly. And then the matter would go on smoothly. People thought more of being friendly with their relations by marriage in those days. End of chapter 3. Recording by Sahil Dalal from Bangalore.
Chapter 4 of A Little Girl in Old New York. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vivianlyu. A Little Girl in Old New York by Amanda Minnie Douglas. Chapter 4. A Look at Old New York. On a Sunday toward the end of April, Stephen took his two sisters down to the Battery for a walk. It was very warm and spring-like. The cherry tree in their yard had come out in bloom. Buds were swelling everywhere, and the gray spots were all green and shining in the soft golden atmosphere. There was the wide, magnificent expanse of the bay, the edge of Brooklyn, the haze outline of Staten Island, the vague narrows that seemed to lead to some unknown world. And there was the great round castle garden, the Castle Clinton of earlier times, where a few years later the little girl was to hear some of the world's most famous singers. And when she looked out the weird, narrow waterway and wondered just where Europe was and how foreign countries must look, she could not by the most vivid stretch of the imagination fancy herself setting out to the unknown country. The short grass was so lovely and green, and the waves came lapping up with a silvery melody. There were people lounging on the seats, ladies with sunshades in their hands, mothers with some little children, fathers with a son or two, or a little girl like herself in pantalettes and white stockings and low shoes. The clothes, she thought, were beautiful. The hats were full of flowers. She had a new straw gypsy with a wreath of buttercups and soft yellow strings tied under her chin. Her Charlie Dead had small blue flowers on a white ground with yellow-brown centers, and there was a blue ribbon tied about her waist, with a bow at the back. She had a white cape of some soft cotton goods with a satiny finish, warranted to wash as good as new. She could have liked a sunshade, but she had so many new things. She thought quite a good deal about her pretty clothes and how glad she should be to learn more geography. Stephen was talking about Howson's expedition up the river, to which he gave his name. And a few months later, when some hovels were built to shelter the sailors, the beginning of the settlement, and how in 1614 the Dutch erected a rude fort and gave the place the name of New Amsterdam. Then the Dutch West India Company bought Manhattan's Island from the natives for goods of various kinds, amounting to 60 guilders. You see, the Dutch were thrifty traders even then, more than 200 years ago, says Stephen with a pleasant nod. How much are 60 guilders? Asks the little girl. It sounds an immense sum to her, but to buy a whole city. It was about $24 at that time, replied Stephen. The little girl's face is amusing in its surprise. Only $24, and father had 300 a few days ago. Why, he could have bought. Well, the limitless area takes away her breath. I don't believe we should have wanted to live in such a wilderness as it was then. But when Walter the Tasty came, he was really here. It is rather chaotic in her mind. He was here. Walter van Twiller was his real name. Then a line of Dutch governors, after which the island was ceded to the British. It became quite a royalist town until the Revolutionary War. We had a scrap about tea, too, and Stephen laughs. Old Castle Clinton was a famous spot, and when the General Lafayette, who had helped us fight our battles, came over in 1824, he had a magnificent ovation as he sailed up the bay. It's a splendid old place. Everybody seemed to think so then. The birds were singing in the sunshine, and the rural aspect was dear to the hearts of the old people. They rose and walked about in a fragrant air. Now and then someone bowed gravely to Stephen. There was a Sunday decorum over all. They romped up to the bowling green. Some quaintly attired elderly people who had the entree of the place were sitting about enjoying the loveliest. One old Frenchman had a ruffled shirt front and a very high coat collar that made him look like a picture, and knee breeches. Someone sprang up and coming to the gate said, "Oh, Mr. Underwood here, and Miss Margaret, is this your little sister? Do walk in and chat with us. My sister Jane and I have come down to the dine with the Morrises, and it was so lovely out here. Isn't it a charming day?" There was Miss Jane Barsley, very fashionable attired, Miss Morris and her brother, who was very attentive to Miss Barsley, and the little father on Mrs. Morris, fat, fair, and matronly. She was reading The Lady of the Manor, and when the little girl found it afterward in the Sunday school library, Mrs. Morris seemed curiously mixed up with it. Sunday papers at the period would have horrified most people. "What a dear little girl," said Mrs. Morris. "Come here and tell me your name. Why, you look like a lily astray in a bed of buttercups. Is it possible Mr. Stephen Underhill is your brother?" "The eldest and the youngest," explained Stephen, "and this is my sister, Miss Underhill." Mrs. Morris bowed and shook hands. Then she made room on the settee for the child. You haven't told your name, my dear." Mrs. Morris's voice was so soft, almost pleading. The little girl glanced up and colored, and if the bank could have broken and let her money down in the ocean, or someone could have stolen it and bought a new Manhattan Island in the South Seas, so that she could have had a new name, she wouldn't have minded a bit. But she said with brief sweetness, "Hannah Ann. I was named after both grandmothers. That's a long name for such a little girl. I believe I should call you Nanny or Nancy, and Mr. Morris would call you Nan at once. I never knew such a man for short names. We've always called our Elizabeth Bess, and half the time her father calls her Bet and save one letter." The little girl laughed. The economy of the thing seemed funny. "What does your father call you?" "Little girl, most always. Margaret was grown into quite a big girl when I was born, so I was the little girl." "Well, that's pretty, too. And where are you living?" "In First Street." "Why, that's way uptown. And let me see, you did live at Yonkers?" "I've never been there. Is it a town?" "We lived on a great big farm. And oh, the Croton water pipe came right across one corner of it. You should have seen the celebration. Such a wonderful, indescribable thing. Margaret came down, and most of the boys. Mother said I would be crushed to death. And she couldn't spare her little girl. Well, I don't blame her. Do you go to school?" "No, ma'am, not yet. All the children but the very rough ones said no, ma'am, and yes, ma'am, in those days, but I did go at Yonkers." "And what did you learn?" She was quite astonished at the little girl's attainments, and her simplicity she thought charming. When Stephen came for her, Mrs. Morris said, "I have really fallen in love with your little sister. You must bring her down again. We think there's nothing to compare with our Bowling Green and the Battery." They bade each other a pleasant adieu. It was time to go home indeed. The little girl felt very happy and joyous, and she thought her pretty clothes had helped. Perhaps they had. She sat on her father's knee that night telling him about Mrs. Morris, and she suddenly said, "Father, what was the Reign of Terror?" "The Reign of Terror? Oh, it was a horrible time of war in France. Where did you pick up that?" "There was an old man in the green who had a queer sort of dress, knee breeches and buckles on his shoes like those grandfathers, and ruffles all down his shirt bosom, and long curly white hair. And Mrs. Morris said she was in prison in the Reign of Terror, and then came to America with his daughter, and that his mind had something the matter with it. Do you suppose he got awfully frightened?" "I dare say he did, my dear. When you are a big girl, you will learn all about it in history, but you needn't hurry. There are a great many pleasanter things to learn." She leaned her head down her father's shoulder and thought how sad it must be to lose one's mind. Was that the part of you always thinking? How curious it was to always thinking of something. Your feet didn't always walk. Your hands didn't always work. But the strange thing inside you never stopped. Oh, yes, it had to when you were asleep. But then you sometimes dreamed. And the little girls fell fast asleep over a psychological that she didn't know a word about. Early in the next week, Mrs. Underhill took the little girl and went up to Yonkers. She said she was homesick to see the boys, and oh, how glad they were to see her. Aunt Cret was laid up with the tic douloureux. Reddy was full of work and house cleaning, and her lover had come on. He was a Vermonter by birth, and an uncle in the Mohawk Valley had brought him up. Then he had gone west, but not taken a special route anywhere. He was tall and thin, with reddish hair and beard, but the candlelight blue eyes and a pleasant voice. He and George had struck up a friendship already, and Reddy confided to Aunt Margaret that she was going to be married without any fuss, and Bart was going to turn in and help run the farm. Everything wore a different aspect, even in the brief while Mrs. Underhill had some things to pack up that he was about to leave, a while at least, in the garret. Her sister-in-law was very glad to take anything he wanted to dispose of, since they had sold their furniture at the West. Oh, how wonderful the world was to the little girl! The trees were coming out in bloom. There were great bunches of yellow daffodils, and the May pinks were full of buds. And then the chickens, the duck's nest full of eggs, the pretty little dark-eyed calf that the boys had tamed already, and the children at school. Everybody was wild over Henny and glad to get her back. But it was queer that she should miss her father so much. When it came night, she went out on the old stoop and felt strangely lonesome. Then the boys came around, having done up their share of their chores. "Do you really like it, Henny?" asked Jim. She knew he meant the city. "Well, Father and Steve and Drew and John are there," yet her tone was a little uncertain. "Are there any boys about?" "I don't know any. I haven't had the time to find any girls, but there's a big public school around the house in the street, and I guess there's 1,000 children. You should see them coming out of the gate." I don't believe there's 1,000 children in all New York. That's 1,000, Miss Henny." Henny was sobered by the immensity of her statement, for she was a very truthful little girl. "What have you been doing all this time?" Jim asked impatiently. "Well, there was the house to get to the rights, and we had to have some new clothes made. A girl laughed at me one day and said I looked queer. If I'd been there, I'd punch her head. Yes, I say you are mighty fine. Would I look queer? Oh, boys always look alike," returned Henny reflectively. "We had a beautiful walk on one Sunday on the Battery, and I think," hesitatingly, "that all boys had on roundabouts. Are you sure they didn't have on overcoats?" "Don't plague her, Jim. Tell us about the Battery, Henny." Henny could describe that quite vividly. Jim soon became interested. When she paused, he said, "What else?" She told them of her ride up to the Harlem and the walk down the Bowery to Chatham Square. "But there ain't any real Bowers in it anymore, only stores and such things." "What a pity," commented Benny Frank. "Well, I think I'd like to go as soon as Mommy can get ready. It isn't as much fun here without you all." "Oh, Jim, don't say Mommy. They don't do it in the city," said the little girl beseechingly. "If you think I'm going to put on French airs, you're much mistaken, Miss Nanny. I'll say Pop and Mommy when I like. I'm not going to dress up in Sunday best manners because you will ruffle pantalettes. It makes you look like a feather-legged chicken." "Don't mind him, Henny," said Ben tenderly. "I wish I had seen the old man and the bowling green." "Do they make balls there?" interrupted teasing Jim. "Because I've been reading about France and the Reign of Terror," Benny Frank went on, not heeding his brother. "It was in about 1794. Robespierre was the head of it, and there was the dreadful prison into which they threw everybody they suspected, and only brought them out for execution. It must have been terrible, and the poor old man must have been quite young then. I should think he would have lost his mind." "Bother about such stuff. You'd rather be in New York, wouldn't you, Henny?" "And Mother said we might come as soon as she was settled. I'm not going to stay here and be ordered about by the Finchy fellow." Reddy's soft as mesh over him. "Say, Ben, you would like to go, wouldn't you?" "Yes, I think I would," answered Ben slowly. There would be such a splendid chance to learn about everything. Their mother had been walking around the familiar path with George, who had developed some ideas of his own in this brief space, and his mother had not realized before how tall and stout he was getting. I like to see Father and Steve and make some plans. I'd like to work part of Father's ground on shares or some way. I'm glad Dave Andrews is staying on. I don't altogether like Uncle Fed's ideas, and oh, Mother, think any such jolly home as you had. Poor Aunt Crete is so miserable, but you see, if I really had some interest of my own, I'd be learning all the time. I'm sure your father will consent. His mother felt so proud, leaning on his arm, and sometime they would come back, and they talked about matters over the eager interest, and she quite forgot about the little girl's bedtime. Reddy had joined them and was rehearsing some of her Western experiences, and the little girl sat with wide-open eyes looking at Reddy in the moonlight, thinking what a great, wonderful world it was to have so many places and all so different. Did you have 2 organs of thought? She was so puzzled about thought anyhow, for with one side of her that didn't see Reddy, she could see her father so plainly in this very corner, and she was in his arms, and with the faculty that wasn't listening to her cousin, she would hear her father's voice. You see, she wasn't old enough to know about dual consciousness. When Hanny went upstairs with her mother, the boys went also. Say, Ben. And his brother gave him a dig in the ribs with his elbow. Say, Ben, don't you want to go back to New York with Mother? If we just push with all our might and main, together we can. Well, don't push me through the side of the house. You want to be pushed all the while. You are as slow as molasses in winter time. Ben, you take after Uncle Fat. It takes him most all day to make up his mind. Now I can look at a thing and tell in a minute. You seem ready enough to tell. Ben laughed a little provokingly. Well, you can go or not, as you like. 'Tain't half the fun here that it used to be. I didn't think I cared so much for Hanny. Is it Hanny? In a tone that irritated. It's Hanny and Mother and John and Father and New York. And just a million things rolled into a bundle. If you don't care, I'll fight my way through. There, Benjamin Franklin, you sit on a stone in the middle of the field and fly your kite forever. Jim was losing his temper. Yes, I think I'd like to go. There would be so much to see and learn. Oh, hang it all, simply go. Ben was thinking of the old man. He must have been quite young then, who was in prison through the awful reign of terror. He undressed slowly. He was not such a flyaway as Jim, but Jim was asleep before he was ready for the bed. Mrs. Underhill had not really meant to take the boys home with her. She was quite sure the city was a bad place for boys, and the country was so much healthier in the summer. But they coaxed, and somehow the old home had changed already. The air of brisk cheerfulness was gone. Aunt Crete had her face tied up most of the time, or a little shawl over her head. Reddy was undeniably careless. Barton Finch played cards with the hired man. Uncle Fid had some queer ideas about farming. I like wonderful well to have the boys stay, he said. They are worth their keep. A boy runs mighty handy. I'd have to hire one. Somehow, she wasn't quite willing to have her boys put in the place of a hired one, or one bound out for the country house. And Jim had been her baby for so long. The little girl pleaded also. She told them finally they might come down and try, but if they were the least bit bad and disobedient, they would be sent back at once. Mrs. Underhill was half cured of her homesickness. She had thought she could never be content in New York. Why, she was almost content already. She and Hanny took a walk the last day of their stay up where the new house was to be built. When all the children are married and Father and I get to be old people, we will come back here. I shall want you, Hanny. And she held the little girl's hand in a tight clasp. Hanny wondered if she would be stout and have full red cheeks and look like Reddy, and though she did hope her mother wouldn't have tic delusion and wear shawls over her head when all the children were married. Oh, how lonesome it would be. But she had been quite a little heroine and gone to school one day to see the girls and boys, and one girl said, "I suppose it's city fashion to wear pantaloons that way, but mine doesn't look queer." She was very glad to get back to her father. The country was beautiful with all its bloom and fragrance, but her street had such a clean, tidy look with its flagged sidewalks and the dirt all swept up to the middle of the street, leaving the round faces of the cobblestones fairly shining. It was quite delightful to show all the boys all over the house and then go through the yard to the stables and greet Dobby and Prince, and Battle, the dog, called so because he had been such a fighter, but commonly known as Bat, wagged his whole body with delight at sight of the boys. End of chapter 4. Recording by Vivianlyu.
Chapter 5 of A Little Girl in Old New York. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Little Girl in Old New York by Amanda Minnie Douglas. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Girls and Girls. A week or so after Mrs. Underhill's return, one of the neighbors called one afternoon and brought her 2 little girls, Josie and Tootie Dean. Tootie stood for Susan. The little girl was summoned, and the 3, after the fashion of little girls, sat very stiff on their chairs and looked at each other. Then cast their eyes down on the carpet, fidgeted a little with the corners of their white aprons, and then gave another furtive glance. "Hanny, you might take the little girls out in the yard and gather a nosegay for them." Flower roots and shrubs had been brought down from the old place, and there was quite a showing of bloom. The mothers talked, meanwhile, of the street, and Mrs. Dean spoke of the wonderful strides the city was making uptown. A few objectionable people had come in the old frame houses at the lower end of the street. When Mr. Dean built, some 7 years ago, it was all that could be desired, but already immigrants were forcing their way up Houston Street. If something wasn't done to control immigration, we should soon be overrun. The Croton water had been such a great and wonderful blessing. And did her little girl go to school anywhere? Josie and Tootie went up First Avenue by 3rd Street to a Mrs. Craven, a rather youngish widow lady who had 2 daughters of her own to educate, and who was very genteel and accomplished. Little girls needed someone who had gentle and pretty manners. There was a sewing class, and then all through the winter a dancing class. And Mrs. Craven gave lessons on the piano. Public schools were well enough for boys, but they were too rude and rough for little girls. Mrs. Underhill assented. She wouldn't think of sending Hannah Ann to a public school. She looks like a very delicate child, commented Mrs. Dean. She's always been very well, said the mother, but she is small for her age, and all of my children have grown up so rapidly. I couldn't believe those young men belonged to you, and that tall, pretty young girl. Mrs. Underhill smiled and flushed and betrayed her pride in her 8 nice, healthy children. I envy you some of your sons, Mrs. Dean went on. I never had but the 2 little girls. They came in now, each with the promised nosegay, and full of delight. They were round and rosy, and looked more like one's idea of a country girl than little Lily-Bud Hannah. But they were all eager now, and even her cheeks were pink. They had talked themselves into friendship. And Josie wanted to know if Hanny couldn't come and see them, and if they couldn't have their dishes out and have tea all by themselves. Mrs. Dean looked up at Mrs. Underhill and replied, "Why, yes, if her mother is willing. Saturday would be best, as you're not in school." That was only 2 days off. Hanny's eyes entreated so wistfully, and the Deans lived only 3 doors away. "Why, yes," answered her mother, with a touch of becoming hesitation. Hanny was telling this eventful interview over to Jim, as they sat on the stoop that evening. Ben was reading a book. Jim was trying the toes of his shoes against the iron railing, and secretly wishing he could go barefoot. "And they have a real playhouse upstairs in one room. There's 2 beds in it and 2 burrows, and lots of things. Josie has 7 dolls and Tootie 4. Tootie gave 2 of hers away. And Josie has a lovely big wax doll that her aunt sent from Paris, and a table, and their mother lets them play tea with bread and cake and real things, and I'm to go on Saturday." Hanny uttered this in rapid breath. "Sho!" ejaculated Jim, rather disdainfully. "They're not much if they play with dolls. Now I know some girls." The boys had been at Houston Street Public School not quite a week. Jim knew half the boys, at least, already, and all the boys that lived on the block. He wasn't a bit afraid of girls, either, though he generally called them gals. "There's some living down the street, and Jiminy, if they haven't got names, you'd just die of envy. Rosabelle May, think of it, and Lillian Alice Ludlow. Lily's an awful pretty girl, too, and they wanted to know all about you and Peggy." "Did you tell her my name?" asked the little girl timidly. "Well, don't you know you said you wished it was Anna?" Jim answered slowly. "I just said it so it sounded like Anna, and Lily said she's seen you riding with Father. I wish you'd walk down there," coaxingly. "I'll see if Mother will let me." Hanny sprang up. "And put on a nice white apron," said Jim. "They're too old for Hanny," began Ben, looking up from his book. "Why, Lily's only 11, and anyhow—" Jim didn't know how to explain it. Lily had begged him that afternoon to bring his little sister down. To tell the truth, she's very ambitious to know the Underhills. They must be somebody, for they kept horses and a carriage and owned their own house. "Do you know," said Belle May, as they watched Jim going up the street, "I half believe the little girl who stood on the stoop that day is Jim's sister. That little country thing. I never thought of it. But I don't suppose she really heard." "If she did, what will you do?" "Do?" Lily tossed her head. "Why, I shall just act as if I never said it, or had seen her before, or anything. You don't suppose I'm a goose in pin feathers, do you? I want to get acquainted with them. Of course, I shall ask both boys to my birthday party. I should only ask the nice people in the street." Margaret threw her pretty pink fascinator round Hanny's shoulders. She didn't need any hat this warm summer night. Hanny was very proud to walk down the street with her brother, who knew so many girls already. Jim wasn't a bit afraid of being called a girl boy. Quite a number of people were sitting out on their stoops. It was the fashion then. Some of the ladies were knitting lace on 2 little needles that had sealing wax on one end, so the stitches could not drop off. There was much pleasant chatting. The country ways of sociability had not all gone out of date. They walked down to the lower end, where the houses were rather irregular and getting old. 2 or 3 had small grass dooryard in front. 2 girls were walking up and down with their arms around each. Jim knew in a moment who they were, but he loitered behind them until they turned. "Oh!" exclaimed Lily Ludlow, in a well-acted surprise. "Are you out taking a walk?" "Yes," answered Jim, quite as innocently as if the matter had not been arranged a few hours ago. "And this is my sister, and this is Lily Ludlow, and this is Belle May." Alas for Hanny! Lily Ludlow was the girl who called her queer and laughed. The child's face flushed, and there was a lump in her throat. "You don't go to school, do you?" asked Lily with the utmost nonchalance. She was quite ready for anything. The little girl made an effort, but no words would come. She could never like this girl, with the pretty name, she felt very sure. No, said Jim, she's so small for her size that her mother would be afraid of her getting lost. They all giggled but the little girl, who wanted to run away. But you like New York, don't you? Jim thinks he wouldn't go back to the country for anything. We had not come to bet your life, and there's where your heads level in those days. But Jim answered for his sister. You just guess I wouldn't, with a deal of gusto. They all walked up a short distance. The girls and Jim had all the talk, and they chaffed each other merrily. Hanny was silent. She really was too young for their fun. Belle May's mother called her, presently, and the little girl said in a whisper, Oh, Jim, we must go home. Jim wondered if he might ask Lily to walk with them, so he could come back with her. But she settled it with a gay toss of the head. Good night, she said. Come down again some evening. What a little stupid you are, Hanny, Jim began, vexed enough. Why didn't you ask them to walk up our way, and you never said a word? I could have given you an awful shake. I don't like them. You don't know anything about them. Ben and I see them half a dozen times a day, and walk to school with them. And they're nice and pretty and have some manners. You're an awful country, Hanny. The little girl began to cry. Oh, what a baby you are. Well, I suppose you can't help it. You're only 8, and I'm almost 13, and Lily Ludlow's nearly 11. I suppose you do feel a bit strange, among girls so much older. It isn't that, sobbed the little girl. How could she get the courage to tell him? Oh, Hanny dear, don't cry. Jim's voice softened, and they were nearing home. See here, I'll ask Father to take us to Tompkins Square on Sunday, and you shall paint out of my new box. There, and don't tell anyone. Don't say a word to Ben. He kissed her and wiped her eyes with the end of her starchy apron. Jim was very coaxing and sweet when he tried. Joe's here, said Ben, and he thought the wolves would eat you up if you went too far. He wants to see you. Jim dropped down on the step. Hanny ran through the hall. They were using the back parlor as a sitting room, and everyone seemed talking at once. Joe held out his arms, and the little girl flew to them. Then it came out that Joe had taken one of the prizes for a thesis, and he would shortly be a full-fledged MD. He was so jubilant, and the rest were so happy, that the little girl forgot all about her discomfort. Jim came rushing in. Where's the $100? He inquired. Joe laughed. I have not received the money yet. I thought the announcement was enough for one night. You and Hannah'll be so stuck up there'll be no one living with you, said Jim. Hanny glanced up with a smiling face. If she had only looked that way at Lily Ludlow. But even his schoolmate was momentarily distanced by the thought of such a prize, and he remembered later on, with much gratification, that he could tell her tomorrow. Miss Chrissy Ludlow had been sitting by the front window in her white gown, half expecting a caller. When Lily entered, she inquired if that little thing was the Underhill girl. Oh, that's the baby, and Lily giggled. There's a young lady who goes to Rutgers. Well, I suppose she isn't quite grown up, for she doesn't wear real long dresses. And they have another brother in the country. 6 brothers. Chrissy sighed. If only she knew some way to get acquainted with the young woman. And all the brothers fairly made one green with envy. You keep in with them, she advised her sister. You might as well look up in the world for your friends. There were not many people in the street who kept a carriage. Chrissy longed ardently to know them, and she had been almost fighting for a term at Rutgers. Mr. Ludlow was a commonplace man, clerk in shoe store round in Houston Street, incapable of doing repairs. They rented out the 2nd floor, as they could not afford to keep the whole house. But since Chrissy had found out that they were distant connections of some Ludlows, quite well off and high up in the social scale, she had felt extremely aristocratic. For a year she had been out of school, and now her mother thought she better learn dressmaking. Since she was so handy, she meant to get married at the first good opportunity. Mr. Thackeray, in England, was writing about snobs during this period. He thought he found a great many in London, and even among the Republican simplicity of New York, he could have found some. Hanny's second attempt at social life was a much greater success. The visit at the Dean's was utterly delightful. The playhouse was enchanting. They dressed and undressed the dolls. They gave Hanny 2 and called her Mrs. Hill because Underhill was such a long name. And they had an aunt by the name of Hill. They made believe, days and nights, and measles and whooping cough, and earache and sore throat. Josie put on an old linen coat of her father's and made believe she was the doctor. And oh, the solicitude when Victoria Arabella lay at the point of death and they had to go round on tiptoe and speak in whispers. And the poor mother said, "If Victoria Arabella dies, my heart will be broken." But the lovely child mended and was so weak for a while that the greatest care had to be taken of her, for she couldn't sit up a bit, and Hanny proposed they should take her up to Yonkers, where she could recruit in the country air. Mrs. Dean came up with a basket and said it was supper time. She arranged a side table to hold some of the things. There was a nice white tablecloth and Josie's pretty dishes. There was a pitcher of hot water to make cambric tea, square lumps of sugar, dainty slices of bread already spread, smoked beef, pot cheese, raspberries, cherry jam, and 2 kinds of cake. Well, it was just splendid. They went out on the sidewalk and skipped up and down. There is quite an art in skipping gracefully without breaking step. When they were warm and tired they came in, and Mrs. Dean played on the piano for them. At 7 o'clock, Mr. Underhill walked up for his little girl, whose cheeks were pink and her eyes shining like stars. He sat on the stoop and talked a little while with Mr. Dean, and said most cordially the other girls must come and take a tea with Hanny, and if they liked, he would take them out driving some day. That was a most delightful proposal. Jim let the whole school know the next week that his big brother had won a prize of $100, and when Joseph passed with honor and took his degree, they were all proud enough of him. "Mother," said the little girl after much consideration, "if any of us get sick, will we have to pay Joe like a truly doctor?" "Well, why not?" asked Mrs. Underhill. "That will be his way of earning his living." The little girl drew a long breath. "He might come and live with us then." "Where will he live, anyway?" "He is to practice in the hospital a while." "Couldn't he doctor us at all?" she asked in surprise. "Oh, yes. He might if we had faith in him," returned her mother laughingly. That puzzled the little girl a good deal, and when she had an opportunity, she asked her father if he had faith in Joe. "Well," her father seemed to hesitate, "he might doctor Tabby, but I wouldn't let him experiment on Dobbin or Prince." Hanny's face was a study in gravity and disappointment. "And if I was sick," she ventured, with a very long sigh. Then her father hugged her up in his arms until she was breathless, and scrubbed her soft little face with his whiskers, and both of them laughed. But Joe promised one day, when he was home, to doctor her for nothing, so that point was settled. They had a great time, 4th of July. Lamb and green peas were the regulation dinner. Steve sent a wagon up every morning with the freshest vegetables there were in the market, and the meat for the day. Their milk came from the Odells in West Farms, and their butter from Yonkers. To be sure, it wasn't quite like country living, and Mrs. Underhill was positive that no one gave such a flavor to butter as herself. The Odells and some other relatives were down on 4th of July. They had the lamb and peas, as I said, and at that date, one kind of a meat was considered enough. They had green apple pie. There is a very early pie-apple on the farm, and George had brought some down for his mother. He was well and happy as he could be, without the folks, and he shook his head a little ambiguously about Uncle Faye's method, and those of Mr. Finch. They had some ice cream and cake afterward. The little girl had never eaten any, and she thought it very queer. It would have been delightful, but for the awful coldness of it. It froze the roof of her mouth and made an ache in the middle of her forehead. Steve told her people sometimes warmed it, and she ran out to the stove with her saucer. "The land alive! What are you going to do with that cream?" almost shrieked Martha, who was washing dishes at the sink. "Warm it," replied the girl. "It's so cold." Martha almost fell into a chair with the dishcloth in her hand, and laughed as if she would have a fit. There was a suspicious sound from the dining room as well, and the fair little face grew very red. Steve came out. "Here, Nanny, is mine that the weather has warmed, and I'll trade it for your peak of Greenland." He took the chunk out of her saucer and poured the soft in. "It is nicer," she said, "and you needn't laugh, Martha. When I am a big woman and make ice cream, I shall just boil it." And she walked back with grave dignity. She took the Odell girls to Mrs. Dean's, and some other children flocked around the stove. They had torpedoes and lady crackers that 2 children pulled, when they went off with a loud explosion in the middle and made you jump. There were real firecrackers that the boys had, and pinwheels and various simple fireworks. But the great thing would be going down to City Hall in the evening and seeing the fireworks there. The Odells could not stay, to their sorrow. Mr. Underhill proposed to take the business wagon and put 3 seats in it, and asked the Deans to go with them. Mrs. Dean was very glad to accept for herself and the children. There was a young lady next door, Miss Ware, that Margaret liked very much, and she accompanied them. John had promised to take charge of the boys. Steve had dressed himself in his new light summer suit and gone off. The little girl thought the display beyond any words at her command. Such mysterious rockets, falling to pieces in stars of every color. There was a great dome of stars, and rays that presently shot up into heaven. There was a ship on fire, which really frightened her, and oh, the noise and the people, the shouting and hurrahing, the houses trimmed with flags, the brass band that played all the patriotic songs, and the endless confusion. The little girl clung closely to her mother, glad she was not down on the sidewalk, for the people would have surely trodden on her. They came home very tired, but the little girl had added to her stock of historical knowledge, and knew what the 4th of July stood for. It was a very great day, the beginning of the Republic. The boys were out early the next morning finding scissors, crackers that had failed to burn out entirely, and still had a little explosive merit when touched by a piece of lighted punk. There was no school that day, and Steve took them up to West Farms to expend the rest of their hilarity. The little girl was pale and languid. Mrs. Underhill was quite troubled at times when friends said, "Isn't Tanny very small of her age? Is she real strong? She looks so delicate." This was why she had thought it best not to send her to school this summer. She read aloud to her mother and said one column in a speller and definer, and Margaret taught her a little geography and arithmetic. She could hem very nicely now. She had learned to knit lace and do some fancy work that was then called lap stitching. You pulled out some threads one way of the cloth, then took 3 and just lapped them over the next 3, drawing your needle and thread through. Now a machine does it beautifully. There is another fashion, fads we should call them nowadays. A school bag, they didn't call them satchels then, was made of a piece of blue and white bed ticking, folded at the bottom. Every white stripe you worked with zephyr, worsted and briar stitch or herringbone or feather stitch. You could use one color or several. And now the old work and the bed ticking has come back again, and ladies make the old-fashioned bags with tinsel thread. Margaret had made one, and the little girl had taken it up. She was quite an expert with her needle. She had found several delightful new books to read. The Deans had some wonderful fairy stories. She was enraptured with The Lady of the Lake, and some of Miss Howitt's stories and poems. She had learned her way about, and could go out to the Bowery to do an errand for her mother. She knew some more little girls, and with her sewing, helping her mother, studying and reading and play, The day seemed too short. Vacation did not begin until the 1st of August. The boys were to go up to Yonkers and help George and Uncle Fade. They were quite ready for new ventures. When Margaret came home the last day of school with a really fine report, her mother felt quite proud of her. The little girl, with large eyes and a mysterious expression, begged her to come into the parlor and see something. She smiled and took Hanny's small hand in hers. The furniture had been moved about a little, and oh, what was this? The little girl's eyes were stars of joy. "It's your piano and mine," she said. "Yours till you get married and go away, and then mine forever and ever." Joe gave $50 of his prize money toward it. Wasn't he lovely? And oh, Margaret, such beautiful music as it makes. The little girl, with one small finger, struck a key. The sound seemed to fascinate her. Margaret caught her in her arms and kissed the enraptured face. "We shall be too happy, I'm afraid. I shouldn't have had the courage to ask for a piano, but it's the one thing above all others that I have wanted. Oh, it's just too delightful." Mrs. Underhill said, "It's a great piece of wastefulness, but the boys would have it. I'm sure I don't see where you're going to get time to learn everything. And you'll never know anything about housekeeping. I should be ashamed to have anyone marry you." People didn't hustle off to the country the day school closed. Indeed, some didn't go at all. The children played on the shady side of the street. The little girls had ring around a rosy that I think Eve's grandchildren must have invented. Then there's London Bridge is falling down, open the gates as high as the sky, and here come two lords quite out of a Spain A courting for your daughter fair. And after a great deal of disputing and beseeching, they obtained daughter fair, and averted war. And tag never failed with its Anna Mana Mona Mike. You find children playing them all, yet but I think the wonderful zest has gone out of them. In the evening, a throng of the First Street children who had pennies to spend used to go up to the corner of 2nd Street and Avenue A. An old colored woman sat there, with a gay Madras turban and a little table before her, that had a mysterious spring drawer. On one side she had an earthen jar, on the other a great pail with a white cloth over it, that emitted a steamy fragrance, and she sang in a sort of chanting tone. Hot corn, here's your nice hot corn. Smokin' hot, baked pears, Get away, chillin', get away, 'less you've got a penny. Stop crowdin'. They had enough to eat at home, but the corn was tempting. One night one boy would treat and break the ear of a corn in two and divide. And the baked pears were simply delicious. The old woman fished them out with a fork and put them on a bit of paper. Wooden plates had not been invented, and the high art was to lift up your pear by the stem and eat it. Sometimes a mischievous companion would joggle your arm and the stem would come out. And oh, the pear would drop in a mash on the sidewalk. You could not divide the pear very well, though children did sometimes pass a bite around. But we lived in happy innocence and safety, for the deadly Balakis had not been invented and ignorance was a bliss. End of Chapter 5. Recording by KatieChen, McLean, Virginia. Chapter 6 of A Little Girl in Old New York. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in a public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Little Girl in Old New York by Minnie Douglas. Chapter 6. Miss Dolly Beekman. It seemed curiously still after the boys went away. Margaret took 2 music lessons a week and gave the little girl half a one. And one day, Stephen came in and said, "Go dress yourself, Dinah, in a gorgeous array, and I'll take you a drive-in, so gallant and gay." "Both of us?" asked the little girl. "Yes, both of us. I have my new buggy and silver-mounted harness. You must go out and christen it for good luck. Hurry, Peggy, and put on your white dress." Miss Blackfan had been again, and made them 2 white frocks apiece. The little girl had wings over her shoulders, and they made her less slim. She wore a pink sash, and her hair was tied with pink. Her stockings were as white as the driven snow, and her slippers looked like dolls' wear. They were bronze and laced across the top several times, with narrow ribbon tied in a bow at her instep.
She had a new hat, too, a leghorn flat with pale pink roses on it. It cost a good deal, but then it would do up every summer and last years and years. Fashions didn't change every 3 months then. Margaret had a pretty gipsy hat, with a big light blue satin bow on the top and the strings tied under her chin, and it made quite a picture of her. Her sleeves came a little below the elbow, and both wore black silk open-work mitts that came halfway up the arm. There had been a shower the night before, and the dust was laid. They went over 2nd Street to the East River, where 1 or 2 blocks were quite given over to colored people. There was an African M.E. church that the little girl was very curious to see. Folks said in revival times they danced for joy. Crowds used to go to hear the singing. "But do they dance?" asked the little girl wonderingly. She couldn't quite reconcile it with the gravity of worship. "They simply march up and down the aisles, keeping time to the tunes." "Well, the Shakers danced in the same fashion." Stephen had been up to Lebanon. Then, a little farther on was another Methodist church, where several notable lights had preached. Near the river were some queer old houses, and at almost every corner a store. Saloons were a rarity. Over yonder was Williamsburg, up a little farther Astoria, just a place of country greenery. There were a few boats going up and down, and the ferry boats crossing. The houses were no longer in rows. There were some vegetable gardens, and German women were weeding in them. Then tracts of rather rocky land, wild and unimproved. After a while it began to grow more diversified and beautiful. Country residences and well-kept grounds full of shrubbery at the front and vegetables in the rear, with barns and stables betraying a rural aspect. The air was so sweet and fresh. "Oh!" exclaimed Margaret. "Annette Beekman must live somewhere about here. I promised her we would come up some day." Stephen turned into a country road. There were many grand old elms, hemlocks, pines, and fruit trees as well. A table stood under one, and some ladies were sitting there sewing and chatting, while several children ran about. And while they were glancing at them, a girl in a pretty blue muslin sprang up and ran down to the wide open gate. "Oh, Margaret!" cried Annette Beekman. "Why, this is lovely of you, Stephen. Can't you turn in and stop a while with us?" "I'm showing Margaret New York," said Steve with his pleasant laugh. "She has begun to think straight down to Rutgers Institute, compromised every bit there was of it." "Oh, Stephen!" deprecatingly. Someone else came out, a fair, tall girl with great braids of flaxen hair and a silver comb in the top to make her look taller still. She smiled very sweetly. "Oh, Mr. Underhill!" she exclaimed. "This is my big sister, and this is my little one," explained Stephen. "And this," to Margaret, "is Miss Dolly Beekman." A warm color rose in Margaret's cheeks as a half-suspicion stole over her. "You must get out and rest a while after this long ride," said Miss Dolly with winsome cordiality. "The rain last evening was delightful, but the day is warm. We are all living out of doors, as you see, and this, I suppose, is your little sister? Drive up and help the girls out, and then go round to the barn. You will find someone there." Stephen wound slowly up the driveway, nodding to the group of ladies. Dolly walked along the grassy path. She wore a white dotted Swiss gown with a baby waist, and had a blue satin sash with ends that fell nearly to the bottom of her skirt. Her sleeves came to the elbow and were composed of 3 rather deep ruffles edged with lace. Round her pretty white neck she had an inch-wide black velvet, fastened with a tiny diamond that Stephen had brought her a week ago. She looked like a picture, Margaret thought, and later her portrait in costume was exhibited at the Academy of Design. Stephen lifted his sisters down. Dolly took Margaret's arm and the little girl's hand and introduced them to almost as many sisters and cousins and aunts as there were in Pinafore. The small person was not quite comfortable. She had a feeling that the back of her nice frock was dreadfully crushed. Margaret was a little confused. Stephen seemed so at home among them all. Annette had spoken so familiarly of him, yet she had not suspected. How blind she had been! There was young Mrs. Beekman, 30 or so, already getting stout, and with the 5th Beekman boy that she would gladly have changed for a girl. Mrs. Bond, the next sister, with a boy and a girl, Aunt Giddy Beekman, some Vanderwater cousins, and some Gessler cousins from Nyack. They had rush-bottomed and splint chairs, several rockers, some rustic benches, and 2 or 3 tables standing about, with work-baskets and piles of sewing and knitting for people who had not outgrown industry in those days, and still taught their children the verses about the busy bee. Dolly put Margaret in a rocker, untied her bonnet, and took off her soft white mull scarf. Long shawls they were called, and the elder ladies wore them of black silk and handsome black lace. They were held up on the arms and sometimes tied carelessly, and the richer you were, the more handsomely you trimmed them at the ends. Then for cooler weather, there was paisley and India long shawls. Hanny kept close to her sister and leaned against her knee. She felt strange and timid with the eyes of so many grown people upon her, but they all took up their work and talked, asking Margaret various questions in sociable fashion. There were 3 Beekman boys and 1 little Bond running about. The little girl was very shy and would sit on her mother's lap. The Beekmans were fat and chubby, with their hair cut quite close, but not in the modern extreme. They wore long trousers and roundabouts, and low shoes with light gray stockings, though their Sunday best were white. We should say how they looked very queer and unmistakably Dutch. You sometimes see this attire among the new immigrants. But there were no little Fauntleroy boys at that period with their velvet jackets and knickerbockers, flowing curls and collars. The boys tried to inveigle Hanny among them. Petty offered her the small wooden bench he was carrying around. Paulus asked her to come and see Molly, who had great big horns, and went this way, brandishing his head so fiercely that the little girl shuddered and grasped Margaret's hand. "Don't tease her, boys," entreated their mother. "She'll get acquainted by and by. I suppose she isn't much used to children, being the youngest." "No, ma'am," answered Margaret. The boys scampered off. Annette knelt down on the short grass, and presently won a smile from the little girl, who was revolving a perplexity as to whether big boys were not a great deal nicer than little boys. Then Stephen came back, and Mr. Paulus Beekman, who was stout and dark, and favored his mother's side of the family. The ladies were very jolly, teasing one another, telling bits of fun, comparing work, and exchanging cooking recipes. Miss Giddy asked Margaret about her mother's family, the Vermillies. A Miss Vermilye, 60 or 70 years ago, had married a Conklin and come over to Gloucester. She seemed to have all her family genealogy at her tongue's end, and knew all the relations to the 3rd and 4th generation. But she had a rather sweet face, with fine wrinkles and blue veins, and wore her hair in long ringlets at the sides, fastened with shell combs that had been her mother's, and were very dear to her. She wore a light changeable silk, and it still had big sleeves, such as we are wearing today. But they had mostly gone out, and the elder ladies were combing their hair down over their ears. There were no crimping pins, so they had to braid it up at night in tails to make it wave, unless one had curly hair. Most of the young girls brushed it straight above their ears for ordinary wear, and braided or twisted it in a great coil at the back, though it was often elaborately dressed for parties. Aunt Giddy was netting a shawl out of white zephyr. It was tied in the same manner that one makes fishnets, and you used a little shuttle on which your thread was wound. It was very light and fleecy. Aunt Giddy had made one of silk for a cousin who was going abroad, and it had been very much admired. The little girl was greatly interested in this, and ventured on an attempt at friendliness. Dolly took them away presently to show them the flower beds. Mr. Beekman had 10 acres of ground. There were vegetables, corn and potato fields, and a pasture lot, beside the great lawn and flower garden. Old Mr. Beekman was out there. He was past 70 now, hale and hearty to be sure, with a round, wrinkled face and thick white hair, and he was passionately fond of his grandchildren. He had not married until he was 40, and his wife was much younger. There were long walks of dahlias of every color and kind. They were a favorite autumn flower, a great round bed of robin runaway bergamot that scented the air and attracted the hummingbirds. All manner of old-fashioned flowers that are coming round again, and you could see where there had been magnificent beds of peonies. In the early season, people drove out here to see Peter Beekman's tulip beds. There were borders of artemisias, as they were called, that diffused a pungent fragrance. We had not shaken hands so neighborly with Japan then, nor learned how she evolved her wonderful chrysanthemums. The little girl grew quite talkative with Mr. Beekman. You see, in those days there was a theory about children being seen and not heard, and no one expected a little 6-year-old to entertain or disturb a room full of company. The repression made them rather diffident, to be sure. But Mr. Beekman gathered her a nosegay of spice pinks, carnations now, and took her to see his beautiful ducks, snowy white, in a little pond, and another pair of Muscovy ducks, then some rare mandarin ducks from China. She told him about the ducks and chickens at Yonkers and how sorry she was to leave them. And then came the handsome white Angora cat with its long fur and curious eyes that were almost blue. And when she said, "Meow," in a rather delighted tone, it seemed as if she meant, "Oh, master, where have you been? I'm so glad to see you." He stood and patted her, and they held quite a conversation as she arched her neck, rubbed against his leg, and turned back and forth. Then she stretched way up on him and gave him her paw, which was very cunningly done. "This is a nice little girl who has come to see me," he said, as she seemed to look inquiringly at Hanny. "She's fond of everything, kitties especially." Kitty looked rather uncertain. Hanny was a little afraid of such a curious creature, but presently she came and rubbed against her with a soft little mew, and Hanny ventured to touch her. "She likes you," declared old Mr. Beekman, much pleased. "She doesn't often take fancies. She loves Dolly, and she won't have anything to do with Annette, though I think the girl teases her." "Nice KatieChen," said her master, patting her. "Shall we buy this little girl?" Perhaps you won't believe it, but KatieChen really said yes, and smiled. It was very different from the grin of the Chessy cat that Alice saw in Wonderland. Someone came flying down the path. "Father!" exclaimed Dolly. "Come and have a cup of tea or glass of beer. Stephen and his sister think they can't stay to supper, but maybe they'll leave the little girl. You seem to have taken such a notion to her." Hanny didn't want to be impolite, and she really did like Mr. Beekman, but as far as staying, her heart was up in her throat. Dolly picked up KatieChen and carried her in triumph. 2 white paws lay over Dolly's shoulder. There was a table with a shining copper tea kettle, a pewter tankard of home-brewed ale, bread and butter, cold chicken and ham, and a great dish of curd cheese, pound cake, soft and yellow, fruit cake, a heaping dish of doughnuts and various cookies and seed cakes. Scipio, a young colored lad, passed the eatables. Young Mrs. Beekman poured the tea. The mother sat near her. She was short and fat and wore her hair in a high pompadour roll, and she laughed a good deal, showing her fine white teeth, of which she was very proud. KatieChen sat in her master's lap, and the little girl was beside him. The boys were given their hands full and sent away. It was a very pretty picture, and the little girl felt as if she was reading an entertaining story. One of the Gessler cousins had been knitting lace, double oak leaf with a heading of insertion. It looked marvelous to the little girl. She said she was making it to trim a VIII. This was a Frenchy sort of garment lately come into vogue, though the little girl did not know what it was, and was too well trained to ask questions. But the lace might be the desire of one's heart. They sipped their tea or raspberry shrub, or enjoyed a glass of ale. They were all very merry. The little girl wondered how Dolly dared to be so saucy with Stephen when she only knew him such a little. Mrs. Beekman could hardly accept the fact that they would not stay to supper, and said they must come soon and spend the day, and have Stephen drive up for them, and that she hoped to see Mrs. Underhill. "It is quite delightful, and we are all well satisfied," she added, nodding rather mysteriously. Dolly put on the little girl's hat and kissed her, giving her a breathless squeeze. Miss Giddy kissed her as well, and told her she was a very pretty behaved child. The buggy came around, and Stephen put them in amid a chorus of good-byes. "The little one looks delicate," commented the younger Mrs. Beekman when they had driven away. "I'm afraid she doesn't run and play enough, but she's beautifully behaved. And what a fancy father took to her." "Miss Underhill doesn't seem like a real country girl," said another. "The Underhills are a good family, although English descent from some Lord Underhill. They were staunch royalists at one time." "And the Vermilias are good stock," said Aunt Giddy. "There's nothing like being particular as to family. It tells in the long run." "Well, Dolly, we think he will do," said Mrs. Beekman laughingly, as Dolly, having said her good-byes, sauntered back to the circle. "He might be richer, of course. There's a large family, and they can't have much apiece." "Stephen Underhill's got the making of a good substantial man in him," grunted Father Beekman. "If he'd been a poor shote, he wouldn't have hung around here very long, would he, KatieChen? We'd put a flea in his ear, wouldn't we?" KatieChen arched her back. Dolly laughed and blushed. Stephen was her own true love anyway, but she was glad to have them all like him. With the insistence of youth, she felt she never could have loved any other man. Stephen clicked to Prince, who was rested and full of spirits. They drove almost straight across the city, about at the end of our first 100 numbered streets, but the road wound around to get out of a low, marshy place, a pond in the rainy season, and some rocks that seemed tumbled up on end. They struck a bit of the old Boston Post Road, and that caused the little girl to stop her prattle and think of the old ladies they had never visited. She must jog her father's memory. That was what her mother always said when she recalled half-forgotten things. Stephen and Margaret had only spoken in answer to the little girl. He had a young man's awkwardness concerning a subject so dear to his heart. Margaret was awed by the mystery of love, captivated by Dolly's friendliness, and puzzled to decide what her mother would think of it. Stephen? Married? Any of them married, for that matter. How strange it would seem! And yet she had sometimes said, "When I am married." The place was wild enough. You would hardly think so now, when hollows had been filled and hills leveled and rocks blasted away. After they turned, a little stream wound in and out through the trees and bushes. Amid a tangled mass, the little girl espied some wild roses. "Oh, Steve!" she cried. "May I get out and pick some?" "I will." He handed the reins over to Margaret and sprang down, running across a little bridge, and soon gathered a great handful. "Oh, thank you!" and her eyes shone. "What a funny little bridge!" "That's Kissing Bridge." "Who do you have to kiss?" asked the little girl mirthfully. "Well, a long time ago, in Van Twiller's time, I guess," with a twinkle in his eye, "there wasn't any bridge. The lovers used to carry their sweethearts over, and the charge was a kiss." "Well, there wasn't any kissing bridge then," she said shrewdly. "When the bridge was built, they stopped and kissed out of remembrance." "Was it really so, Margaret?" "It has been called that ever since I can remember." "You unkind girl! Not to believe me!" exclaimed Stephen, with an air of offended dignity. "I am ever so much older than Margaret." "You didn't carry me over, but you carried the roses, so you shall have the kiss all the same." And as she reached up to his cheek, they both smiled. Then they came down Broadway to Bleecker Street and over home. Father Underhill was sitting on the stoop reading his paper. Jim begged to take the horse round to the stable. Margaret went upstairs to pull off her best dress and put on her pink gingham. She had just finished and was calling for Hanny when Stephen caught her in his arms. "Dear Peggy, you must have guessed." "Oh, Stephen, it seems so strange. Is it really so? I never dreamed I fell in love with Dolly months ago. There were so many caring for her that I hardly hoped myself, but there's some mysterious sense about it, and I began to see presently that she preferred me, though I didn't really ask her until Sunday night. And they all consented. We are regularly engaged now." "Oh, Stephen, to lose you!" "That is the first natural thought of the household. You are not going to lose me. We shall be engaged a long while. A year, surely." "But, Father, and our coming here." "That is all right. I can't make any difference. Only you will have a new sister. Oh, Peggy, try to love her," persuasively, yet knowing she could not resist her. "She is very sweet." "Sweet? She's just cream and roses and all the sweetest things of life put together. I tell you, Peggy, I'm a lucky fellow. Of course it will seem a little strange at first, but someday you'll have your romance. Only I don't believe you can ever understand how glad the other fellow will be to get you. Girls can't. And you'll try to make things smooth with Mother if she feels a little put out at first? Dolly wants to love you all. She's admired Joe so much, and they are all proud of him." The supper bell rang impatiently. Stephen kissed his sister and gave her a rapturous hug. Hanny came upstairs, and Margaret hurried through her change of attire. "I thought you never were coming," began their mother tartly. "Millier, you're the worst of the lot when you get your nose buried in a newspaper. Boys, do keep still, though I suppose you're half-starved," with a reproachful look at those who had delayed the meal. The little girl had eaten so many of the delicious cookies that she wasn't a bit hungry. So she entertained her father with the miles of dahlias and the wonderful cat, so soft and furry and different from theirs, and with truly blue eyes, and who could understand everything you said to her. And Mr. Beekman was very nice, but not as nice as Father. The little boys were so short and so funny. And I don't believe I like little boys. Jim and Benny, Frank and all of you are nicer. Perhaps it is the bigness. They all laughed at that. She sat in her father's lap afterward, and went on with her quaint story, until her mother came and routed her out and said, "I do believe, Millier, you'd keep that child up all night." Afterward Mr. Underhill went out on the front stoop. where he and Stephen had a long talk, while Margaret sat at the piano making up for her afternoon's dissipation. But in the soft, vague light she could see Dolly Beekman with her laughing eyes and crown of shining hair, and was sure she would make a delightful sister. Mrs. Underhill sat in darned stockings and sighed a little. Yet she was secretly proud of Margaret, even if she did study French and music. Whether they would ever help her to keep house was a question. Where would she have found time for such things? End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of A Little Girl in Old New York. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. A Little Girl in Old New York by Amanda Minnie Douglas. Chapter 7. Miss Lois and 60 years ago. Yes, come, get out once in a while. I've no time to spare, said Mrs. Underhill. Someone has to work or you'd all be in a fine case. Here's Margaret spending her time drumming on the piano and studying French and whatnot. I dare say you'll be called upon sometime to take your daughter to Paris to show off her accomplishments. I hope we'll do credit to each other, he returned with a dry, humorous laugh, as if amused. The world goes round so fast, one can't keep up with it. If the work only rushed on that way, why, don't some of you smart men have plenty of time to sit around, invent a machine to cook and sew and sweep the house? Martha's a pretty good housekeeping machine, I think, and you might find another to sew. She had no idea that Elias Howe was hard at work on a tireless iron and steel sewing woman and was puzzling his brains day and night to put an eye in the needle that would be satisfactory. You'd need to be made of money to hire all these folks. Margaret ought to be sewing this very minute, but she's fussing over those drawings of John's. I've such a smart family, I think they'll set me crazy. And what you will do when I am gone. We're not going to let you go away so easy. And if you would just go out a bit now and then. Come, Mother, with entreaty in his voice. Oh, Miller, she said, touched by something in the tone. I really can't go today. I've got all those shirts to cut out. And Miss Weir told me of a girl who would be glad to come and sew for 50 cents a day. I think I'll have her a few days, and you look up the poor old creatures and see if they are in any want. Then, if I really can do them any good, I'll go. She always softened in the end. She felt a little sore and touchy about Steve's engagement, and proud, too, that Miss Beekman had accepted him. Stephen had insisted someone must come in and help sew, and that his mother must have a little time for herself. 7 men and boys to make shirts for was no light matter. The little girl was learning to darn stockings very nicely and helped her mother with those. So Father Underhill took the little girl and Dobbin and the ordinary harness, for Steve had prints and the silver-mounted trappings, and the elders could guess where he had gone. Business was dull along in August, so the men had some time for diversion, and the father always enjoyed his little daughter. Her limited knowledge and quaint comments amused him, and her sweet, innocent love touched the depths of his soul. It was quite in the afternoon when they started. Dobbin was not as young and frisky as Prince, so they jogged along, looking at the gardens, the trees, the wild masses of vines and sumac, and then stretches of rocky space interspersed with squatters' cabins, and the goats, pigs, geese, and chickens. Sometimes, in after years, when she rode through Central Park, she wondered if she had not dreamed all this instead of seeing it with her own eyes. They went over to Mr. Bruckner's to inquire. "Oh," he exclaimed, "Mrs. Bruckner will be so sorry to miss you. She has talked so much about your little girl and threatened to hunt her up. And now she's gone to Saratoga for a fortnight to see the fashions. But you must come up again." Then he directed them, and they drove over in a westerly course and soon came to the little stone house that bore evident marks of decay from neglect as well as age. The first story was rough stone, the half story of shingles that had once been painted red. There were 2 small windows in the gable ends, but in front of the eaves overhung the doorway and the windows and were broken and moss-grown. There was a big flat stone for the doorstep, a room on one side with 2 windows and on the other only 1. The hall store was divided in the middle, the upper part open. There was a queer brass knocker on this, and the lower part fastened with an old-fashioned latch. The little courtyard looked tidy, and there was a great row of sweet clover along the fence, but now and then the goats would nibble it off. When they stepped up on the stoop, they saw an old lady sitting in a rocking chair with a little table beside her and some knitting in her lap. She had evidently fallen into a doze. Hanny stretched up on tiptoe. A great gray cat lay asleep also. There were some mats laid about the floor, 2 very old armchairs with fine rush bottoms painted yellow, a door open on either side of the hall, and a well-worn winding stairs going up at the back. Mr. Underhill reached over and gave a light knock. The cat lifted its head and made a queer sound like a gentle call, then went to the old lady and stretched up to her knees. She started and glanced toward the door, then rose in a little confusion. "I am looking for Miss Underhill," began the visitor. "Oh, pardon me." She unbolted the lower door. "I believe I had fallen asleep." "Miss Underhill?" in a sort of surprised inquiry. "I am one of the sisters. Walk in." She pushed out one of the armchairs and gave her footstool to the little girl. "I am an Underhill myself, a sort of connection, I dare say. We heard of you some time ago, but I have been much occupied with business. Yet I have intended all the time to call on you. You were very good, I am sure. We had some relations on Long Island, and I think some hereabout, but we lost sight of them long ago. We really have no one now. My sister Jane is past 80, and I am only 3 years younger. She was a slim, shrunken body, and her hands were almost transparent, so white was her skin. Her gown was gray, and she wore a white kerchief crossed on her bosom like a Quakeress. Her fine muslin cap had a narrow plain border of that denomination. Mr. Underhill made a brief explanation of his antecedents and his removal to the city, then mentioned hearing of them from Mr. Bruckner. "You were very good to hunt us up," she said, with a touching tremble in her voice. "I don't think now I could tell anything about my father's relatives. He was killed at the Battle of Harlem Heights, and my only other brother was taken prisoner. The Ferrises, my mother's people, owned a great farm hereabout, but much of it was laid waste, and a little later the old homestead burned down. This house was built for us before the British evacuated the city. My brother had died in prison of a fever, and there were only my mother and us two girls." Hanny was sitting close by her. She reached over and took the wrinkled hand gently. "Do you mean you were alive then? A little girl in the Revolutionary War?" she exclaimed in breathless surprise. "Why, I was 9 years old," and she gave a faded little smile. "I doubt if you're more'n that." "I am a little past 8, said Annie. "And the battle was just over yonder," nodding her head. "We all hoped so that General Washington would win. My father was very patriotic and very much in earnest for the independence of the country. The armies were separated by Harlem Plains, and General Howe pushed forward through McGowan's Pass, the rocky gorge over yonder, but our men forced them into the cleared field, and if it had not been for a troop of Hessians, they would have driven the British off the field. But I believe Washington thought it best to retreat. I've heard it was almost a victory. Still, it wasn't quite. But we were wild with apprehension, for we could hear the noise and the firing, and then the awful word came that Father was killed." "Oh!" cried the little girl, and she laid her soft cheek on the wrinkled hand. What if she had been alive then? And she looked over to her father with tears in her eyes. It was a sad, sad time. Some of the Ferrises were on the king's side. You know, a great many people believed the rebels all wrong and said that they never could win. My Uncle Ferris was bitterly opposed to Father's espousing the Federalists' cause. "But you didn't want England to win, did you?" inquired the little girl, wide-eyed. "We were so full of trouble. My mother was very bitter, I remember, and folks called her a Tory. Then brother, who was only 17, was taken prisoner. Uncle Ferris said it would be a good lesson for a hot-headed young fellow, and that 2 or 3 months in prison would cool his ardor. But he was taken sick and died before we knew he was really ill. Then our house burned down. Mother thought it was set on fire. Oh, my child, such quantities of things as were in it. My mother had never gone away from the old house because grandmother was a widow. Then the land was divided and this smaller house built for mother and us. The British took possession of the city, and it was said Uncle made money right along. But the English were very good to us. and no one ever molested us after that. Dear, we used to think it almost a day's journey to go down to the bowling green." The little girl was listening, wide-eyed, and drew a long breath. There had been many changes, but somehow we seem to have gone on until most everybody has forgotten us. You might like to see Sister Jane, though she's quite deaf and hasn't her mind very clear. I don't know, hesitatingly. "Do you live here all alone?" Mr. Underhill asked. "Not exactly alone, no. We sold the next door lot 4 years ago to some Germans. Very nice people. The mother comes in and helps with our little work and looks after our garden and sleeps here at night. The doctor thought it wasn't safe to be left here alone with Sister Jane. It made it easy for them to pay for the place. It's nearly all gone now, but there'll be enough to last our time out," she commented with a soft sigh of self-abnegation. "And you have no relatives, that is, no one to look after you a bit?" "Well, you see, Grandmother made hard feelings with the relatives. She didn't think the colonies had any right to go to war. And after Father's death, Mother felt a good deal that way. They dropped us out, and we never took any pains to hunt them up. We never knew much about the Underhills. I must say you are very kind to come," and her voice trembled. Just then the door opened, and Miss Underhill sprang up to take her sister's arm and lead her to a chair. She was taller and stouter, and the little girl thought her oldest-looking person that she had ever seen. Her cap was all awry, her shawl was slipping off one shoulder, and she had a sort of disheveled appearance as she looked curiously around. Lois straightened her up, seated her, and introduced her to her visitors. "I'm hungry. I want something to eat, Lois," she exclaimed in a whining, tremulous tone, regardless of the strangers. Miss Underhill begged to be excused and went for a plate of bread and butter and a cup of milk. "Perhaps you'd like to see our old parlor," she said to her guests, and opened the door. There were 2 rooms on this side of the house. The back one was used for a sleeping chamber. She threw the shutters wide open, and a little late sunshine stole over the faded carpet that had once been such a matter of pride with the 2 young women. There were some family portraits, a man with a queue and a ruffled shirt front, another with a big curly white wig coming down over his shoulders, and several ladies whose attire seemed very queer indeed. There was a black sofa studded with brass nails that shone as if they had been lately polished, a tall desk and bookcase going up to the ceiling, brass and silver candlesticks and snuffers tray, as well as a bright steel tinderbox on a high, narrow mantel. The big mahogany table stood in the center of the room, polished until you could see your face in it, but there was an odd, tall article in the corner, much tarnished now, but ornamented with gilt and white vines that drooped and twisted about. Long wiry strings went from top to bottom. "I suppose you don't know what that is," said Miss Lois when she saw the little girl inspecting it. "That's a harp. Young ladies played on it when we were young ourselves, and they had a spinet. I believe it's altered now and called a piano." "A harp," said the little girl in amaze. Her ideas of a harp were very vague, but she thought it was something you carried around with you. She had heard the children sing, "I want to be an angel, and with the angels stand, a crown upon my forehead, a harp within my hand." And the size of this confused her. "But how would you play on it?" she asked. "You stood this way. You could sit down, but it was considered more graceful to stand, and you played in this manner." She fingered the rusted strings. A few emitted a doleful sort of sound, almost like a cry. "We've all grown old together," she said sorrowfully. "It was considered a great accomplishment in my time. I believe people still play on the harp. We had a great many curious things, but several years ago a committee of some kind came and bought them. We needed the money, sadly, and we had no one to leave them to when we died. There was some beautiful old china, and a lady bought the fan and handkerchief that my grandmother carried at her wedding. The handkerchief was worked at some convent in Italy and was fine as a cobweb. My mother used it, and then it was laid by for us, but we never needed it," and she gave a soft sigh. She had glided out now, and then to look after Jane, who was eating as if she was starved. And in the broken bits of talk, Mr. Underhill had learned, by indirect questioning, that they had parted with their land by degrees and with some family valuables, until there was only this old house and a small space of ground left. Miss Jane was anxious now to see the visitors, but she was so deaf Lois had to repeat everything, and she seemed to forget the moment the thing was said. Dobbin whinnied as if he thought the call had been long enough. Mr. Underhill squeezed a banknote into the hand of Miss Lois as he said goodbye. "Get some little luxury for your sister," he added. "Thank you for all your friendliness," and the tears stood in her eyes. "Come again and bring your sister Margaret," she said to the little girl. They drove over westward a short distance. The rocky gorge was still there, and at its foot was one of the first battlefields of this vicinity. Annie looked at it wonderingly. "Then Washington retreated up to Kingsbridge," began her father. "They found they could not hold that, and so they went on to White Plains, followed by some Hessian troops. They didn't seem very fortunate at first, for they were beaten again. Grandmother can tell you a good deal about that. And a great uncle had his house burned down, and they were forced to fly to a little old house on top of a hill. My father was a little boy then." The little girl looked amazed. Did he know about the war? It seemed such a long, long time ago, like the flood and the selling of Joseph. And was grandmother really alive? "Grandmother is about as old as Miss Lois. Miss Lois doesn't look so awful old, but the other lady does. I felt afraid of her." "Don't think of her, Pussy. It's very sad to lose your senses and be a trouble." "You couldn't," was the confident reply after much consideration. She didn't see how such a thing could happen to him. "I hope I never shall," he returned with an earnest prayer just under his breath. Dobbin insisted upon going home briskly. He was thinking of his supper. The little girl was so sorry not to have Benny Frank to talk over her adventures with. Margaret and her mother were basting shirts. John was drawing plans on the dining room table. He had found a place to work at house building and was studying architecture and drafting. A man had come in to see her father, so she was left quite alone. The Deans and several of the little girls on the block had gone visiting. She walked up and down a while, thinking how strange the world was and what wonderful things had happened, vaguely feeling that there couldn't be any to come in the future. At the end of the week, she and Margaret went up to White Plains as grandmother was anxious to see them. Her grandmother was invested with a curious new interest in her eyes. That anyone belonging to her should have lived in the Revolutionary War seemed a real stretch of the imagination for a little girl 8 years old. Grandmother considered her wonderful also. She wasn't so much in favor of short frocks and pantalettes that came down to your ankles, but the little girl did look pretty in them. And when she found how neatly she could hemstitch and do such beautiful feather stitch and darn and read so plainly that it was a pleasure to listen to her, she had to admit that Hannah Ann was a real credit, and she confessed in her secret heart, a very sweet little girl. "I've begun your new Irish chain patchwork," she said. "I've made one block for a pattern and cut out quite a pile." Aunt Eunice lighted upon some beautiful green calico. I was upon a stand whether to have green or red, but an Irish chain generally is pieced in green. It seemed more appropriate. And yet people had not begun to sing the wearing of the green. "I declare," said Cousin Ann, "you're such an old-fashioned little thing, one can hardly tell which is the oldest, you or your grandmother." "Is it anything, what should she say, wrong or bad, seemed too forcible, queer to be old-fashioned?" "Well, yes, queer, but you're awful sweet and cunning, Hannah Ann, and we'd just like to keep you forever." With that, she almost squeezed the breath out of the little girl and kissed her a dozen times. Grandmother could tell such wonderful stories as they sat and sewed. All the glories of the old Underhill house and the silver pan plate that had come over from England and the set of real china that a sea captain, one of the Underhills, had brought from China, and how it had taken 3 years to go there and come back, and the beautiful India shawl it had taken 7 years to make, and the Persian silk gown that had been bought of some great chief or mogul. Grandmother wasn't quite sure, but she thought they had a king or emperor in those countries. She had a little piece of silk that she showed Hanny, and a waist ribbon that came from Paris. "For, you see," said she, "we were angry with England that we wouldn't buy anything of her if we could help it, and the French people came over and helped us." "What did they fight about, Grandmother?" "Oh, child, a great many things. You can't understand them all now, but you'll learn about them presently. The people who came here and settled the country wanted the right to govern themselves. They thought a king thousands of miles away, couldn't know what was best for them, and England sent over things and we had to pay for them whether we wanted them or not. And it was a long struggle, but we won, and the British had to go back to their own country. Why, if we hadn't fought, we wouldn't have had any country. And the grandmother's old face flushed. The little girl thinks it would be dreadful not to have a country, but her mind is quite chaotic on the subject. She is glad, however, to have been on the winning side. Nearly every day, Uncle David took her out driving. They saw the old house on the hill in a half-hidden woody section where the family had to live until the new house was built. They went round the battlefield, but 60 years of peace had made great changes, and the next 50 years was to see a beautiful town and many-storied palaces all about. She dipped into the history of New Amsterdam again and began to understand it better, though she did mistrust that Mr. Dedrick Knickerbocker now and then made fun, not unlike her father. The visit came to an end quite soon, Grandmother thought, and she was very sorry to part with the little girl. She thought she would try and come down when the fall work was done, and she gave Annie only 4 blocks of patchwork, for if she went to school, there wouldn't be much time to sew. They stopped at Yonkers 2 days and picked up the boys, who were brown and rosy. Aunt Crete was much better and did not have to go about with her face tied up. She said there was no place like Yonkers after all. Retty seemed happy and jolly, but there was a new girl in the kitchen, for Aunt Mary had gone to live with her children. George said he should come down a while when the crops were in. School commenced the 1st of September, sharp. It was hot, of course. Summer generally does lap over. The boys who had shouted themselves hoarse with joy when school closed made the street and the playground ring with delight again. If they were not so fond of studying, they liked the fun of good fellowship. And when they marched up and down the long aisles singing, "Hail Columbia, happy land, hail ye heroes, heaven-born band, who fought and bled in freedom's cause," you could feel assured another generation of patriots was being raised for some future emergency. Oh, what throats and lungs they had! Mrs. Underhill had been around to see Mrs. Craven and liked her very well indeed. So the little girl was to go to school with Josie and Tootie Dean. Some new people had come in the street 2 doors below. Among the members was a little girl of 7, the child of the oldest son, and a large girl of 14 or so, 2 young ladies, one of whom was teaching school and the other making artificial flowers in a factory downtown, and 2 sons. The eldest one was connected with a newspaper and was in poor health. His wife, the little girl's mother, had been dead some years. The child was rather pale and thin, with large dark eyes and a face too old for her years and rather pathetic. And when Mrs. Whitney came in a few days later to inquire where Mrs. Underhill sent her little girl to school, she decided to let her grandchild go to Mrs. Craven's also. She's quite a delicate little thing and takes after her mother. I tell my son she wants to company with other children and not sit around nursing the cat. But Ophelia, that's my daughter who teaches downtown where we used to live, says the public school is no place for her. And your little girl seems so nice and quiet-like. Nora, as they called her, was very shy at first. Annie went after her and found the Deans waiting on their stoop. Nora never uttered a word, but looked as if she would cry the next moment. Mrs. Craven took her in charge in a motherly fashion, but it seemed very hard for her to fraternize with the children. Mrs. Craven lived in a corner house. The entrance to the school was on 3rd Street, and the school room was built off the back parlor, which was used as a recitation room for the older class. There were about 20 little girls, none of whom older than 12. At the end of the yard was a vacant lot, fenced in, which made a beautiful playground. There were numbers of such schools at that period, but they were mostly for little girls. Annie liked it very much. On Wednesday afternoon they had drawing and reading aloud when the girls could make their own selections, which were sometimes very amusing. On Friday afternoon they sewed and embroidered and did worsted work. There was quite a rage about this. One girl had a large piece in a frame, Joseph sold by his brethren. Annie never tired of the beautiful blue and red and orange costumes. Another girl was working a chair seat, and still another had begun to embroider a black silk apron with a soft shade of red. Then they hem-stitched handkerchiefs. They marked towels and napkins with ornate letters, and really were a busy lot. Little Eleanora Whitney couldn't sew a stitch, and some of the girls thought it just dreadful. Friday, from 3:30 until 5, Miss Helen Craven gave the children, whose parents desired it, a dancing lesson. If Nora couldn't sew, she could dance like a fairy. Her education was a curious conglomeration. She could read and declaim, but spelling was quite beyond her, and her attempts at it made a titter through the room. She could talk a little French, and she had crossed the ocean to England with her papa, so she wasn't to be despised altogether. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of A Little Girl in Old New York. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lily. A Little Girl in Old New York by Amanda Minnie Douglas. The End of the World. 'Tain't no such thing. The world wouldn't come to an end. Janey Day quite forgot Mrs. Craven's strictures on speech. It's too strong, and it's round, said the wit of the school. Round as a ring and has no end. There now. But the world ain't like a ring. So isn't my love for you, my friend. There was quite a little shout of laughter. One of the larger girls, Hester Brown, stood with upraised head and earnest countenance. It is coming to an end in October. It is only 2 or 3 weeks off. My father has read it all in the Bible, and we are getting ready. Her demeanor silenced the little group. But how do you get ready? We must repent of our sins, and that's why Mother wouldn't let me come to the dancing class. She thinks it wrong anyway, and Mother and Auntie are making their ascension robes. We go to church every night. The girls stood awestruck. "What's going to happen?" asked one. "Why, the world will be burned up. All those who love God are to be caught up to heaven. Then the dead people who have been good will rise out of their graves, and all the rest. Everything will be burned." The solemnity of the girl's voice impressed so that they looked at each other in silent fear. "I just don't believe a word of it," declared Janey Day, drawing a long breath. "My father is a good man and goes to church and reads the Bible every night. He's read it through more than 50 times and has never said a word about the world coming to an end, and is building a new house for us to move into next spring." 50 times, Janey Day? It takes a long, long while to read the Bible through. My grandmother's read it all through twice, and she's awful old. "Well, 20 times at least. And don't you suppose he'd found something about it?" "Everybody can't tell. It's in Daniel. There's days and times to be added up." "5 of you, Janey," said the wit with the child's irreverence. "Just when is it coming to an end? Girls, there's no use to study any more lessons." "It will be next week," said Hester, with almost tragic solemnity. "But you must all go on doing your work just the same." "I don't see the sense. I've just begun fractions, and I hate them. I wouldn't do another sum." The bell rang, and recess was at an end. The girls straggled until they reached the doorway, then suddenly straightened themselves into an orderly line and took their seats quietly. There was a sound of rapidly moving pencils. Slates and pencils were in full swing then. No one had invented pads. One after another read out answers. A few went up to Mrs. Craven for assistance. "Lottie Brower," the lady said presently. Lottie colored. She had a kind of schoolgirl grudge against Hester. I haven't done my sums," she replied slowly. "Why not?" "Because the world is coming to an end. They're so hard, and what is the use if we're not going to live longer than next week?" Every girl stopped her work and stared at Hester, amazed, yet rather enjoying Lottie's audacity. "How did you come by such an idea?" asked Mrs. Craven quietly. "But is there any use of studying or anything?" Lottie's voice had a little tremble in it. "I'm sure I don't want the world to come to an end, but do your people believe this?" "No, ma'am," replied Lottie. "Where, then, did you get the idea?" "Hester Brown is sure." Hester's face was scarlet. She felt that she was called upon to bear witness. "My father and mother believe it, and we are all getting ready. My uncle means to give away all his things next week." The girl was such in earnest that Mrs. Craven was puzzled for a moment. "I do not think we shall know the day or hour," was the reply. "We are all exhorted to go on diligently with whatever we are doing. And Lottie, Hester has certainly set you an example. She did her sums correctly. She has added works to her faith as the Bible commands. I am aware many people think the end of the world is near, but that is no reason for our being careless and indolent. I doubt if that excuse would be accepted. At all events, I cannot accept yours." "But I hate fractions. The divisors and the multiples get all mixed up and go racing round in my head until I can't tell one from the other." "Bring your slate here." Mrs. Craven made room for her by the table. "Now, what is the trouble?" 12 o'clock struck before Lottie was through, but she had to admit that it wasn't so awful when Mrs. Craven explained the sums in her quiet, lucid manner. The girls rose and went to the closet for their hats and capes. "Girls," began Mrs. Craven, "I want to say a word. I hope each one of you will respect the other's religious belief. Our country has been founded on the cornerstone of liberty in this matter, and one ought to be noble enough not to ridicule or sneer at any honest, sincere faith, remembering that we cannot all believe alike." Hester went out with 2 or 3 of the larger girls. "I do not think you are quite kind, Lottie," said her teacher in a soft tone. "But what would be the use of fractions if the world came to an end?" "Oh, Mrs. Craven, do you believe it? I should feel just dreadful. The world has so many splendid things in it, and to be burned up—" "I should just be frightened to death," and one little girl shuddered. "Children, I am sorry anything has been said about this. There are a good many people who believe and who have preached for the last 3 years that the end of the world is near. The time has been set for next week. Yet the Bible does say that no man knoweth the day nor the hour. I do not believe in these predictions. And she smiled reassuringly. I think we can all count on Thanksgiving and a Merry Christmas as well as a Happy New Year. I want you all to be kind to each other, and when Hester is disappointed next week, to refrain from teasing her. If you think for a moment, you will find it very easy to believe just as your parents do, for you love them the best of anyone in this world. And the more you respect and obey them, the more ready you are to be kind and gentle and truthful to all about you, the better you are serving God. You must leave this matter in His hands, and remember that He loves you all, and will do whatever is best. Don't feel troubled about the world coming to an end. I'm afraid Lottie here will have a great deal more trouble about fractions. I doubt if she gets through by Christmas. Now run home or you will be late for dinner. The little girl sat very quiet at the table. There was only her mother, John, and the boys. She wished that her father or Steve were here so that she could ask them. A strange awe was creeping over her. It seemed so dreadful to have all the world burned up. There might be some people left behind in the hurry. It hurt terribly to be burned, even a little. There was a very sober lot of girls at school that afternoon. The jest was all taken out of recess. Hester sat on the steps reading a little pocket testament. The others huddled together and shook their heads mysteriously, saying just above a whisper, I don't believe it. My mother says it isn't so. But somehow they did not seem to fortify themselves much with these protestations. Some of the elder cousins had come to visit and take tea. People went visiting by 3 in the afternoon and carried their work along. There was an atmosphere of relationship and real living that gave a certain satisfaction. You enjoyed it. It was not paying a social debt reluctantly, relieved to have it over, but a solid, substantial. Martha took the little girl upstairs and put on a blue delaine frock and white apron, and polished her buskins, as the low shoes were called. Then she went into the parlor and spoke to all the ladies. She had her lace in a little bag, and presently she sat down on an ottoman and took out her work. You don't mean to say that child can knit lace, and oak leaf too. I do declare, what a smart little girl. Oh, she embroiders quite nicely. Also, Hannah Ann, get your apron and show Cousin Dorcas. The apron was praised, and the handkerchiefs she had marked for her father were brought out. Then she was asked what she was studying at school. Cousin Dorcas was knitting shells for a counterpane. There was one of white and one of red, and they were put together in a rather long diamond shape with a row of open work between every block. It was for her daughter, who was going to be married in the spring, and it interested the little girl wonderfully. Then they talked about Steve and Dolly Beekman. While the girls were at White Plains, Steve had coaxed his father and mother up to the Beekmans, and the engagement had been settled with all due formality. Dolly and her mother had been down and taken tea, and now Steve went up every Sunday afternoon and stayed to supper, and once or twice through the week, and took Dolly out driving and escorted her to parties. The Beekmans were good, solid people, and Peggy ought to be satisfied that Stephen had chosen so wisely. Was it true that Stephen had been buying some land way out of town? Did he mean to build there? Oh, dear, no, answered his mother. It was a crazy thing, but John had really persuaded him, and John was too young to have any judgment, but he said the Astors were buying up there, and land was almost given away. I don't know what it's good for, declared Aunt Frazee. Why, it'll be 40 years before the city'll go out there. Well, it may be good for his grandchildren. They all gave a little laugh. Presently, another of the cousins sat down at the piano and played the Battle of Prague. Then Aunt Frazee said, Do sing something. It doesn't seem half like music without the singing. Maria Jane ran her fingers over the keys and began a plaintive air very much in vogue. Shed not a tear o'er your friend's early bier. When I am gone, I am gone. Aunt Frazee heard her through the first verse and then said impatiently, You've sung that at so many funerals, Maria Jane, that it makes me feel creepy. Used to sing Banks and Braes. Do try that." It had been said of Maria Jane in her earlier years that she had sung Bonnie Doon so pathetically she had moved the roomful to tears. Her voice was rather thin now, with a touch of shrillness on the high notes, but the little girl listened entranced. Then she sang Scots Way Hey and Roy's Wife of Aldi Valloch. Margaret had come home. The supper table was spread. The men came in, and they sat down to a feast. They teased Steve a little, and bade John beware, and were so merry all the evening that when it came her bedtime, the little girl had forgotten all about the world coming to an end. The girls discussed it the next day. Most of their mothers and fathers had scouted the idea. Josie Dean was very positive it couldn't be. Her father had been going over the Bible, and the Millerites had made a big mistake. "And girls," said Josie earnestly, "St. John, one of the disciples of our Savior, lived to be 100 years old. Some people taught that the world would come to an end before he died, and now it's 1843, and it stood all this while, though every now and then there's been excitement about it, and I ain't going to be afraid at all. There now." The little girl wondered whether she would be afraid, but Friday evening the boys were full of it, and Steve said it was nonsense. She crept up into her father's lap and asked him in a tremulous whisper if he was afraid. "No, dear," he answered, pressing her to his heart, "but if it should come, well, I'd take my little girl and mother and Margaret." "And what would you do?" as he made a long pause. "I'd beg to be taken into heaven, and we would all be together. I think God would be good to us." "And the boys?" "Yes, the boys." He wondered within himself if they were all fit for heaven, but he was quite sure the little girl was. There was a very great excitement. For months there had been meetings of exhortation and prophesying, and appeals to conscience, to terror, to the desire of being saved from pending destruction. Last winter there had been revivals everywhere, yet during the summer thoughtful people had questioned whether the moral tone of the community had been any higher. There were heroic souls that always rise to the surface in times of spiritual agitation. There were others moved by any excitement who seized on this with a kind of ungovernable rapture. No one spoke of it in Sunday school. Hanny brought home Little Blind Lucy, and was so lost in its perusal that she hardly wanted to leave off for half an hour with Joe. But her mother let her look over to see whether Lucy really did have her eyesight restored. She was so sleepy that when she had said her little prayer she felt quite sure that God would take care of her and the beautiful world he had made. It would be quite cruel to burn it all up. But the children went to school on Monday. Martha washed as usual. She did think it would be a waste of labor and strength if the world came to an end, though she was sure clean clothes would burn up quicker, and if it had to be, one might as well have it over as soon as possible. All things went on, the buying and selling, the business of the day, and in some houses there were weary, pain-racked bodies that slipped out of life gently without waiting for the general conflagration. Still, a strange awe did pervade the city. Some of the churches were open, and people were on their knees weeping and sobbing to be made ready. Others were full of faith and expectations, singing hymns and impatiently waiting the next moment when the trump would sound and they would be caught up to glory. Down on Grand Street, Hester Brown's uncle was giving away shoes and wondering at the fatal unbelief of those who were so ready to accept. Here and there another of abounding faith was doing the same thing, or perhaps giving away things they did not need, hoping it would be accounted to them for good works. Hester was not in school, neither did she come on Tuesday, and that night was to be the fatal end of all things. A great many people went to church that day. The children did suffer from dread, though Lottie Brower kept up a sort of cheery bravado as one whistles or sings in the dark. "And I don't think Hester's been such an awful sight better than the rest of us." She answered correct one day when she had talked and pretended she had forgotten all about it, and she was just mean enough about that clover leaf pattern and wouldn't show a single girl. and she gets mad just as easy as the rest of us. I think we oughtn't get mad any more. And, girls, I'll lend you my knife to sharpen your pencils. We ought to try to be just as good as we could, for my Sunday school teacher said if we died the world came to an end for us. They made many resolves. Mrs. Craven thought they had never been so angelic in their lives. But the little girl was very much stirred up. People didn't say nervous so much in those days. In fact, nervousness was rather associated with whims and tempers. Joe came over to supper. He could get off from the hospital now and then. They were all talking about going to Delancey Street Church, where it was said people would be dressed in their ascension robes and remain to the final change. Margaret begged to go and said she knew all her lessons. The boys had theirs to study. Jim scouted the idea of the world's coming to an end. Benny adduced several remarkable reasons why it couldn't just come yet. The Millerites had made a mistake in the true meaning of the days in Daniel. "Are you quite sure?" asked the little girl timidly. "Well, you'll see the same old world next week this time. Don't you get frightened, Hanny dear." And Ben kissed her reassuringly. She sat by the boys and knit on her lace a while. Then her mother looked up from the stockings she was darning. She said, "She always took time by the forelock." And the little girl had a fancy sometime she would drag him out. She wondered if she would really like to see Time with his hourglass and scythe, and all his bones showing. Mrs. Underhill looked up at the clock. "My goodness, Hanny!" she exclaimed. "It's time you were in bed half an hour ago. Put up your lace, you'll be sleepy enough in the morning." The little girl wound it round her needles and then stuck the ends in the stem of the spool and put it away in her basket. She kissed Ben and Jim good night and followed her mother. Her eyes had a half-frightened look and the pupils were very large. Mrs. Underhill felt out of patience that there should be so much talk about the world coming to an end before children. She knew Hanny was just alive with terror. She couldn't pretend to explain anything to her. She was of the opinion that as you grew older you found out things for yourself. And I am really afraid she didn't believe in total depravity for sweet little girls like Hanny. It was well enough for boys. So much of her life had been spent in doing, and she might have neglected some of the mint, anise, and cumin. She undressed the little girl. Oh, how fair and pretty her shoulders were, and her round white arms that had a dimple at the top of the elbow. She was small for her age, but nice and plump, and her mother felt just this minute as if she would like to cuddle her up in her arms and kiss her as she had in babyhood. If she had, all the fear would have gone out of the little girl's heart. Hanny said her prayer and added to it, "Oh, Lord Jesus, please don't let the world come to an end tonight." Then her mother patted down the bed, took off one pillow and the pretty top quilt, and put her in, kissing her tenderly, the little trembling thing. Then she stood still a while. "I do wonder what I did with your red coat," she began. "Cousin Cynthia said it might be let down and due for this winter. There's no little girl to grow into your clothes. Let me see. I put a lot of things in this closet. I remember pinning them up in linen pillowcases, but I meant to store them in the cedar chest. I wonder if I have been that careless." She stood up on a chair and threw down some bundles with unnecessary force. Then she stepped down and began to look them over, keeping up a running comment. She would not have admitted that she was talking against time, secretly hoping the little girl would drop off to sleep, but the coat was not in any of the bundles. "I think it must be in the chest. While I'm about it, I may as well go and see. If you have outgrown it, it could be made over into a dress. It's a nice fine merino, a little thicker than I'd buy for a dress, but your father would have just that piece. I'll get a candle and go upstairs. I wouldn't trust a glass lamp with this horrid burning fluid in my storeroom. Henny, be sure you don't get up and touch it." As if there was the slightest possibility. "I'll be down again in 5 minutes." That was a shrewd, motherly excuse not to leave the little girl alone in the dark, though she was never afraid. She lay there very still, with a feeling of safety, since her mother was upstairs. Of course, She was old enough to know a great many things and to have ideas on religious subjects. But I think the Underhills were more intelligent than intellectual, and people were still living rather simple lives, not yet impregnated with ideas. They had not had the old Puritan training, and the ferment of science and philosophy and transcendentalism had not invaded the country places. Tonight, in the city, there were wise heads proving and disproving the times, and half-times, and days, and signs. But they really had no interest for Mrs. Underhill, who was training her family the best she knew how, making good men and women. And the little girl's ideas were extremely vague. She thought her soul was that part of her heart that beat. When it ceased beating, you died, and the body was left behind. So, of course, that was what went to heaven. And when she had been naughty, or when she had left something undone and was hurrying with all her might to do it, this thing beat and throbbed. If she wanted something very much and was almost tempted to take it, the feeling came up in her throat, and she knew that was conscience. She was trying now to recall and repent of her sins, and oh, she did so wish her father was there. Would he be back before the end came and take them all in his strong arms, and they would run? Oh no, they were to be caught up in the clouds, but she would be safe where he was. Years afterward, she was to understand how human and finite love foreshadowed the eternal. But then she could only believe, and her faith in her human father was the rock of her salvation. And when her mother came down, she had fallen asleep, but she thought it would be just as well to leave the lamp burning until Margaret's return. She would look in now and then to see that it didn't explode. Burning fluid was considered rather dangerous stuff. Hanny was so tired that she slept soundly. It was almost midnight when the folks came home, and Mrs. Underhill begged Margaret to go to bed quietly and not disturb her. And it was all light with the sun rising in the eastern sky and shining in one window when she opened her eyes. Margaret stood before the glass plaiting her pretty long hair. The little girl sat up. Something had happened. There was a great weight, a great fear. What was it? Oh yes, this was their room. They were all alive, for she heard Jim's breezy voice, and Joe, who had stayed all night, said impatiently, "Peggy, are you never coming down?" Hanny sprang out of bed and clasped her little arms about her sister. "Oh!" with a great exultation in her sweet child's voice. "The world didn't come to an end, did it? Oh, you beautiful world! I'm so glad you are left, and everybody, only, Margaret, were the people at the church dreadfully disappointed? What a pity God couldn't have taken those who wanted to go. But I'm so glad we are left. Oh, you lovely world, you are too nice to burn up." I think there were a great many people in the cities just as glad as Hanny, if they did not put it in the same joyful words. Margaret smiled. "Hurry, dear," she said. "Joe will have to go, and I know he wants to see you." Hanny put on her shoes and stockings, and Margaret helped her with the rest, washed her, and just tied up her hair with the second best ribbon. Joseph had eaten his breakfast and was impatiently waiting to say good-bye. John was off already. Nothing had happened. The world was going on as usual. True, there had been the comet and falling stars and wars and rumors of wars, but the old world had sailed triumphantly through them all, the dear old splendid world that was to grow more splendid with the years. Perhaps it did rouse people to better and kindlier living and more serious thought. Before Mr. Underhill went away, his wife said, "Myler, hadn't you better look after those old people up at Harlem? I suppose they had some garden truck, but there's flour and meat and little things that take off the money when you haven't much, and fuel. I'll try to go up some day with you and see what they need to keep them comfortable in cold weather." The girls could hardly study at school. There was so much excitement. Did people really have on their ascension robes? What would Hester say? Hester did not come to school all the week. Of course, they had made a mistake in computing the time, but a few weeks couldn't make much a difference. Still, the worst scare was over, and if one mistake could be made, why not another? Were they so sure all the signs were fulfilled? End of chapter 8. Recording by Lily.
Chapter 9 of A Little Girl in Old New York. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. A Little Girl in Old New York by Amanda Minnie Douglas. Chapter 9. A Wonderful Scheme. The Whitneys in the Underhills became very neighborly. Mr. Theodore Whitney often stopped for a little chat, and he was very fond of a good game of checkers with Steve or John. He was on the other side in politics, and they had some warm discussions. Ophelia, the oldest girl, was engaged and deeply absorbed with her lover. Frances went away early in the morning, and did not get back until after 6. Mrs. Whitney, a Southern woman by birth, was one of the easy-going kind and very fond of novels. Mr. Whitney brought them home by the dozen. The house seemed somehow to run itself, with the aid of Dell, as she was commonly called. Dell proved a powerful rival to Miss Lily Ludlow. Lily was much prettier and more delicate-looking. Dell had brown-red hair, dry and curly. She was a little freckled, even in the fall. Her mouth was wide, but she was always laughing, and she had such splendid teeth. Then her eyes were so full of fun, and her voice had a sort of rollicking sound. She knew all kinds of boys' play, and was great at marbles. Then she had so many odd, entertaining things, and their parlor wasn't too good for use when Phelia's beau was not there. But the children lived mostly on the stoop and the sidewalk. Delia went to Houston Street School. She could walk farther up the street with the boys, and watch out for them when they went. Ben liked her better than he did Lily or Rosa, but Jim was quite divided. He, like the other poor man with 2 charmers, sometimes wished there was only one of them. But Lily was a born coquette, and jealous at that. She had a way of calling back her admirers, while Dell didn't care a bit for admiration, but just wanted a good time. Benny Frank was something of a bookworm and student. Jim, who was growing very fast, was a regular boy and, I am sorry to say, did not always have perfect lessons. He was so very quick and correct in figures that he managed to slip through other things. Moreover, he carried authority. The boys had called him country at first and teased him in different ways until small skirmishes had begun. And one day there was a stand-up fight at recess. Jim thrashed the bully of his class. It was a forbidden thing to fight in the schoolyard or in school hours, and so Jim was thrashed again for his victory. But Mr. Hazeltine shook hands with him afterward and said it wasn't because he thrashed Upton, but because he had broken the rules, and he liked to see a boy have courage enough to stand up for himself. So Jim did not mind it very much, though he had a black eye for 2 or 3 days. After that he was a sort of hero to the boys, and Upton did not bully as much. But some of the boys delighted to pick at Benny Frank, who would have made a good Quaker. Jim sometimes felt quite mad with him. Lily did not seem to get along very rapidly with her intimacy. Henny was too young, and now that she had the Deans on one side and little Nora Whitney on the other, was quite out of Lily's reach. And she did enjoy Delia immensely, though she was past 13 and such a tall girl. So Lily tried all her arts on Jim, and succeeded very well, it must be confessed. It was Saturday, and the world had not come to an end yet. Benny had gone downtown with Steve in the morning, but he would not have both boys together, for Jim was so full of capers. So he had done errands for his mother, blackened the boots and shoes. The boot-black brigade had not then come in fashion, and you hardly ever saw an Italian boy. He had cleared up the yard and earned his 5 cents. He was wondering a little what he would do all the afternoon. Dell came flying in, eager and impetuous. "Oh, Mrs. Underhill," she cried, "can't Hanny go to the museum this afternoon?" It seemed so odd, Hanny thought, to call grave-looking Mr. Whitney that, but she said Steve to her big brother. "Thee" brought home 4 tickets. "My cousin Walter Hay is here, and he will go with us and then go down home. And Nora does so want Hanny to go. Oh, won't you please let her? I'll take the best of care of her. I've taken Nora and my little cousin Julia ever so many times. Oh, Jim, what a pity! If I had one more ticket." "Sho!" and Jim straightened himself up. "I have 28 cents, and I wouldn't want to go sponging on a girl anyhow. Oh, Mother, do let us go." "Hanny, come quick." "Oh, do you want to go to the museum?" "To the museum?" Hanny drew a breath of remembered delight and thrilling anticipation. Dell and Jim talked together. They were so earnest, so full of entreaty. Jim might have gone in welcome, but Hanny, "Why, we shall just take the stage and ride to the door, and we'll be so careful getting out. They drive clear up to the sidewalk, you know. Walter is 14, and he takes his little sisters out, and knows how to care for girls. And there's such a pretty play, just the thing for children," they said. "Oh, Mother, please do," and the little girl's voice was so persuasive, so pleading. "Oh, please, Mother, I'll see that nothing happens to Hanny." "Oh, Mrs. Underhill, Nora would be so disappointed, and we all want Hanny." Mrs. Underhill had told her husband if he would come up about 3, she would take the drive to Harlem with him. Of course, she meant to take the little girl. Which would Hanny rather do? The fascinations of the museum outweighed the drive. Margaret was up to the Beekmans spending the day, their last week on the farm. Of course, Jim could go, and when she looked at all the eager faces she gave in, and Hanny danced with delight. It was almost 3 before they could get off, and the play began at that hour. However, they caught a stage out on the Bowery, and were soon whirled down to the corner of Broadway and Ann Street. People were crowding in. It was such a beautiful day, and this was considered the place preeminently for children. People who would have been horrified at the thought of a theater did not have a scruple about the lecture room. "We better not stop to look at things," advised Delia. "We can do that afterward. Let's go in and get our seats." They had to go way up front, but they didn't mind that so long as they were all together. They studied the wonderful Venetian scene on the drop curtain, and the young lad in a supposedly green satin costume, with a long white feather in his hat, who was just stepping into a gondola where a very lovely lady was playing on a guitar. Then the orchestra gave a clash of drums, cymbals, French horns, and a big bass viol, and up went the curtain. A musical family came out and sang. Then there were some acrobatic performances. After that, the pantomime. Grandpapa Jerome, in a very foreign costume and a bald head which he tried to keep covered with a black velvet cap, had 2 extremely tricksy sprites for grandchildren. They were very pretty, the girl with long, light curls, the boy with dark ones. But of all mischief, of all tormenting deeds and antics which they nearly set Grandpa crazy and threw the audience into convulsions, they took the nice fat boiled ham off the table and greased the doorstep so thoroughly you would have thought every bone in the old man's body would have been broken by the repeated falls. They cut the seat out of the chair, and when he went to sit down he doubled up equal to any modern folding bed, and he kicked and turned somersaults until the maid came out and rescued him. Then he spied the author of the mischief asleep on a grassy bank, and he found a big strap and went creeping up cautiously, when whack! And the little boy flew all to pieces, and the old man was so amazed at his cruelty that he sat down and began to weep and bewail when the little lad peeped from behind a tree and, seeing poor grandfather's grief, ran out, hugged him and kissed him and wiped his eyes, and you could see he was promising never to do anything naughty again. But that didn't hinder him from cutting out the bottom of the basket into which the old man was cutting some very splendid grapes. There were not more than 6 bunches, and the children ran away with them. The old man descended so carefully, put his hand in the basket, his whole arm, and not a grape. There was none on the ground. Where had they gone? Oh, there was the cat. But Pussy was much sprier than the old man, and the audience knew she had not touched a grape. After that, some Indians came on the scene of action, fierce red men of the forest, and their language was decidedly Jabberwocky. The little girl was quite frightened at the fierce brandishing of tomahawks. Then they had a war dance. And oh, Then came the marvel of all. 4 beautiful Shetland ponies with the daintiest carriage, and 6 lads in livery. There sat General Tom Thumb, the curiosity of the time, the smallest dwarf known. He was not much bigger than a year-old baby, but he dismounted from his carriage, gave orders to his servants. A bright-eyed little fellow with rosy cheeks, graceful and with a variety of pretty tricks. He sang a song or two, then sprang into his carriage, and the ponies trotted off the stage. The curtain came down. The children were breathless at first. The crowd was surging out, and the place nearly empty before they found their tongues. And then there was so much else to see. The various stuffed animals, the giraffe with his 3-story neck, the mermaid, the wax figures, the birds and beasts and serpents, and a model of Paris, of London, and of Jerusalem. The place looked quite gorgeous, all lighted up. The people were beginning to thin out. They had not seen half, Jim thought. "Oh, we haven't been upstairs," exclaimed Walter. "There's a great roof garden, and you can see all the city." They trudged upstairs. Dell kept tight hold of the little girl's hand. It was quite light up here. What a great space it was! One large flag was flying, and around the edge of the roof numberless smaller ones. Some evergreen shrubs in boxes stood around, and there were wooden armchairs besides some settees. It was rather chilly, though the day had been very pleasant. And oh, how splendid the lights of Broadway looked to them! 2 long rows stretching up and up until lost in indistinctness. The stores were all open and lighted as brilliantly as one could with gas. No one thought of Saturday half-holidays then. It was very grand. But what would they have said to the Columbian nights and electric lights? "I don't feel as if I had seen it half," said Jim. He was not grudging his quarter. "If we had come about 1 o'clock. We'll have to piece it on this end." And Walter laughed. "We must get our money's worth." "We might stay over," suggested Dell mirthfully. "Just the thing," returned Jim, "and all for the same money." The children glanced at each other in sudden surprise. The glory of a grand conspiracy shone in their eyes. "Well, that's too good," declared Walter. "Won't I just brag of that at school on Monday? Oh, yes, let's stay. We had better go down, for it is getting cool up here. If we only had something to eat. Hanny, are you hungry? I don't believe Nora ever knows whether she has eaten or not. Mother says she's just the worst. I don't mind a bit, but you all—" "I wouldn't give a copper for supper. It's ever so much more fun staying," rejoined Walter. "I'm always hungry as a bear, but I'd 100 times rather stay," Jim replied. "Hanny, will you mind?" "I'm not a bit hungry," answered Hanny. "It's all so beautiful. Oh, do let's stay." "That settles it. Dell, you are a trump." They picked their way carefully downstairs. The room was not very brilliantly lighted, but they found many curiosities that had escaped their attention before. They espied the diorama, and it interested them very much. 6 people straggled in. The janitor turned on more light, and began to arrange a platform in a recess. How anyone would feel at home, Jim never thought. The rest were in the habit of doing quite as they liked, and Delia often stayed at her aunt's until 9 o'clock. At 7 the main hall was quite full. The people were crowding up around the platform. The children went too. The curtain was swung aside, and out stepped Tom Thumb, to be received with cheers. He sang a song and went through with some military evolutions. There was a railing around, and no one could crowd upon him, but a number spoke to him and shook hands. "My little girl," said a tall gentleman who had watched Hanny's ineffectual efforts to make herself taller, "will you let me hold you up? Wouldn't you like to shake hands? You're not much bigger yourself." "Oh, please do," entreated Dell in her eager young voice. "She is so small." Hanny was a little startled, but the man held her in his arms, and she smiled hesitatingly. As she met the kindly eye, she said, "Oh, thank you, it's so nice." The general came down that end. "Here is a little lady wants to shake hands with you," the gentleman said, who was quite a friend of Tom Thumb's. The small hand was proffered. Hanny was almost afraid, but she put hers in it, and the gallant little general hoped she was well. Then he made a bow and retired behind the curtain, and it was announced that he would appear again after the lecture room performance. They went in and took their seats. Nora was tired, and leaning her head on Dell's shoulder went sound asleep. Hanny was getting tired, perhaps, too. She missed her supper. It wasn't quite so much fun, for the play was just the same. The audience enjoyed it greatly. The Indians were more obstreperous, and sang a hideous song. The vocalists sang many popular songs of the day. Old Dan Tucker, Lucy Long, Zip Coon, and several patriotic songs. There was more dancing than in the afternoon, and the boys enjoyed the juba in song and dance by a real slave darky, who had been made so by a liberal application of burnt cork, and who could clap and pat the tune on his knee. They did not stop to see Tom Thumb again, but went straight downstairs. Walter said good night and declared he had had a splendid time, and Dell must thank Cousin Thee again. The four others bundled into the stage, which was crowded, but some kindly disposed people held both Nora and Hanny. They had quite a habit of doing it then. Jim had been wondering what they would say at home. Of course, he knew now he ought not have stayed, but nothing had happened, and Hanny was all right, and, well, he would face the music whatever it was. If Dell could be trusted, why not he? There had been a good deal of anxiety. Mrs. Underhill had expected them home by 6, but their father said, "Oh, give them a little grace." But when 7 o'clock came, she went down to Whitney's to inquire. The table was still standing. Mrs. Whitney sat at the head with a book in her hand. Dave, the second son, was smoking and reading his paper. Both girls had gone out. "Oh, Mrs. Underhill, don't feel a bit worried. They'll come home all safe. I shouldn't wonder if Dell had taken them over to her aunt's, and she'll never let them come home without their supper. She's the greatest hand for children I ever saw. And Dell's so used to going about. Then everybody's out on Saturday night." "Dear me, I haven't given it an anxious thought," declared Mrs. Whitney. But Mrs. Underhill could not take it so comfortably. "There are so many of them we should hear if anything had happened," said John, "and there is no use looking, for we should know where they are. Jim's pretty good stuff, too, for a country boy. Now, Mother, don't be foolish." But she grew more and more uneasy. If she had not let Hanny go, what could she have been thinking of to do such a thing? After 9, Mr. Underhill walked out to the Bowery and watched every stage that halted at the corner. Men, women, and children alighted, but no little girl. Oh, where could she be? He felt almost as if the world was coming to an end. Then a familiar group, all talking at the same time, stepped out on the sidewalk. A big girl and 2 little ones. "Oh, Father, Father!" cried Hanny. He wanted to hug her there in the street. It seemed to him he had never been so glad and relieved in all his life, or loved her half so well. "Where have you stayed so long?" "We went to 2 museums," said Hanny, before the elders could find their tongues. "And oh, Father, we saw Tom Thumb, and he's just as little and cunning as a baby, and he shook hands with me. A gentleman held me up. It was beautiful, but I'm awful tired." "Oh, were you troubled?" cried Delia. "Why didn't you just go into Ma, and she would have told you that I always come up right, and that nothing ever happens to me. I'm so used to taking care of children. Why, when we lived downtown, I used to take out the neighbors' children, over to Staten Island and to Williamsburg, and always brought them home safely. Then we hadn't half seen the curiosities, and we should have missed a nice time with that lovely little Tom Thumb, and we thought it such capital fun." Mr. Underhill really could not say a word. Tired as she was, the little girl was full of delight. Jim tried to make some explanations and take part of the blame, but Delia talked them all down and was so fresh and merry that you couldn't imagine she had gone without her supper. Mrs. Underhill stood at the area gate with a shawl about her shoulders. The little girl let go of her father's hand and ran to her. "Dear Mrs. Underhill," began Dell, I expect you'll almost want to kill me, but I never thought about your being worried, for no one ever worries about me. I suppose it is because I never do get into any danger. And you must not scold anyone, for I was the eldest, except Cousin Walter, and it was my place to think, but I didn't one bit. It seemed awful funny, you know, to have it all over for the same money, and we not paying anything at all. And I did take good care of Hannie. She's had a lovely time. We all have. And please don't scold Jim. He's been a perfect gentleman. We didn't do anything rude nor coarse, and everybody was as polite to us as if we'd been Queen Victoria's children. And so, good night. Jim, your father ought to give you a good thrashing. The idea! I wouldn't have believed any child of mine could have had such a little sense, his mother declared. I don't know what might have happened, but just then Steve and Margaret returned. And when Steve caught sight of Jim's sober face and heard the story, he thought it very boylike and rather amusing. Besides, it seemed a pity to spoil the good time. So he laughed and told Jim he had cheated Mr. Barnum out of a quarter, and that he would have to save up his money to make it good. And he owes me 9 cents toward the omnibus ride. He must pay me that first, said his mother sharply. I wasn't admitted twice, rejoined Jim. It is the admittance. I didn't see any notice about not staying, and I don't believe I really owe Mr. Barnum another quarter. Jim, I think I'll educate you for a lawyer. You have such a way of scorping out of tight places. They all laughed. Mother, do give the children some supper, said their father. Here, Jim, pay your mother. Steve laid him down 6 pence and 3 pennies. We had Mexican 6 pences and shillings in those days. You'll have enough on your mind without that debt, and next time think of the folks at home. Why didn't the Whitneys feel worried? Oh, thank you, Steve. It did beat all, said Mrs. Underhill. There Mrs. Whitney sat reading a novel. Perhaps it was her French exercise, interrupted Steve, with a twinkle in his eye. It was no such thing. It was a yellow-covered novel. I don't know why they persisted in putting novels in pronounced yellow covers to betray people, unless it was that publishers wouldn't use false pretenses. And to put a story in the fatal color made it as reprehensible to most people as a yellow aster. And such a table! Mrs. Underhill caught her breath. Everything at 6s and 7s, and the cloth looking as if it had been used a month, and Mrs. Whitney as unconcerned as if the children had only gone down to the corner. I declare, I couldn't be so... But they're a jolly lot. They save a great deal of strength in not worrying. And they know Della's trusty. She's a smart girl, too. Well, I wouldn't want any of my sons to marry girls brought up as those Whitneys. Hear that, Jim. You are fairly warned. Jim turned scarlet. Jim will have to be in better business many a year than thinking of girls, subjoined his mother decisively. The little girl didn't seem very hungry. She ate her bread and milk and talked over the delights of the afternoon, and her enjoyment mollified her mother a good deal. Jim considered at first whether it wouldn't rather even up things if he went without his supper, but the biscuits and the boiled beef were so tempting, and in those days boys could eat the 24 hours round. People were wont to say they had the digestion of an ostrich, but I think if you had tried them on nails and old shoes, the ostrich would have gone up ahead. Oh, do you see how late it is? I know Hannie will be sick tomorrow. And Jim, you'll have the doctor's bill to pay. Oh, no, said Hannie with a smile. Joe has promised to doctor me for nothing. Mrs. Underhill lost her point. Jim wanted a good laugh, but he thought it would hardly be prudent. Of course, something ought to have happened to impress their wrongdoing on the children, but it didn't. They were all well and bright the next morning. Mr. Theodore Whitney took occasion to say that he hoped the Underhills wouldn't feel offended. It was just a young people's caper, and he thought it rather amusing. Mrs. Whitney said in the bosom of her household, Well, I wonder that Mrs. Underhill has an ounce of fat on her bones, if she's worried that way about her 8 children. I always felt to trust mine to Providence. Jim gave away the thing at school, and was quite a hero. but some of the boys had crawled under a circus tent, and a circus was simply immense. Lily Ludlow said, out of her bitterest envy, "I shouldn't have thought you would let a girl take you out, Jim Underhill." "She didn't take me. I bought my own ticket, and there was her cousin." "Well, if you like that style of people, and red hair, and Del Whitney has no more figure than a post, I wouldn't be such a fat chunk for anything. And her clothes are just wild." "Of course you're ever so much the prettiest, and I wish we could go to the museum together, just as two." Jim thought it would be fine to take out one girl. That mollified Lily a little. "And I just wish you lived up by our house. It seems so easy then to come in, and when you once get real well acquainted, intimate like, well, you know I like you better than any girl in school," though Jim wondered a little if it was absolutely true. "Do you, really?" The eyes and the smile always conquered him. She made good use of both. "Oh, you know I do." Chris didn't see why she couldn't get acquainted with Margaret. She wanted her mother to call, but Mrs. Ludlow said, "I've got more friends now than I can attend to," and Miss Margaret seemed to hold up her head so high. Then Mr. Stephen was going to marry in the Beekman family, and Chris wondered why Mr. John didn't go in some store business instead of learning a carpenter's trade. Hester Brown was out of school a week. Mrs. Craven had begged the girls not to tease her, but after a few days she announced that a mistake had been made in the calculation. Some people thought 3 years, but the inn was sure. However, 3 years seems a lifetime to children. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona.
Chapter 10 of A Little Girl in Old New York. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ritu, Canada. A Little Girl in Old New York by Amanda Minnie Douglas. A Merry Christmas. George Underhill came down and made a nice long visit. He felt he liked his own home people a little the best, but his heart was still set on farming. Thanksgiving came after a lovely Indian summer, such as one rarely sees now. Then each state appointed its own Thanksgiving, and there were people who boasted of partaking of 3 separate dinners. After that it was cold. The little girl had a good warm cloak and hood and mittens, and it was nothing to run to school. She studied and played, and knew 2 pretty exercises on the piano. Jim and Benny Frank grew like weeds. But Benny somehow gave in to the boys, and 2 or 3 of the school bullies did torment him. "I'd just give it to them," declared Jim. "I wouldn't be put upon and called baby and a mollycoddle, and have that Perkins crowding me off the line and losing marks. I'd give him such a right-hander his head would hum like a swarm of bees." It was not because Benny was afraid, but he was a peace-loving boy, and he thought fighting brutal and vulgar. His books were such a delight. He liked to go in and talk to Mr. Theodore, as they all called the eldest Whitney's son. Mr. Theodore, in his newspaper capacity, had found out so many queer things about old New York. They really called New York that in early 1800. He had such wonderful portfolios of pictures, and nothing in the Whitney house was too good to use. Hanny often went in as well, and though Dealey was such a harum-scarum sort of girl, she was good to the children and found no end of diversions for them. Nora was a curious, grave little thing, and her large dark eyes in her small, sallow face looked almost uncanny. She devoured fairy stories and knew many of the mythological gods and goddesses. They had a beautiful big cat called Old Grey. It really belonged to Mr. Theodore, but Nora played with it and tended it, and dressed it up in caps and gowns and shawls and carried it around. It certainly was a lovely tempered cat. Hanny was divided in her affection between the Dean's dolls and Nora's cat. The playhouse was too cold to use now, and Mrs. Dean objected to having it all moved down to her sewing room. But Mr. Theodore's room had a delightful grate, a big old lounge, a generous center table where the girls used to play house under the cover, and such piles of books everywhere, so many pictures on the wall, Such curious pipes and swords and trophies from different lands. You really never knew whether it was cleared up or not, and the very lawlessness was attractive. Sometimes they sat in the big rocker that would hold both, and they would divide the cat between them and sing to her. Occasionally, Kitty would tire of such unceasing attention and emit a long, appealing meow. If Mr. Theodore was there, and he never seemed to mind the little girls playing about, he would say, "Children, what are you doing to that cat?" And they would no longer try to divide her, but let her curl up in her own fashion. "Oh, mother," said the little girl one rainy afternoon when she had to stay in, "couldn't we have a Sunday cat that didn't have to stay out in the stable and catch mice for a living? Nora's is so nice and cunning, and you can talk to it just as if it was folks, and you can't quite make dolls folks. You have to keep making believe all the time. Martha doesn't like cats, and Jim would torment it and plague you continually, and you know I wouldn't let Jim's little dog come in the house. But so many people do have cats. There's hardly room with so many folks. You wait until Christmas and see what Santa Claus brings you," said her mother cheerily. There came a little snow, and the boys brought out their sleds. For 2 days the air was alive with shouts and snowballing, and then it was like a drift of grey sand alongside of the street gutter. But winter had fairly set in. Stoves were up. In the back room at the Underhills, they had a fire of logs on the hearth, and it was delightful. Ben was tormented more and more. The boys knocked off his cap in the gutter and made up rhymes about him, which they sang to any sort of tune. This was one. "Benjamin Franklin Underhill was a little boy too awfully still. 40 bears came out of the wood and ate up the boy so awfully good. Come out from under that hill," while some boy would reply, "Oh, he doesn't. He's afraid his shadow'll meet him in the way." One day he came home with his pocket all torn out. Perkins had slipped a crooked stick in it and given it what the boys called a yank. "Go in and ask your mother for a needle and thread. You'll make a good tailor," he jeered. "What is all this row about?" asked his mother, who was in the front basement. Ben held out his jacket ruefully and said Perkins never would leave him alone. Jim had complained and said Ben always showed the white feather. Mrs. Underhill couldn't endure cowards. She was angry too to see his nice winter jacket in such a plight. "Benny Frank, you just march out and thrash that Perkins boy, or I'll thrash you. I don't care if you are almost as tall as I am. A great boy of 15 who can't take his own part? I should be ashamed. March straight out." She took him by the shoulder and turned him round, whisked him out in the area before he knew where he was. She would not have him so meek and chicken-hearted. Ben stood a moment in surprise. Jim had been scolded for his pugnacity. Perkins was always worse when Jim wasn't around. "Go on," exclaimed his mother. Ben walked out slowly. The boys were down the street. If they would only go away. He passed the Whitneys and halted. He could rescue hounded cats and tormented dogs, and once had saved a little child from being run over. But to fight in cold blood? "Oh, here comes my Lady Jane," sang out someone. "She's quite too young to be ruled by your false, flattering tongue. Sissy, wouldn't your mother mend your coat? Keep out of the way of the ragman." Perkins was balancing himself on one foot on the curbstone. "Come on, Macduff," he cried tragically. Macduff came on with a quick step. Before the boys could think, he strode up to Perkins and with a well-directed blow landed him in the sloppy debris of snow and mud, where the children had been making a pond. And before he could recover, Ben was upon him, roused to his utmost. The boys were nearly of a size. They rolled over and over amid the plaudits of their companions, and Ben, who hated dirt and mud and all untidiness, didn't mind now. He kept his face pretty well out of the way, and presently sat on his adversary and held one hand, grasping at the other. The boys cheered. A fight was a fight if it was between the best friends you had. "Beg," said Ben. "I'll see you in Guinea first." Ben sat still. The kicks were futile. With such a heavyweight, breathing was a difficult matter. You, if you'd said fight, I'd a known." And Perkins gasped. "Oh, let up, Ben. You've licked him. We didn't think 'twas in you. Come, fair play." "There's a good deal in me," cried Ben sturdily, "and I'm going to sit here all night till Perkins begs. I have a good seat." You boys keep out. 'Tisn't your fight. And you all know I hate fighting. It may do for wild animals in a jungle. Ben's lip was swelling a little. A tooth had cut into it. But his eyes were clear and sparkling, and his whole face was resolute. Perkins' attempts at freeing his hands grew more feeble. Boys, can't you help a fellow? 'Twas a fair thing, Perk. You may as well own up, Beat. Come, no snivelling. Quite a crowd was gathering. There was no policeman to interfere. Perkins made a reluctant concession. Ben sprang up and was off like a shot. His mother met him at the door. "Go upstairs and put on your best clothes, Ben," she said, "and take those down to the barn." She knew he had come off victor. "I suppose I'd had to do it sometime." Ben thought to himself, "Mother's awful spunky when she's roused. I hope I won't have to go on and lick the whole crew. I just hate that kind of work." As he came down, his mother kissed him on the white forehead, but neither said a word. When he went in to see Mr. Theodore that evening, he told him the story. It was queer, but he would not have admitted to anyone else his mother's threat. Mr. Theodore laughed and said boys generally had to make their own mark in that fashion. Then he thought they would try a game of chess, as Ben knew all the moves. Jim was surprised and delighted to hear the story the next day. He nodded his head with an air of satisfaction. "Ben's awful strong," he said. "He could thrash any boy of his size, but he isn't spoiling for a fight." A few days later, there came a real snowstorm of a day and a night. Jim sprung the old joke on Hanny that they were all snowed up and the snow was over the tops of the houses. She ran to the window in her night dress to see. Oh, how beautiful it was! The red chimneys grew up out of the white fleece, the windows were hooded, the trees and bushes were long wands of soft whiteness, the clothesline posts were pointed caps. "Don't stand there in the cold," said Margaret. They all turned out to shovel snow. The areas were full, the sidewalks all along were being cleared, and it made a curious white wall in the street. Mr. Underhill insisted that the boys should level theirs. Some wagons tried to get through and made an odd muffled sound. Then there was the joyful jingle of bells. The sun came out, setting the world in a vivid sparkle, while the sky grew as blue as June. Not to have snow for Christmas would have spoiled the fun and been a bad sign. People really did believe a green Christmas would make a fat graveyard. It was so much better in the country to have the grain and meadows covered with a nice warm mantle, for it was warm to them. Father Underhill took the little girl to school, for all the walks were not cleared. Men and boys were going around with shovels on their shoulders, offering their services. "I could earn a lot of money if I didn't have to go to school today," said Jim, with a longing look at the piles of snow. "If it only was Saturday." But there was no end of fun at school. The boys began 2 snow forts, and the snowballing was something tremendous. The air was crisp and cold, and it gave everybody red cheeks. Before night, the stage sleighs were running, for the omnibuses really couldn't get along. Steve came home early to take the boys and Hanny out. Hanny still wore the red cloak and a pretty red hood and looked like a little fairy. They went over to the Bowery. You can hardly imagine the gay sight it was. Everything that could be put on runners was there, from the dainty cutter to the lumbering grocery box wagon. And oh, the bells on the frosty air! It was enough to inspire 100 poets. There were 4 horses to the long sleigh. Steve found a seat and took the little girl on his lap, covering her with an extra shawl. The boys dropped down on their knees in the straw. It was a great jam, but everybody was jolly and full of good-natured fun. Now and then a youngster threw a snowball that made a shower of snow in the sleigh, but the passengers shook it off laughingly. They went down to the Battery and just walked across. Castle Garden was a great white mound. Brooklyn looked vague and ghostly. The shipping was huddled in the piers with fleecy rigging, and only a few brave vessels were breasting the river, bluer still than the sky. And here there was such a splendid turnout it looked like a pageant. They came up East Broadway. The street lamps were just being lighted. They turned up Columbia Street and Avenue D and stopped when they came to Houston Street. A man on the corner was selling hot waffles as fast as half a dozen men could bake them, and a colored woman had a stand of hot coffee that scented up the air with its fragrance. They had to walk up home, but Steve carried Hanny over all the crossings. It was a regular carnival. The children decided snow in New York was ever so much more fun than snow in the country, but after a few days they settled to it as a regular thing. Though the sleighs were flying about in their tireless fashion, making the air musical with bells, and Christmas was coming. It really was Christmas then. Not to have hung up your stocking would have been an insult to the sweetest, merriest, wisest, tenderest little man in the world. There were some fireplaces left for him to come down, and he was on hand promptly. And such appetizing smells as lurked in every corner of the house, fruit-cake, crullers, and doughnuts, and mince pies. Everybody was busy from morning till night. When Hanny went to the kitchen, someone said, "Run upstairs, child, you'll be in the way here." And Margaret would hustle something in her apron and say, "Run downstairs, Hanny dear," until it seemed as if there was no place for her. The Dean children were busy too, but Nora Whitney didn't seem to have anything to do but nurse dear old Grey and read fairy stories. Delia told them Ophelia was to be married Christmas morning, and they were going over to his folks in Jersey to spend a week. "But it won't make a bit of difference," Delia announced. "Frank has a steady beau now, and they'll take the parlour, and then I suppose it'll be my turn. I shall just hate to be grown up and have long skirts on and do up my hair and be so fussy about everything. When I think of that, I wish I was a boy." The little girl wondered if Margaret would get married next Christmas. Her gowns were quite long now, and she did have a grown-up air. It seemed years since last Christmas. So many things had happened. The cousins were to come down from Tarrytown and make a visit, and Aunt Patience and Aunt Nancy were to come up from Henry Street for the Christmas dinner, if they only could bring the cat. "Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas," someone shouted while it was still dark. Hanny woke out of a sound sleep. "Merry Christmas," said Margaret with a kiss. "Oh dear, I shan't get ahead of anybody," she sighed. "Do you think I could get up, Peggy?" "I must light a candle," Margaret said. "Come down and see what's in your stocking, Han," shouted Jim. Margaret sprang out of bed and put on the little girl's warm woolen wrapper and let her go down. She ran eagerly to her mother's room, and her father made believe asleep that she might wake him up. She wanted to wish someone Merry Christmas the first of all. 2 wax candles were burning in the back room, and the fire was crackling. There were stockings, and hers were such little mites that someone had hung a white bag on the brass nail that held the feather duster and marked it for Hanny, and a box lay in a chair. There was a cruller man with eyes, nose, and mouth. There were candies galore, the clarified ones, red and yellow, idealized animals of all kinds. There was an elegant silver paper cornucopia tied with blue ribbons. There was a box of beautiful popcorn that had turned itself inside out, ribbon for her hair, a paint box, a case of Faber pencils, handkerchiefs, a lovely new pink merino dress, a muff that purported to be ermine, a pair of beautiful blue knit slippers tied with ribbons. These didn't come from Santa Claus, for they had on a card, "With best love and a Merry Christmas from Dolly." That was Dolly Beekman. Hanny laid them up against her face and kissed them. They were so soft and beautiful. She drew a long breath before she opened the box. Of course it couldn't be a real live kitty. John and Steve were coming in at the door. "Merry Christmas," she shouted with the boys. They were not so very far ahead of her. Steve caught her under the arms and held her almost up to the ceiling, it seemed. She was so little and light. "10 kisses before you can come down." She paid the 10 kisses and would have given twice the number. "I'm trying to guess what is in the box." She looked perplexed, and a crease came between her eyes. "It's a chronon hontontholagos forus." "A what?" Her face was a study. The boys shouted with laughter. "Yes, Joe sent it. Santa Claus had given his all out, and Joe had to skirmish around sharp to get one." "Is it alive?" she asked timidly, her eyes growing larger with something that was almost fright. "Oh, Steve," said Margaret in an upbraiding tone. "Boys, you're enough to frighten one." Steve untied the string and took off the cover. Hanny had tight hold of her sister's hand. Steve lifted some tissue paper and tilted up the box. There lay a lovely wax doll with golden hair, a smiling mouth that just betrayed some little teeth, eyes that would open and shut. She was dressed in light blue silk and beautiful lace. Though her mother had said she was too big to have a doll, Jo knew better. She was almost speechless with joy. Then she knelt down beside it and took one pretty hand. "Oh," she said, "I wish you could know how glad I am to have you. There's only one thing that could make me any gladder. That would be to have you alive." Steve winked his eyes hard. Her delight was pathetic. Then she had to see the boys' Christmas. Benny Frank had a new suit of clothes. Jim had a pair of boots, which was every boy's ambition then, and an overcoat. And lots of books, pencils, gloves, and the candy it would not have been Christmas without. Mr. Underhill poked up the fire and took the little girl on his knee. Mrs. Underhill put out the candles, for it was daylight, and then went down to help get breakfast. Cousin Fanny and Roseanne, as Mrs. Eustace was always called, came in and had to express their opinion of everything. Then breakfast was ready. John went down in the sleigh for Aunt Patience and Aunt Nancy Archer. They were not own sisters, but sisters-in-law, and each had a comfortable income. It did not take very much to make people comfortable then. They owned their house and rented some rooms. Hanny had to go in and see Josie and Tootie Dean's Christmas and bring them in to inspect hers. Then Dealey and Nora Whitney were her next callers. Nora had a silk dress and a gold ring with a prettily set turquoise. "The marriage was at 10, began Dealey, "and it was just nothing at all. I wouldn't be married in such a doleful way. She just had on a brown silk dress with lots of lace and white gloves, and the minister came and it was all over in 10 minutes. There was wedding cake and wine. I've brought you in some to dream on. Nora and I are going down to Auntie's in Beach Street where there's to be a regular party and a Christmas tree and lots of fun. After Ophelia comes back, she's going to have a wedding party and wear her real wedding dress." Nora thought the doll beautiful. Hanny just lifted it out of the box and put it back. It seemed almost too sacred to touch. Jim went out presently to get some Christmas cake. The grocers and bakers treated the children of their customers to what was properly New Year's cake, and the boys thought it no end of fun to go around and wish Merry Christmas. The dinner was at 2. Dr. Joseph came in to dine and to be congratulated by the cousins. The little girl's gratitude and delight was very sweet to him. He put up the piano stool, and she played her pretty little exercises for him. Then about 4, he and Steve went down to the Beekmans, where there was a dancing party in the evening. The elders sat and talked, to Benny Frank's great delight. The old times seemed so wonderful to the children. Aunt Patience was the elder of the two ladies, just turned 70 now, and had lived in New York all her life. She had seen Washington when he was the first president of the United States, and lived in Cherry Street with Mrs. Washington and the two Custis children. Afterward, they had removed to the Macomb house. Everything had been so simple then, people going to bed by 9 o'clock, unless on very special occasions. To go to the old theatre on John Street was considered the height of fashionable amusement. You saw the secretaries and their families, and the best people in the city. But what amused the children most was the tea water pump. "You see," said Aunt Patience, "we had nice cisterns that caught rainwater for family use, and we think now our old cistern water is enough better than the Croton for washing. There were a good many wells, but some were brackish and poor, and people were saying then they were not fit to use. The tea water pump was on the corner of Chatham and Pearl, and particular people bought it at a penny a gallon. It was carried around in carts, and you subscribed regularly. My, how choice we were of it. There's a pump down here at the junction that's just splendid," said Jim. "I used to go for water last summer. It was so good and cold." "We miss a nice spring at home," said Mrs. Underhill with a sigh. "And what else?" subjoined Ben. "Oh, the milk did not go round in wagons. There were not half so many people to supply. We kept a cow and sold to our neighbors. The milkmen had what was called a yoke over their shoulders, with a tin can at each end. They used to cry, 'Milk o ye o!' The garbage man rang his bell, and you brought out your pail. A few huckster men were beginning to go round, but Hudson Market was the place to buy fresh vegetables that came in every morning. And oh, there were the chimney sweeps." "We had our chimney swept here," said Jim. "The man had a long jointed handle and a wiry brush at the end. But then there were little Negro boys who climbed up and down and sometimes scraped them as they went. But several were smothered or stuck fast in London, and it was considered cruel and dangerous. You'd hear the boys in the morning with their sweep hoe, and you wouldn't believe how many variations they could make to it. Poor little boys, said Hanny. Didn't they get awful black and sooty? The boys laughed. They were black to begin with, said Jim. All they had to do was to shake themselves. And how do you suppose Santa Claus keeps so clean? Asked the little girl, nothing daunted. That was a poser, no one could quite tell. We used to burn out our chimney, announced Aunt Patience. Burn it out? Yes, we'd take a rather lowering day or start in just as it was beginning to rain. We'd put a heap of straw in the fireplace and kindle it, and the soot would soon catch. Then someone would go up on the roof to see if the sparks caught anywhere. We never let it get very dirty. But presently they passed a law that no one should do it on account of the danger. But sometimes chimneys caught fire by accident, and Aunt Patience laughed. Why, it was like the wolf in Little Red Riding Hood, declared Hanny. Then they all talked of the old roads and streets and the collect, which was a great marshy pond, and the canal through Lispenard's meadows over to the North River, where present Canal Street runs. In the collect proper, there was a beautiful clear lake where people went fishing. A great hill stood on Broadway and had to be cut down more than 20 feet. Father Underhill recalled his first visit to the city when he was 19 and going skating with some cousins. And now it was all graded and finished streets, houses and stores. But Aunt Patience said it was time to go home, and they planned for the Morgan cousins to come and spend the day. They were to bring the little girl with them. They had a light supper, and then John escorted the ladies home. Benny Frank wanted his father to tell some more incidents of the old times. The little girl was tired and sleepy and ready to go to bed, but she had one wish saved up for next Christmas already, a set of dishes. End of A Merry Christmas.
Chapter 11 of A Little Girl in Old New York. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Little Girl in Old New York by Amanda Minnie Douglas. Chapter 11. The Little Girl in Politics. A whole week of holidays! Jim and Benny Frank had their mother almost wild, and Martha said she would be dead in another week. If Christmas came twice a year, there would be no money nor no people left. They would be all worn out. It was splendid winter weather, sunny and just warm enough to thaw and settle the snow during the day and freeze it up again at night. Then there came another small fall of snow to whiten up the streets and make the air gayer than ever with bells. The Morgan cousins had to go down and call on Miss Dolly Beekman and were very favorably impressed with her. The little girl went with them to Cherry Street and had just a beautiful time with the kitty, she told her mother. Her blue woolen frock was full of white cat hairs as a memento. She went to tea with the little Dean girls. She spent an afternoon with Nora and had the little girls in to visit her. Margaret played on the piano, and they had a charming dance, beside playing hot butter blue beans, which was no end of fun. On New Year's Day, everybody had calls. Margaret was hardly considered a young lady, but Miss Cynthia came to help entertain. It was really very pleasant. A number of family relatives called in, some of whom they had not seen since they came to the city. They were all rather middle-aged, though Joe brought in his chum, a very handsome young man who had graduated with his class but was 2 years older. Margaret was quite abashed by Dr. Hoffman's attention to her and his saying he should take her good wishes as a happy omen for his new year. Indeed, she was very glad to have Miss Cynthia come to the rescue in her airy fashion. Late in the afternoon, the Odells drove down. The little girls went upstairs to see the Christmas things and the lovely doll for whom no name had been good enough. John had a fire in his room, and it was nice and warm, so he told them they might go up there. They played Mother and Visiting and wound up with a splendid game of Puss in the Corner. There were only 4 pussies, and they could have but 3 corners, but it was no end of fun dodging about, and if they did squeal, the folks down in the parlor hardly heard them. Saturday was Saturday everywhere. It was Ladies' Day, too.
But people had to clear up their houses and begin a new week, a new year as well, for it was 1844. The little girl wondered what made the years. Mrs. Craven explained that the recurrence of the 4 seasons governed them, and some rather learned reasons a child could not understand. But she said, "It seems to me the year ought to begin in spring, and not the middle of the winter." Ophelia came home. She was Mrs. Davis now, and they had a grand party with music and dancing and a supper, and Nora wore her pretty new silk frock. Then Mrs. Davis went downtown to be near her husband's business and started housekeeping in 3 rooms. The next great event on the block was a children's party. They were children then until they were at least 16. Miss Lily Ludlow and her sister had $10 sent to each of them as a Christmas gift. Chris went out straight away and bought a new coat. Lily's was new the winter before. There were a great many things she needed, but most of all she wanted a party. She had been to 2 already. "What a silly idea," said her father. But Lily kept tight hold of her idea and her money, and the last of January, with Chris's help, she brought it about. They took the bedstead out of the back parlor and changed the furniture around. And though her mother called it foolishness, she baked some tiny biscuits and made a batch of crullers and boiled a ham. Lily bought fancy cakes, motos, candies, and nuts, and a few oranges which were very expensive. The Underhill boys were invited, of course. Benny said he didn't believe he would go. He shouldn't know what to do at a party. "Why, follow your nose," laughed Jim. "Do just as the rest do. Don't be a gump." "And I hate to be fooling round girls." "You don't seem to mind Del Whitney. You're just cracked about her." "I don't know how the boys of that day managed without the useful and pithy word mashed." "It's no such thing, Jim Underhill. She's always downstairs with her mother. I go in to see Mr. Theodore." Yet Ben's face was scarlet. "You know you like her," teasingly. "I do like her, and it's awful mean not to ask her when she's in the same crowd and lives on the block. But she doesn't care. She wouldn't go." "Sour grapes." Jim made a derisive face. "You shut up about it." "Don't get wrathy, Benjamin Franklin." When his mother said Benny Frank, he thought it the best name in the whole world. Perhaps part was due to his mother's tone, and Ben was a splendid boy's name. But his schoolmates did torment him. They asked him if he had finished his roll, and if he had any to give away. They pestered him about flying his kite, and inquired what he said to the King of France when he went abroad, if it was "Parlez-vous de donkey?" If there is anything the average schoolboy can turn into ridicule, he does it. When Jim wanted to be exasperating, he gave him his whole name, and then Ben wished he had been called plain John, even if there had been 2 in the family. But the day of the party Jim coaxed him, and Jim could be irresistible. Then Margaret said, "Oh yes, I think I would go." She fixed up both of the boys and scented their handkerchiefs with her triple extract, and hoped they would have a nice time, insisting that one needn't be afraid of girls. Of course they did, especially Jim. He was in for all the fun and frolic, and the kissing didn't worry him a bit when the forfeits were announced. He didn't mind how deep he stood in the well, nor how high the tree was from which they picked cherries. Ben could rise to an emergency if he was not praying for it every moment. Chris was a great card. She could not help wishing that she knew enough young people in her social round to ask to a party. There were enough young ladies, but a hen party wasn't much fun. She made herself very agreeable to the Underhill boys, and wished in the sweetest of tones that she did know their sister Margaret. There were a good many imperfect lessons the next day, but the party was the great topic. Hosts of girls were mad. "I couldn't ask everybody. The house wouldn't hold them," declared Lily, but she took great comfort in thinking she had paid out to several girls against whom she had a little grudge, and the left-outs declared they wouldn't have gone anyhow. It must be admitted that the party did advance Lily socially. The family had hardly recovered from this spasm of gaiety when Stephen insisted that Margaret should go to a Valentine's ball at the Astor House, to be given to the ladies by a club of bachelors. He was going to take Dolly. Mrs. Bond would be there, and Dolly came up to coax her prospective mother-in-law. Margaret had not gone into any society and was only a schoolgirl, altogether too young to have her head filled with such nonsense, with many more reasons and conjunctions. Dolly was so sweet and persuasive and said the simplest white gown would do. Young girls really didn't dress much. Then Margaret would have it ready for her graduation. They would be sure to send her home early and take the best of care of her. Joe said, why, of course, she must go. It wasn't like being among strangers with Dolly and her people. So the boys and Dolly carried the day. All the while Margaret's heart beat with an unaccustomed throb. She did not really know whether she wanted to go or not. St. Valentine's Day was held in high repute then. You sent your best girl the prettiest valentine your purse could afford, and she laid it away in lavender to show to her children. Bashful young fellows often asked a momentous question in that manner. There were some lovely ones with original verses written in, for there were young bards in those days who struggled over birthday and valentine verses, and who would have scorned second-hand protestations. Though Margaret didn't get any valentines, a little girl received 3 that were extremely pretty. She asked Steve if he didn't send one. "Oh dear," he answered, as if he were amazed at the question. "I had to spend all my money buying Dolly one," and Joe pretended to be so surprised. He had spent his money for Margaret's sash and gloves and bunch of flowers. Even John would not own up to the soft impeachment and declared, "Your lovers sent them." "But I haven't any lovers," said the little girl in all innocence. She used to read them to her mother and ask her which she thought came from Steve, which from Joe and John. It was quite funny, though, that Nora Whitney had one exactly like one of hers, and even Mr. Theodore declared he didn't send them. Margaret looked like an angel, the little girl thought. Her white cashmere frock was simply made, with a lace frill about the neck, and at the edge of the short sleeves. Her broad blue satin sash was elegant. Miss Cynthia came and plaited her beautiful hair in a marvelous open-work sort of braid, and she had 2 white roses and a silver arrow in it. Her slippers were white kid, her gloves had just a cream tint, and Miss Cynthia brought her own opera cloak, which was light brocaded silk, wadded and edged with swan's down. Joe looked just splendid, the little girl decided, if she could only have seen Dolly. The Beekman coach was sent up for Margaret, who kissed her little sister and went off like Cinderella. "Oh, do you suppose she will meet the king's son?" asked Hanny, all excitement. "Oh, child, what nonsense!" exclaimed her mother. It wasn't the king's son, but young Dr. Hoffman was there, and Margaret danced several times with him. They talked so much about Joe that Margaret felt very friendly with him. After that, the world ran on in snow, in sunshine, and in rain. The days grew longer. March was rough and blowy. Mother Underhill had to go up in the country for a week, for Grandfather Van Cortlandt died. He had been out of health and paralyzed for a year or 2. Aunt Katrina had been staying there, and they would go on in the old house until spring. She was grandmother's sister. Of course, no one could feel very sorry about poor old Uncle Nicky, as he was called. He had always been rather queer, and was no comfort to himself, for he had lost his mind, but everybody admitted that grandmother had done her duty, and the Van Cortlandt children, grown men and women, thanked her for all her good care. Oh, what fun the children had on the 1st of April! What rags were pinned to people, what shrieks of, "My cat's got a long tail!" And there on the sidewalk would lay a tempting $50 with a string out of sight, and when the pedestrian stooped to pick it up, presto, how it would vanish. When one enterprising wight put his foot on it and picked it up triumphantly, the boys called out, "April Fool, that's an awful sell, mister, it's a bad $50." They watched and saw him bite it and throw it down. Then they went after it and had their fun over and over again. Stephen had given the $50 to Jim, with strict injunctions not to attempt to pass it, or he'd get a hiding, which no one ever did in the Underhill family. Mrs. Underhill declared Millier was as easy as an old shoe, and she didn't see what had kept the children from going to ruin. Joe always insisted it was pure native goodness. Then they called out to the carters and other wagoners, "Oh, mister, say, your wheel's going round!" And sometimes, without understanding, the driver would look and hear the shout. They had another trick they played out in the Bowery. Boys had a reprehensible trick of cutting behind, as the stages had 2 steps at the back, and the boys used to spring on them and steal rides. It was such a sight of fun to dodge the whip and spring off at the right moment. Sometimes a cross-grained passenger who had been a very good boy in his youth would tell. On this day they didn't steal the ride. They called out, with great apparent honesty, "Cutting behind, driver, 2 boys!" Then the driver would slash his whip furiously, and even the passers-by would enjoy the joke. Of course you could only play that once on each driver. Altogether, it was a day of days. You were fooled, of course. No one was smart enough to keep quite clear, but almost everybody was good-natured about it. Martha found some eggs that had been blown and a potato filled with ashes, and there were inventions that would have done credit to the pixies. The little girl would not go out to play in the afternoon, and she didn't even run when Jim said Nora wanted her for something special. But she really had no conscience about fooling her father several times. He pretended to be so surprised and said, "Oh, you little witch! It was a day on which you had need to keep your wits about you." Then, with the long days and the sunshine, came so many things. Little girls skipped rope and rolled hoops, their guiding sticks tied with a bright ribbon. The boys had iron hoops and an iron guider, and they made a musical jingle as they went along. There were kites too, but you didn't catch Benny Frank flying one, and marbles, and a ball. In the afternoon the streets seemed alive with children. But what would those people have said to the 5-story tenement house with their motley crew? Then Ludlow and Allen, and many another street, were such a clean and quaint aspect, and the ladies sat at their parlor windows in the afternoon, sewing and watching their little ones. Ring Around a Rosie began again, and dear me, there were so many signs. You must not step on a crack in the flagging, or something dreadful would happen to you. And you mustn't pick up a pin with a point toward you, or you would surely be disappointed. If the head was toward you, you could pick it up and make a wish, which would be sure to come to pass. You must cut your fingernails Monday morning before breakfast, and you would get a present before the week was out. And if you walked straight to school that morning, you were likely to have good lessons. But if you loitered or stopped to play or were late, bad luck would follow you all the week. And the little girls used to say, "Lesson, lesson, come to me, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 3, Thursday, Friday, then you may have a rest on Saturday." So, you see, a little girl's life was quite a weighty matter. That summer, political excitement ran high. Indeed, it had begun in the winter. A new party had nominated Mr. James Harper for mayor, and in the spring he had been elected. Mr. Theodore used to pause and discuss men and measures now that it was getting warm enough to sit out on the stoop and read your paper. Country habits were not altogether tabooed. But what impressed His Honor the Mayor most strongly on the little girl's mind was something Aunt Nancy Archer, who was now an earnest Methodist, said when she was up to tea one evening. "I did look to see Brother Harper set up a little. It's only natural, you know, and I can't quite believe in perfection. But there he was in class meeting, not a mite changed, just as friendly and earnest as ever, not a bit lifted up because he had been called to the highest position in the city." "There's no doubt but he will make a good mayor," rejoined Mr. Underhill. "He's a good, honest man, and all the brothers are capable men who are able to pull together. I'm not sure but we'll have to go outside of party lines a little. It ought to broaden a man to be in a big city." The little girl slipped her hand in Aunt Nancy's. "Is he your school teacher?" she ventured timidly. "School teacher? Why, no, child," in surprise. "You said class? You'll have to be careful, Aunt Nancy. That little girl has an inquiring mind," laughed her father. "Yes, it's a church class. I belong to the same church as Brother Harper. We're old-fashioned Methodists. We go to this class to tell our religious experiences. You are not old enough to understand that, but we talk over our troubles and trials and tell of our blessings too, I hope, and then Brother Harper has a good word for us. He comforts us when we are down at the foot of the hill, and he gives us a word of warning if he thinks we are climbing heights we're not quite fitted for. He makes a comforting prayer. I should like to see him, said the little girl. Well, get your father to bring you down to church some Sunday. Do, Vermilly. Any time she likes, said her father. They talked on, but Hanny went off into a little dreamland of her own. She was not quite clear what a mayor's duty was, only he was a great man, and her idea of his not being set up, as Aunt Nancy had phrased it, was that there was a great handsome chair, something like a throne, that had been arranged for him, and he had come in and taken a common seat. She was to have a good deal of hero worship later on, and be roused and stirred by Carlyle, but there was never anything finer than the admiration kindled in her heart just then. After Aunt Nancy went away, she crept into her father's lap. Aren't you glad Mr. Harper's our mayor? She asked. Did everybody vote for him? Do girls, big girls, and women vote? No, dear. Men over 21 are the only persons entitled to vote. Steve and Joe and I voted, and it's too bad, but John can't put in his vote for president this fall. The mayor governs the city, and the governor the state. What does the president do? Her father explained the most important duties to her, and that a president was elected every 4 years. That was the highest office in the country. And who is going to be our president? She was getting to be a party woman already. Well, it looks as if Henry Clay would. We shall all work for him. If it only wouldn't come bedtime so soon. The little girl studied and played with a will. She could skip rope like a little fairy, but it had been quite a task to drive her hoop straight. She was unconsciously inclined to make the line of beauty. I don't know that it was always graceful either. Some new people moved in the block. Just opposite there was a tall, thin woman who swept and dusted and scrubbed until Steve said he was afraid there wouldn't be enough dirt left to bury her with. She wore faded morning gowns and ragged checked aprons, and she had her head tied up with something like a turban, only it was grayish and not pretty. She did not always get dressed up by afternoon. Oh, how desperately clean she was. Even her sidewalk had a shiny look, and as for her door brasses, they outdid the sun. She had one boy, about 12 perhaps, and his name was John Robert Charles Reed. He was fair, well-dressed, and so immaculately clean that Jim said he'd give $1 if he could ever get so much money together, just to roll him in the dirt. His mother always gave him his full name. He went to a select school, but when he was starting away in the morning, his mother would call 2 or 3 times to know if he had all of his books, if he had a clean handkerchief, and if he was sure his shoes were tied and his clothes brushed. And one day a curious sort of carriage went by, a chair on wheels, and a man was pushing it while a lady walked beside it. In the chair was a most beautiful girl or child, fair as a lily, with long, light curls and the whitest of hands. Hanny watched in amazement, and then went in to tell her mother. She looks awful pale and sick, said Hanny. Josie Dean found out presently who she was. She had come to one of the houses that had the pretty gardens in front. She had been very ill, and she couldn't walk a step, and her name was Daisy Jasper. Such a beautiful name, and not to be able to run and play. Oh, how pitiful it was. The little girl had her new spring and summer clothes made. They were very nice, but somehow she did not feel as proud of them as she had last summer. Her father took her to Aunt Nancy's church one Sunday. It was very large and plain and full of people. Aunt Nancy sat pretty well up, but they found her. There seemed a good many old men and women, Hanny thought, but the young people were up in the galleries. She thought the singing was splendid. It really went up with a shout. People sang in earnest then. When they came out, everybody shook hands so cordially. Aunt Nancy waited a little while and then beckoned a tall, kindly-looking man, who was about as old as her father, though there was something quite different about him. He shook hands with Sister Archer, and she introduced him. He said he was very glad to see Mr. Underhill among them, and smiled down at the little girl as he took her small hand. She came home quite delighted that she had shaken hands with the mayor. Then one day Steve took her and Ben down to Cliff Street, through the wonderful printing house, small in comparison to what it is today. They met the mayor again and had a nice chat. The next great thing to Hanny was Margaret's graduation. She had been studying very hard to pass this year, for she was past 18 and she was very successful. Even Joe found time to go down. She wore her pretty white dress, but she had a white sash and her bodice had been turned in round the neck to make it low, as girls wore them then. Hanny thought her the prettiest girl there. She had an exquisite basket of flowers sent her, besides some lovely bouquets. Annette Beekman graduated too, and all the Beekman family were out in force. There were some very pretty closing exercises in the little girls' school, and at Houston Street, Jim was one of the orators of the day, and distinguished himself in Marco Bozzaris, one of the great poems of that period. After that, people went hither and thither, and when schools opened and business started up, the presidential campaign was in full blast. There was Clay and Frelinghuysen, Polk and Dallas, and at the last moment the Nationals, a new party, had put up candidates, which was considered bad for the Whigs. Still they shouted and sang with great gusto, "Hurrah, hurrah, the country's risin' for Harry Clay and Frelinghuysen." The Democrats, Locofocos, as they were often called in derision, were very sure of their victory. So were the Whigs. The other party did not really expect success. There were parades of some kind nearly every night. Even the boys turned out and marched up and down with fife and drum. There was no end of spirited campaign songs, and rhymes of every degree. The Locofoco Club at school used to sing, "Oh, poor old Harry Clay, oh, poor old Harry Clay, you never can be president, for Polk stands in the way." Nora Whitney used to rock in the big chair with Kitty in her arms, and this was her version. "Oh, poor old Pussy Gray, oh, poor old Pussy Gray, you never can be president, for Polk stands in the way." This didn't tease the little girl nearly so much, for she knew no matter how sweet and lovely and good a cat might be, it could only aspire to that honor in Catland. She did so hate to hear Mr. Clay called old and poor when he was neither. To her he was brave Harry of the West, the hero of battlefields. Jim had a rather hard time as well. He thought, with a boy's loyalty, his people must be right, but there was Lily who, with all her people, was a rabid Democrat. He quite made up his mind he wouldn't keep in with her, but the two girls he liked next best had Democratic affiliations also. Then the Whigs had a grand procession. Perhaps it would have been the part of wisdom to wait until the victory was assured, but the leaders thought it best to arouse enthusiasm to the highest pitch. Stephen had joined with some friends and hired a window down Broadway. The little girl thought it a very magnificent display. Such bands of strikingly dressed men marching to inspiriting music, their torches flaring about in vivid rays, such carriage loads, such wagons representing different industries, and there was a grand ship of state, drawn by white horses, 4 abreast, and gaily attired, in which Henry Clay was to sail successfully into the White House. After that imposing display, the little girl had no fear at all. Jim was very top-loftical to Miss Lily for several days. Then came the fatal day. There were no telegraphs to flash the news all over the country before midnight. A small one connected Baltimore and Washington, but long distance was considered chimerical. So they had to wait and wait. Fortunes varied. At last reliable accounts came, and Polk had stood in the way, or perhaps Mr. Binney, the third candidate, had taken too many votes. Anyhow, the day was lost to brave Harry of the West. The little girl was bitterly disappointed. She would have liked all the family to tie a black crape around their arms, as Joe had once when he went to a great doctor's funeral. Della teased her a good deal, and Nora sang, Hurrah, old Pussy Gray, hurrah, old Pussy Gray. We've got the president and all, and Polk has won the day. Then the Democrats had their grand procession. The houses were illuminated, the streets were full of shouting children. Even the boys had a small brigade that marched up and down the street. And oh, grief, Jim marched with them. I wouldn't be such a turncoat, declared the little girl angrily. I'm ashamed of you, James Underhill. I shall always feel as if you wasn't my brother any more. Shoo, returned Jim. Half the boys turning out have Whig fathers. There wouldn't have been enough for any sort of procession without us. And they promised to cry quits if we would turn out. It don't mean anything but fun. She took her trouble to her father. You are sorry we have been beaten? She said excitedly. Yes, Pussy, very sorry. I still think we shall be sorry that Clay isn't president. I'm sorry all the time. And when he was so good and splendid, why didn't they put him in? Well, a great many people think Mr. Polk just as splendid. Oh, the Democrats, she commented disdainfully. More than half the votes of the country went against our Harry of the West. One side always has to be beaten. It's hard not to belong to the winning side. But we won 4 years ago, and we did a big lot of crowing, I remember. We shouted ourselves hoarse over the announcement that Tippecanoe and Tyler too were bound to rule the country through. We drove our enemies out of sight and erected log cabins on their ruins. We had a grand good time, and then our brave and loyal Tippecanoe died, and some of us have been rather disappointed in Mr. Tyler. We will all hope for the best. There are a good many excellent men on both sides. I guess the country will come out all right. You see, my little girl, we must make up our minds to occasional defeat, especially when we go into politics. And there was the shrewd, laughing twinkle in his eye. It is supposed to be better for the country to have the parties about evenly divided. They stand more on their good behavior, and we will hope for better luck next time. But you couldn't turn round and be a Democrat, could you? She asked, with a sad entreaty. No, dear, he replied gravely. I'm glad we have Mayor Harper left. Can the new president put him out? No, my dear. They kissed each other in half-sorrowful consolation. But alas, next year even Mayor Harper had to go out. End of Chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of A Little Girl in Old New York. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lavina. A Little Girl in Old New York by Amanda Minnie Douglas. A Real Party. The little girl would have felt a great deal better if Lily Ludlow had not been on the other side. Lily was growing into a very pretty girl. They were wearing pantalets shorter now, and she noticed that Lily wore hers very short. Then aprons were made without bibs or shoulder bands and had ruffles on the bottom. They were beginning to go farther around, almost like another skirt. Lily had 2 white ones. She walked up and down the block with a very grand air. Then Miss Chrissy met Margaret at a house of a mutual acquaintance and invited her very cordially to call on her, and Margaret did the same. Miss Chrissy lost no time but came card case in hand and made herself very agreeable. Would you like to go down and call on Jim's girl? Margaret asked smilingly. Ben always called her that. No, replied Hanny, with much dignity. I don't like her. She called me queer the first time she saw me. And I shouldn't think of calling Nora queer, no matter how she looked. If Jim wants her, he may have her, but I do hope they won't live in New York. The temper was so unusual and so funny that Margaret let it go without a word. Everything came back to its normal state. Mr. Theodore and her father and Steve remained the same good friends. The party transparencies and emblems were taken down. It seemed to her that people had not been as deeply disappointed as they ought to be. She was very loyal and faithful in her attachments, and no doubt, you'd think, quite obstinate in her dislike. But something else happened that aroused her interest. Indeed, there were things happening all the time. Miss Jane Underhill up at Harlem was dead and buried, and Margaret had taken a great interest in Miss Lois. Cousins had been going and coming. Mrs. Retty Finch had a little son, and Aunt Crete had come down and spent a week with her sister-in-law. But this distanced them all. Steve and Dolly Beekman were going to be married. The Beekmans had been staying up in the country house. All the girls had been married there. There were to be 5 bridesmaids. Enid and Margaret were among them. Joe was to be the best man and stand with Miss Enid. Dr. Hoffman was to stand with Margaret. There was a Gessner cousin, a Wyndham cousin, and Dolly's dear friend, Miss Stuyvesant. All the bridesmaids were to be gowned in white India mull, and Dolly was to have a white brocaded silk and a long veil that her grandmother had worn. Hosts and hosts of friends were invited. The house would be big enough to take them all in. Miss Cynthia made the little girl a lovely dress. First, she took a pink merino for a slip. Then there were lace puffs divided by insertion, a short baby waist, short sleeves, pink satin bows on her shoulders with the long ends floating almost like wings, and a narrow pink ribbon around her waist with a great cluster of bows and ends. She was to have her hair curled all around her, and to stand and hold Dolly's bouquet while she was being married. I suppose now we would call her a maid of honor. No one could say that Mr. Peter Beekman had ever given a mean wedding. He liked Stephen very much, and Dolly could almost have wheedled the moon out of him if she had tried. He teased Enid by telling her she would have to be an old maid and stay home and take care of her father and mother. Grandmother Van Cortlandt came down. She laid off her mourning and wore her black velvet gown with its English crown pointed lace. Grandmother Underhill came too, but she wore black silk with a pretty fine lace fichu that she had been married in herself. Uncle David and Aunt Eunice, who wore a grey satin that had been made for her eldest son's wedding. There were Underhill cousins by the score, some bonnets from New Rochelle, some vermilias, for no one really worthwhile was to be sighted. The day had been very fine and sunny. That was a sign the bride would be merry and happy and pleasant to live with. And when the evening fell, the great lawn was all alight with Chinese lanterns that a second cousin in tea trade had sent Dolly. All the front of the big old house was illuminated. It was square with great cupola on the top of second story, and that was in a blaze of light as well. The Underhills all went up early. Steve was very proud of his mother, who had a pretty changeable silk, lilac, and grey, and Joe had given her a collar and cuffs of Honiton lace to wear at his wedding, he said. They went in to see the bride when she was dressed. Of course, she was beautiful. A pretty girl couldn't look otherwise in her wedding gear. Her veil was put on with orange blossoms and buds and delicately scented. There was a wreath of the same over one shoulder and across her bosom. Her hair was done in a marvelous fashion and looked like a golden crown. How the carriages rolled around and silk rustled up and down the stairs. There were gay voices and soft laughs, and presently word was sent that the Reverend Dr. DeWitt had arrived. Then the immediate family went down. Dolly stooped and kissed Hanny and told her she must not feel a mite afraid. The young men filed out. Stephen took Dolly, just putting her white gloved hand on his arm, as if it was the most precious thing in the world. Joe, smiling and really much handsomer than Stephen, though you couldn't persuade Dolly to any such heresy. Then Dr. Hoffman and the others. They seemed to float down the broad stairs. The rooms were very large, but oh, how full they were! The procession walked through the back parlor. Stephen and Dolly and the little girl went straight up to Dr. DeWitt, who stood there in his gown and bands, a sweet, reverential old man. The bridesmaids and the groomsmen made a half circle around. There was some soft music, then a silence. Dr. DeWitt began. Dorothy Beekman and Stephen Decatur Underhill promised each other and all the world to love and cherish and live together according to God's holy ordinance all their lives. The little girl held the flowers and listened attentively. She had an idea there must be a great deal more to it and was almost disappointed, for she could not understand that it included all one's life. Dr. DeWitt bent over and kissed the bride with solemn reverence. Then Stephen kissed his wife. There was a great deal of kissing afterward, for the new husband kissed the bridesmaids, and the groomsmen had a right to kiss the bride. The mothers had their turn next, and afterward all was laughing confusion. In the midst of this, Philip Hoffman leaned over Margaret. "I believe you kissed the bridesmaid too," he said in a serious fashion, and touched her soft red lips with his. Margaret's face was scarlet, and her breath seemed taken away. They made a pretty semicircle afterward, and all the guests came up with good wishes. There were so many elegantly dressed people that the little girl was half dazed. I forgot to tell you that she wore her string of gold beads, and they always had a wedding flavor after that. Presently the procession reformed and went out to the dining room, where the table ought to have groaned if tables ever do. There were some immaculate black waiters who handed one thing after another. The bride cut the cake of both kinds, pound cake like gold and fruit cake rich enough to give you indigestion. And this wasn't the regular supper. The bride had to grace the head of every table. What merry quips and jests they were! People were really gay and happy in those days. No one thought of being bored. They had better manners and kindlier hearts, and enjoyment was a duty as well as pleasure. The musicians were playing softly in the hall. By and by, the elder people, who had a long drive to take and who had passed their dancing days long ago, began to say goodbye to the bridal couple. In the upper hall, a table was piled with white boxes tied with narrow white ribbon containing a bit of bride's cake, and a maid stood there handing them to guests. You put some under your pillow and dreamed on it. If the dream was delightful, you might look for it to come true. If it was disagreeable, you felt sure you didn't believe in such nonsense. Then the dancing commenced. There were 3 large rooms devoted to this. Several of the old men went upstairs to Mr. Beekman's special room to have a smoke and a good game of cards. But oh, how merry they were downstairs! They danced with utmost zest because they really liked to. The little girl danced too. Steve took her out first, and she went through a quadrille very prettily. Then it was Joe, and after that Dr. Hoffman begged her mother to let her dance just once with him, and though she was a little afraid, she enjoyed it very much. Dolly introduced her to ever so many people and said she was her little sister. "Am I really?" said Hanny, a little confused. "Why, yes," laughingly. "And one reason why I wanted to marry Stephen was because he has so many brothers. Now they are all mine, 5 of them." The little girl studied a moment. "It's queer," she said with a smile, "but I have one more than you. And are you going to have Margaret too?" "Yes, and your mother and father. But I am going to be very good and not take them away. Instead, I shall come to see you and have my little peace. I am quite in love with Benny Frank, and Jim's a regular mischief." Jim did wish, when he saw all the pretty girls, that he was a grown man and could dance. Ben found some men to talk to, and Mr. Bond, who was in a large jewelry establishment, told him about some rare and precious stones. Old Mrs. Beekman made much of them and said she envied Mrs. Underhill for her fine boys. There was supper after midnight. Cold meats of all kinds, salads, fruits, and ice cream, to say nothing of the wonderful jellies. Tea and coffee, and in an anteroom a great bowl of punch. After that Mrs. Underhill gathered her old people and her young people and said they must go home. Joe promised he would look out for George, and Margaret was to stay to the bridesmaids' breakfast next morning. Dolly slipped a ring on the little girl's finger. That's a sign you are my little sister forever and ever, he said with a kiss. Can't I ever grow big? Asked Hanny seriously. Mr. Beekman laughed at that. You must come down and see me, he exclaimed. We are going to move next week and we always take KatieChen. Come and have a good time with us. The little girl was asleep in grandmother's arms when they reached home, and the old lady gently took off her pretty clothes and laid her in bed. She is by far the sweetest child you have got, Margaret, she said to Mrs. Underhill. That was not the end of gaieties. Relatives kept giving parties, and the bridesmaids were asked. Margaret began to feel as if she knew Dr. Hoffman very well. He liked Annette too. Perhaps he would marry Annette. They had all been saying, one wedding makes many. It seemed so queer to be without Stephen. The little girl began to realize that they had somehow given him away, and she did not quite enjoy the thought. He and Dolly came down and stayed 2 days, and oh dear! Dolly was the sweetest and the merriest and the funniest being alive. She played such jolly tunes. She sang like a bird and whistled like a bobolink, could play checkers and chess and fox and geese, and she brought Jim a backgammon board. They talked a good deal about building a house way uptown. Mr. Beekman had offered Dolly a lot. John said it was going to be the finest part of the city. Stephen couldn't really afford to build, but they would like to begin in their own home. Property was getting so high downtown that young people like them, just beginning life, must look around and consider. You just go uptown, you can't miss it, and Mayor Harper is going to make a beautiful place of Madison Square. The firm I am with count on that being the fine residential part, declared John. We can't afford much grandeur on the start, says Dolly with charming frankness. When we get to the middle-aged people, perhaps. Mr. Underhill is very glad to have her so prudent. She will make a fine wife for Stephen. Stephen took his new wife up to Yonkers to spend a Sunday, so that Aunt Reed would not feel slighted. She seemed quite an old lady, and though it was cold and blustering, they walked up on the hill where father's new house was to be built, by and by a lovely place for the children and the grandchildren to cluster around a hearthstone. Meanwhile, Margaret was learning to cook and bake and keep house. She practiced her music diligently. She kept on with her French, and she began to read some books Dr. Hoffman had recommended. There were calls to make invitations to tea and a Christmas Eve party at one of her schoolmates. Jo said she must let him know when she wanted an escort, and John was ready to go for her at any time. It did not seem possible that Christmas could come around so soon. Santa Claus was not quite such a real thing this year. So many gifts came to the little girl by the way of the hall door. But she hung up a stocking all the same, and had it full to the topmost round. There was a beautiful set of dishes, and they came with best love from Dolly and Stephen. There was cloth for a pretty new winter coat, blue and black plaid, some squirrel fur to trim it with, and a squirrel muff. Among the gifts bestowed on Margaret was a box of lovely hothouse flowers. There was only Merry Christmas on the card. Stephen and Dolly came to the Christmas dinner, but they strenuously denied any knowledge of it. Mrs. Underhill had all her family together, and she was a happy woman. In truth, she was very proud of Stephen's wife. Grandmother Van Cortlandt had come to make a visit. Aunt Katrina was down also staying with her son, as the two old ladies found it rather lonesome now that there were no active duties demanding their attention. And Grandmother Underhill had sent the little girl her Irish chain bed quilt, finished and quilted. The Dean children came in during the afternoon to exchange notes and tell a grand secret. Their aunt and two cousins were coming from Baltimore. Bessie was quite a big girl, 14, and Ada was 10. Their mother had said they might have a real party of boys and girls, not just a little tea party and playing with dolls, but real plays with 4 feet. I have just studied with all my might and main, and mother said if I had all my lessons and a good record, then I could have the thing I wanted most, if it didn't cost too very much. And I said I wanted a real party. It will be just splendid, declared Hanny, and we have been counting up. We have 7 cousins to ask, and the girls at school, some of them. I wish we knew some more boys. Oh, do you think Jim would come? I'll ask him if you would like. Oh, just coax him. I suppose Benny Frank will feel that he is too old, but he is so nice. Oh, do you suppose John Robert Charles' mother would let him come? Oh dear, I promised to call him Charles, but I think Robert's prettier, don't you? And mother said she'd write the invitations on note paper, and she has some lovely little envelopes. That did look like a party. I think John Robert Charles is real nice, said Hanny timidly. But I am afraid of his mother. Oh, so is he, awful. Yet she isn't real ugly to him, only cross, and so dreadful particular. She makes him go out and wipe his feet twice, and wear that queer long cloak when it rains, and then red wooden tippet. She bought red because it was healthy. He said so. He wanted blue and grey. She lets him come over to her house sometimes, and he can sing just splendid. But the boys do make fun of him. Poor John Robert Charles often thought his life was a burden on account of his name and his mother's great virtue of cleanliness. He was not allowed to play with the boys. Ball and marbles and hopscotch were tabooed. He could walk up and down and do errands, and that, with going to school, was surely enough. Then she exaggerated him. His white collars were always broader. If trousers were a little wide, his were regular sailors. She bought his Sunday suit to grow into, so by the second winter it just fitted him. His everyday clothes she made, and oh, she cut his hair. It is very hard to be the daughter of such a mother, a rigid, uncompromising woman with no sense of the fitness of things, of harmony or beauty or indulgence in little fancies that are so much to a child. Quite as hard to be the son. Charles had everything needed to keep him warm, in good health, and books for study. When it rained hard, he had 6 cents to ride in the omnibus, and he did have the cleanest house and the cleanest clothes, and his mother thought a very nice time. Luckily, there were no boys this end of the block. They were quite grown up or little children, but there were enough below to torment the poor lad. In the summer, when the charcoal men went by, they would sing out, John Robert Charles, what did you have for breakfast? And the refrain would be, charcoal. What did you have for dinner? Charcoal. How do you keep so clean? Charcoal. Early this autumn, the boy had made a protest. Day after day, he said it over to himself until he thought he had sufficient courage. Mother, why don't you call me just Charles, as my father does? His mother's surprise almost withered him. Because, when she had found her breath, John is after my father, who was an excellent man, and Robert was for the only brother I ever had, and Charles for your grandfather Reed. If you grow up as good as any of them, you'll have no occasion to find fault with your name. Yet, boys at school called him Bob, and he really did enjoy it. He went to a very nice select school where there were only 20 boys. He had made quite an acquaintance with the Dean girls. He could play house, and they had such delightful books to read. And the party must be some time next week. Thursday, mother thought, would be convenient. I should give the invitations out on Monday, Josie said, and oh, try to coax them. The cousins came. Hanny saw them on Sunday, and on Monday, 2 girls went round with a pretty basket and left pale green missives at the house of friends. There was one for Ben also. Ejaculated Jim. A baby party. Will they play with dolls? Oh, Jim, it's going to be a real party with refreshments. Of course there won't be dolls. Washington pie and round hearts? The tears rushed to Hanny's eyes. Never mind about him, said Ben. I'll go. I'll be your beau. And see here, Hanny, it's polite to answer an invitation. Now, you write yours and I'll write mine, and I'll leave them at the door. Hanny smiled and went upstairs for her box of paper. Jim gave a whistle and marched off, but when he saw the pretty Baltimore cousin, he reconsidered, though he was afraid Lily Ludlow would laugh at him when she heard of it. Margaret dressed the little girl in her pretty blue cashmere, and she felt very nice with her two brothers. Most of the children were 10 and 12, but the two cousins were older. Bessie Ritter was quite used to parties and took the lead, though the children were rather shy at first. They played stagecoach to begin with. When the driver, who stood in the middle of the room, said, "Passengers change for Boston," everyone had to get up and run to another seat, and of course, there was one who could not find a seat, and he or she had to be the driver. That broke up the stiffness. Then they had cross questions where you answered for your neighbor, and he answered for you, and you were always forgetting and had to pay a forfeit. Of course, they had to be redeemed. Charles Reed came, though his mother couldn't decide until the last moment. He looked very nice too. He had to sing a song, and really, he did it in a manly fashion. But the little girl thought oats, peas, beans the prettiest of all. It nearly foreshadowed kindergarten songs. The children stood in a ring with one in the middle, and as they moved slowly around, sang, "Oats, peas, beans, and barley grows. 'Tis you nor I nor nobody knows how oats, peas, beans, and barley grows. Does the farmer sows his seeds? Does he stands and take his ease? Stamps his foot and clap his hands, and turns around to view his lands, a-waiting for a partner, a-waiting for a partner. So open the ring and take one in, and kiss her when you get her in." The children had acted it all, sowing the seed, taking his ease, stamping, clapping hands, and whirling around. They looked very pretty doing it. Bessie Ritter had asked Ben to stand in first, and he had obligingly consented. Of course he chose her. Then the children sang again. "Now you are married, you must obey. You must be true to all you say. You must be kind, you must be good, and keep your wife in kindling wood. The oats are gathered in the barn, the best produce upon the farm. Gold and silver must be paid, and on the lips a kiss is laid." The two took their places in the ring, and Jim next sacrificed himself for the evening's good and chose another of Josie's cousins. Then John Robert Charles manfully took his place and chose Josie Dean. So they went on until nearly all had been chosen. Then Mrs. Dean asked them out to have some refreshments. They were all very merry indeed. Mr. Dean sang some amusing songs afterward, and they all joined in several school songs. "I have just been happy through and through," admitted Charles. "I wish I could give a party. You should come and plan everything," he whispered to Josie. It was time to go home then. There was a babble of talk as the little girls were finding their wraps mingled with pleasant outbursts of laughter. Mr. Dean was to take some of the small people home, and Jim obligingly offered his escort. It had not been so very babyish. Ben wrapped his little sister up, head and ears, and ran home with her. How the stars sparkled! "It's been just splendid," she said to her mother. "Don't you think I might have a party sometime, and Ben and all of us? Next winter, maybe?" Her father looked up from his paper and smiled. She seemed to have grown taller. What if, some day, he should lose his little girl? The very next day, Mr. Whitney announced that he was going to take the Deans and their cousins and Nora to the museum. He wanted the little girl to go with them. Delia was visiting in Philadelphia. He promised laughingly to have them all home in good season. End of A Real Party.
Chapter 13 of A Little Girl in Old New York. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Little Girl in Old New York by Amanda Minnie Douglas. Chapter 13, New Relations. New Year's Day was gayer than ever. The streets were full of throngs of men in twos up to any number, and carriages went whirling by. There were no ladies out, of course. Margaret had 2 of her school friends receiving with her, one a beautiful Southern girl whose father was in Congress, and who was staying on in New York, taking what we should call a postgraduate course now, perfecting herself in music and languages. Margaret was a real young lady now. Joe had taken her to several parties, and there had been quite a grand reception at the Beekmans. The little girl was dressed in her blue cashmere and a dainty white Swiss apron ornamented with little bows like butterflies. Miss Butler thought she was a charming child. She stood by the window a good deal, delighted with the stir and movement in the street, and she looked very picturesque. Her hair, which was still light, had been curled all round and tied with a blue ribbon instead of a comb. Her mother said it was foolishness, and they would make the child as vain as a peacock. But I think she was rather proud of the sweet, pretty-mannered little girl. There was one great diversion for her. About the middle of the afternoon 2 gentlemen called for her father. One was quite as old, with a handsome white beard and iron-grey hair, very stylishly dressed. He wore a high-standing collar with points, and what was called a neckcloth of black silk with dark blue brocade figures running over it, and a handsome brocade velvet vest, double-breasted, the fashion of the times, with gilt buttons that looked as if they were set with diamonds, they sparkled so. Over all he had worn a long Spanish circular which he dropped in the hall. The younger man might have been 18 or 20. Ben was waiting on the door. He announced Mr. Bonnet and Mr. Eugene Bonnet. "We hardly expected to find any of the gentlemen at home," began the elder guest. "We are cousins, in a fashion, and my son has met the doctor. Father is at home," said Margaret in the pause. "Hanny, run downstairs and call him." "Miss Underhill, I presume," exclaimed the young man. "I have seen your brother quite often of late. And do you know his chum, Phil Hoffman? Doctor, I ought to say," laughingly. "Oh, yes," and Margaret coloured a little. Then her father came up. These are some of the Bonnets from New Rochelle, originally farther back from England and France in the time of the Huguenot persecution. Mr. Bonnet's father had come to New York a young man 70-odd years ago. Mr. Bonnet himself had married for his first wife a Miss Vermilia, whose mother had been an Underhill from White Plains, and she was Father Underhill's own cousin. She had been dead more than 20 years, and her children, 5 living ones, were all married and settled about, and he had 5 by his second marriage. This was his eldest son. They talked family quite a while, and Mrs. Underhill was summoned. The young man went out in the back parlour where the table stood in its pretty holiday array, and was introduced to Margaret's friends. They hunted mottos, which was often quite amusing, ate candies and almonds and bits of cake, while the elder people were talking themselves into relationship. Eugene explained that his next younger brother was Louis. Then a slip of a girl of 15, and 2 young cubs completed the second family. But the older brothers and sisters were just like own folks. Indeed, he thought one sister, Mrs. French, was one of the most charming women he knew, only she did live in the wilds of Williamsburg. Francesca was married in the Livingston family, and lived up in Manhattanville. How anyone could bear to be out of the city, that meant below 10th Street, he couldn't see. "Is that little fairy your sister?" he asked. "Isn't she lovely?" Margaret smiled. She thought Mr. Eugene very flattering. Then the others came out, and Mr. Bonnet took a cup of black coffee and a very dainty sandwich. He left sweets to the young people. And now that they had broken the ice, he hoped the Underhills would be social. They, the Bonnets, lived over in Hammersley Street, which was really a continuation of Houston. And they might like to see grandfather, who was in his 90th year and still kept to his old French ways and fashions. Miss Butler was very enthusiastic about the callers. "Why, you are quite French," she said. "Only they show it in their looks. We have had so much English admixture," and Father Underhill laughed with a mellow sound. "But I've heard that my great-grandmother was a useless fine lady when they came to this country, and had never dressed herself or brushed her hair, and had to have a lady's maid until she died. She never learned to speak English, or only a few words, but she could play beautifully on a harp and recite the French poets so well that people came from a distance to see her. But her daughters had a great many other things to learn, and were very smart women. My own grandmother could spin on the big wheel and the little wheel equal to any girl when she was 70 years old."
"How delightfully romantic!" cried Miss Butler. "There's a big wheel in the garret at Yonkers, and a little wheel, and a funny reel," said Hanny, who was sitting on Miss Butler's lap. "And we used to play the reel was a mill, and we make believe we ground corn."
"I've done many a day's spinning," exclaimed Mrs. Underhill. "The hunters raised no end of flax, and we spun the thread for our bed and table linen. One of our neighbors had a loom and did weaving. Cotton goods were so high we were glad to keep to linen. Ah, well, the world's changed a deal since my young days." They were disturbed by an influx of guests. The fashionable young men came late in the afternoon and evening. The gilt candelabrum on the mantel was lighted up, and it had so many branches and prisms it was quite brilliant. Then there were sconces at the side of the wall to light up corners, and these have come around again, since people realize what a soft, suggestive light candles give. The Underhills had no gas in their house. It was esteemed one of the luxuries. Even the outskirts of the city streets were still lighted with oil. Steve came in and teased the girls and begged them to eat Filipinos with him. He seemed to find so many, and he said the best wish he could give them for 1845 was that they might all find a good husband, as good as he was making, and if they didn't like to take his word, they were at liberty to go and ask his wife. Quite in the evening, the two doctors called, and Joe announced that he was going to have a Christian supper and a cup of tea, so that he would be able to attend to business tomorrow, as half the city would be ill from eating all manner of sweet stuff. After he had chaffed the girls a while, he took Dr. Hoffman downstairs, out of the crowd, he said, and Mrs. Underhill gave them a cup of delicious tea. She and Martha were kept quite busy with washing dishes and making tea and coffee. Joe had requested last year that they should not offer wine to the callers. He went out in the kitchen to have a talk with his mother about the bonnets. Dr. Hoffman played with his spoon and would not have another cup of tea. Mr. Underhill wondered why he did not go upstairs and have a good time with the girls. They could hear the merry laughter. "Mr. Underhill," he began presently. What?" said that gentleman, rather amazed at the pause. Dr. Hoffman cleared his throat. There was nothing at all in it. The trouble was a sort of bounding pulsation that interfered with his breath, and flushed his face. "Mr. Underhill, I have a great favor to ask." He rose and came near so that he could lower his voice. I admire your daughter extremely. I should choose her out of all the world if I could." Father Underhill glanced up in consternation. He wanted to stop the young man from uttering another word, but before he could collect his scattered wits, the young man had said it all. "I want permission to visit her, to see if she cannot like me well enough to some day take me for a husband. I have really fallen in love with her. Joe will tell you all you want to know about me. I'm steady, thank heaven, and have a start in the world beside my profession. I wanted you to know what my intentions were, and to give me the opportunity of winning her." "I never once thought—" The father was confused, and the lover now self-possessed. "No, I suppose not. Of course, we are both young, and do not need to be in a hurry. I wanted the privilege of visiting her." Yes, in embarrassed surprise. "Thank you," said the lover, grasping his hand. "I hope to win your respect and approval. Joe and I are like brothers already. I admire you all so much." Hanny came flying in with pink cheeks and eager eyes. "Where's Joe? Margaret wants him. She said I must ask them if they wouldn't please to like to dance a quadrille, and come upstairs when they had finished their tea." Joe was sitting astride a chair, tilting it up and down and talking to his mother. "Oh, yes, your Royal Highness. Phil, if you have finished your tea." And Joe laughed, inwardly knowing some other business had been concluded as well. They had a delightful quadrille. Then Miss Butler sang a fascinating song, The Mockingbird. Two of the gentlemen sang several of the popular airs of the day, and the party broke up. The little girl had gone to bed some time before, though she declared she wasn't a bit tired, and her eyes shone like stars. The very next day it snowed, so the ladies could have no day at all. There was sleigh riding and merrymaking of all sorts. One day Dr. Hoffman came and took Margaret and her little sister out in a dainty cutter. Then he used to drop in St. Thomas's Church and walk home with her evenings. Father Underhill felt quite guilty in not forewarning his wife of the conspiracy, but one evening she mistrusted. "Margaret is altogether too young to keep company," she declared in an authoritative way. "Margaret is 19, said her father, "and you were only 20 when I married you. That's too young." "Seems to me we were far from miserable. As I remember it, it was a very happy year." "Don't be silly, Millier. And you're so soft about the children. You haven't a bit of sense about them." In her heart, she knew she would not give up 1 year of her married life for anything the world could offer. "Margaret knows no more about housekeeping than a cat," she continued. "Well, there's time for her to learn. And perhaps she will not really like the young man." "She likes him already. Millier, you're as blind as a bat." "Well, if they like each other, it's the way of the world. It's been going on since Adam. It's simply ridiculous to have Margaret perking herself up for a beau. I guess you'll have to let the matter go. Hoffman is well connected and a nice young fellow." Yes, she had to let the matter go on. She was unnecessarily sharp with Margaret and pretended not to see. She was extremely ceremonious with the young man at first. She didn't mean to have him coming to tea on Sunday evenings, a fashion that still lingered. But Dolly was very good to the young lovers, and they had so many mutual friends. Then Margaret was quite shy. She hardly knew what to make of the attentions that were so reverent and sweet. She couldn't have discussed them with a single human being. Mr. and Mrs. Underhill had called on their new cousins in Hammersley Street, and on Washington's birthday he took the little girl and Ben over. The street was still considered in the quality part of town. The row was quite imposing, the stoops being high, the houses 3 stories and a half, with short windows just below the roof. The railing of the stoop was very ornate, the work around the front door and the fanlight at the top being of the old-fashioned decorative sort. They were ushered into the parlor by a young colored lad. It was a very splendid room, the little girl thought, with a high frescoed ceiling and a heavy cornice of flowers and leaves. The side walls were a light gray, but they were nearly covered with pictures. The curtains were a dull blue, and what we should call old gold, and swept the floor. There was a mirror from floor to ceiling with an extremely ornamental frame, the top forming a curtain cornice over the windows. At the end of the room was the same kind of cornice and curtains, but no glass. The carpet had a great medallion in the center, and all kinds of arabesques and scrolls and flowers about it. The furniture was rather odd, divans, chairs, ottomans, and queer-looking tables, and the little girl came to know afterward that 2 or 3 pieces had been in the royal palace of Versailles. A very sweet, dark-eyed, dark-haired woman came through the curtain. "I am Mrs. French," she said in a soft tone, "and I am very glad to see you. Is this the little girl of whom I have heard so much? Be seated, please. Father is out, and he will be very sorry to miss you." She dropped on an ottoman and drew the little girl toward her. "Let me take off your hat and coat. There are some children who will be glad to see you. Mother will be up in a few moments. Do you know that I have been seriously considering a visit to you? Father and Eugene have talked so much about you. And your grandfather. He is very well today. I was in his room reading to him. He will be pleased you have come." Mrs. Bonnet came in with her daughter, a rather tall, lanky girl of 15, very dark, with a great mop of black hair that was tied at the back without being braided. She looked as if she had outgrown her dress. This was Miss Luella. After a moment, she came over to Ben and asked him where he went to school and if he had any pets. They had a squirrel and some guinea pigs and a parrot that could talk everything. Didn't he want to see them? Hanny looked eager as well. "Can I take her?" asked Lou. "The boys are downstairs. Don't be rough." It was rather dark. Lou caught Hanny in her arms and whisked her down to the dining room. The boys were 13 and 11, and were playing checkers on the large dining table. Everything looked so immensely big to Hanny. The shelves of the sideboard were full of glass and silver and queer old blue china. The chairs had great high backs and were leather-covered. "We want to see the guinea pigs," said Lou.
But I'll take her out to see the parrots first. There was a fat colored woman in the kitchen who suggested Aunt Mary. They went through to a little room under the great back porch, made in the end of the area. There were 2 parrots and a beautiful white paroquet. Polly was sulky. "Mind your business," was all she would say. Dan soon began to be quite sociable, declaring he was glad to see them, and would like to have some grapes. "You shut up," screamed Polly. "I'll talk as much as I like." "No, you won't. I'll come and choke you. Do if you dare." Then they shrieked at each other with the vigor of fighting cats. Polly rustled around her cage as if she would be out the next moment. Hanny clung to Lou and was pale with fright. "They can't get out. They tear each other to pieces when they're mad, and sometimes they're as sweet as honey. Pa's going to sell one of them, but we can't decide which must go. Polly talks a lot when she's in the mood. I don't know what's ruffled her so. Polly, my pretty Polly, sing for me. And the first time I go out, I'll buy you some candy with lots of peanuts in it. Lots of peanuts," lingeringly. "Polly, sing? Oh, ho, ho! Polly can't sing no more than a crow," squeaked out Dan. Can do. Pretty Polly. Polly want a cracker. Polly sing for her dear Dan. Oh, boo-hoo!" Polly screamed in a tearing rage. The young colored lad entered. "Miss Lou, the birds disturb your grandpa. Let me take Polly. You bad bird, you're going in a dungeon." With that he whisked Polly off. Dan laughed gleefully. The boys came, and Dan went through his stock accomplishments, much to their delight. "But Polly's a sight the funniest," declared Lou. "Only she has such a horrid temper, and it just grows worse. We had a monkey, and that got to be so awful bad. Now, let's go and see the guinea pigs." They were up on the top floor. "We had them down the cellar," explained one of the boys, "but some of them died. Jean said it was too dark and damp." The children trudged upstairs. There was a pen in a small room, which seemed a receptacle for all sorts of broken toys. Ah, how pretty the little things were, black and yellow spotted, bright-eyed, and soft-coated, with a tiny sort of squeak, and tame enough to be caught. Lou offered one to Hanny, but she drew back in half fear. Then they brought in the squirrel, and he was a handsome fellow with beady eyes and a bushy tail, and when they let him out, he ran up on anyone's shoulder. If only it was warm, we'd go out and have a swing. Oh, don't you want to ride? Here's our horse. We don't care much for it now, though in summer we have it out of doors." Hanny was speechless with amaze. She had never seen so large a one in the stores. He was covered with real hair, and had a splendid mane and tail and beautiful eyes. His silver-mounted red trappings were extremely gorgeous. "He's magnificent," declared Ben. "Honey, just try him. Don't be a little fraid cat," as she hung back. "See here!" Lou sprang on and took an inspiriting gallop. The horse worked with springs and seemed fairly alive. Afterward, Hanny ventured and found it exhilarating. Oh, if she could only have one! "I suppose it cost a good deal?" she questioned timidly. Geoffrey laughed. "Jean picked it up at an auction where people were being sold out, and he got it for a song," he said. "But we've outgrown it. I'd like a real pony. I wish Pa'd keep a horse." "We have 2, said the little girl. "Pshaw, now. You're joking." "No," rejoined Ben quietly. "We brought them down from the farm. Father and Steve needed them." "Do you own a farm, too?" Geoffrey asked in amaze. "Why, you must be all fired rich." "No, we're not so very rich," said Ben soberly. "Our house in First Street isn't nearly as big and as handsome as this. But we did have a big one in the country. Uncle lives there now, and we have 100 acres of land." "Jiminy!" ejaculated the young boy. "Chillin', please bring the company down to your grandpa." "Oh, I'm afraid you're going away," said Lou. "You're awful sweet. I just wish I had a little sister. I'd wish you'd come and stay a week. But I suppose you feel like a cat in a strange garret. I'd be real good to you, though." She caught Hanny in her arms and fairly ran downstairs with her. "You're just the littlest mite of a thing. Why, you're never 9 years old. You're just like a doll." "Oh, please let me walk," entreated Hanny. Their mother stood in the lower hall. "You boys go downstairs or in the parlor. So many children confuse Grandpa. Lou, you look too utterly harum-scarum. Do go and brush your hair."
Between the parlor and the back room was a space made into a library on one side, and some closets on the other. Sliding doors shut this from the back room. This was large, with a splendid high-post bedstead that had yellow silk curtains around it, a velvet sofa, and over by the window some armchairs and a table. And out of one chair rose a curious little old man, who seemed somehow to have shrunken up, and yet he was a gentleman from head to foot. His hair was long and curled at the ends, but it looked like floss silk. His eyes were dark and bright. His face was wrinkled, and his beard thin. Hanny thought of the old man at the Bowling Green who had been in the Bastille. His velvet coat, very much cut away, was faced with plum-coloured satin. His long waistcoat was of flower damask. His knee breeches were fastened with silver buckles, and his slippers had much larger ones. There really were some diamonds in them. His shirt frill was crimped in the most beautiful manner, and the diamond pins sparkled with every turn.
"This is Grandpa," said Mrs. French. "We are all very proud of him, that he has kept his faculties, and we want him to live an even 100 years.
The old man smiled and shook his head slowly. He took Hanny's hand, and his was as soft as a baby's. He said he was very glad to see them both. He and their father had been talking over old times and relationships. His voice had a pretty foreign sound. It was a soft, trained voice, but the accent was discernible. "And you were here through the War of the Revolution," said Ben, who had been counting back. "Yes. My father had just died and left 9 children. I was the oldest, and there were 2 girls, so I couldn't be spared to go. The British so soon took possession of New York. But in 1812 I was free to fight for liberty in the country of my adoption. We were never molested nor badly treated, but of course we could give no aid to our countrymen. It was a long, weary struggle. No one supposed at first the rebels could conquer. And all that is 70 years ago. 70 years. He leaned back and looked weary. "You must come down some Saturday morning when he feels fresh, and he will tell you all about it," said Mrs. French. "His memory is excellent, but he does get fatigued." "I wonder if you ever saw the statue of King George that was in Bowling Green?" Hanny asked with a little hesitation. "They made bullets of it." "Ah, you know that much." He smiled and leaned over on the arm of the chair. "Yes, my child. The soldiers met to hear the Declaration of Independence read for the first time. Washington was on horseback with his aides around him. The applause was like a mighty shout from one throat. Then they rushed to the city hall and tore the picture of the king from its frame, and then they dragged the statue through the streets. Yes, its final end was bullets for the rebels, as they were called. As my daughter says, come and see me again, and I will tell you all you want to hear. You are a pretty little girl." And he pressed Hanny's hand caressingly. "He always dresses up on holidays," said Mrs. French smilingly, "though he continues to wear the old-fashioned costume. He has had a number of calls today. People are still interested in the old times. And believe me, I shall take a great deal of pleasure in continuing the acquaintance. You may expect me very soon." Luella kissed Hanny with frantic fervor and begged her to come again. She was so used to boys, she cared nothing about Ben. The little girl had so much to tell Jim, who had been skating. The quarreling parrots, the beautiful house, the queer little guinea pigs, and the splendid hobby horse that they didn't seem to care a bit about. "And Lou is a good deal like Dell, only not so nice or so funny, and her hair is awful black. She ran downstairs with me in her arms, and I was most frightened to death. I don't believe I would want to be her little sister. And the grandpa's like a picture of the old French people. And to think that he doesn't read English very well, and always uses his French Bible. There were so many foreign people in New York at that time, I suppose they couldn't all talk English." "And they had preaching in Dutch after 1800 in the Middle Dutch Church," said Jim. "And even after the sermons were in English, the singing had to be in Dutch. Aunt Nancy said the place used to be crowded just to hear the people sing." "It's queer how they could understand each other. Do you suppose the children had to learn every language?" Jim gave a great laugh at that. End of Chapter 13. New Relations.
Chapter 14 of A Little Girl in Old New York. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ritu, Canada. A Little Girl in Old New York by Amanda Minnie Douglas. John Robert Charles. The new president was inaugurated on the 4th of March. The little girl sighed to think how many democratic people there were on her block. They put out flags and bunting and illuminated in the evening. They had tremendous bonfires and all the boys waved personal feeling and danced and whooped like wild Indians. No healthy, well-conditioned boy could resist the fragrance of a tar barrel. Miss Lily Ludlow wore a red, white and blue rosette with a tiny portrait of Mr. Polk in the center. The public school girls often walked up First Avenue and met Mrs. Craven's little girls going home. Lily used to stare at Annie in an insolent manner. She and her sister could not forgive the fact that Miss Margaret had not called. And now the talk was that Miss Margaret Underhill had a beau, a handsome young doctor. "They do think they're awful grand," said Lily to some of her mates, "but they take up with that Dealey Whitney, who sometimes does the washing on Saturdays. It's a fact, girls, and the sister works in an artificial flower place down in Division Street. And the Underhills think they're good enough to company with." But the fact remained that the Underhills kept a carriage, and that Mr. Stephen had married in the Beekman family, and Chris had heard that Dr. Hoffman was considered a great catch. She was almost 20 and had never kept company yet. Young men called at the house, to be sure, and attended her home from parties, but the most desirable ones seemed unattainable. Her mother fretted a little that she didn't get to doing something. Here were girls earning $5 or $6 a week, and her father's wages were so small it was a pinch all the time. "I'm sure I make all our dresses and sew for father and do lots of housework," replied Chris, half crying. There were people even then who considered it more genteel not to work out of the house, and since servants were not generally kept, a daughter's assistance was needed in the household. And to crown the little girl's troubles, her dear mayor was retired to private life, and a Democrat ruled in his stead. But there were the new discoveries to talk about, and the reduction of postage due to the old administration. Now you could send a letter 300 miles for 5 cents. Annie wrote several times a year to her grandmother Underhill, so this interested her. At the end of the century we are clamoring for penny postage, and our delivery is free. Then they had to pay the carrier. The electromagnetic telegraph was coming in for its share of attention. Scientific people were dropping into the old University of New York, where Mr. Morse was working it. The city had been connected with Washington. There were people who believed there was a humbugging fellow at both ends, and that the scheme couldn't be made to work. It was cumbersome compared to modern methods, and Professor John W. Draper took the first daguerreotype from the roof of that famous building. That was the greatest wonder of the day. What was more remarkable, a picture or portrait could be copied in a few moments. Then there was a hint of war with Mexico, and the Oregon question was looming up with its cabalistic figures of 54-40 or fight. Indeed, it seemed as if war was in the air. Children too had trials, especially John Robert Charles. He had been allowed to go to Allen Street Sunday school with the Dean children, and he went over on Saturday afternoon to study the lesson. Annie used to come in, and occasionally they had a little tea. They played in the yard and the wide back area. The boys did tease him. The target was too good to miss. Annie sympathized with him, for he was so nice and pleasant. They couldn't decide just what name to call him. Bob did well enough for the boys, but it was a little too rough for girls. His mother still made him put on a long checked pinafore to come to meals. His father used a white napkin, and he did wipe dishes for her, and help with the vegetables on Saturday. He could spread up a bed as neatly as a girl, but he kept these accomplishments to himself. There was another excitement among the small people. Mr. Bradbury, who for years was destined to be the children's delight, was teaching singing classes and giving concerts with his best pupils. Mrs. Dean decided to let the girls go to the 4 o'clock class. Annie would join them. They could study the Sunday lesson before or afterward. If I only could go, sighed the boy. The tears came into his eyes. And you can sing just lovely, declared Tootie. Josie stood up with a warmly flushing face. I do believe I'd raise an insurrection. It isn't as if you wanted to do anything wicked, like swearing or stealing. And my father said God gave beautiful voices to people to sing with. But if I asked Mother, she wouldn't let me go, and I couldn't run away. You see, that would be just for once. Perhaps then I wouldn't be let to come over here afterward. The boy replied sadly. Couldn't you coax? Asked Hanny. I could just ask, and she'd say no. Hanny felt so sorry for him. He was very fair and had pretty but rather timid eyes. You can't raise an insurrection when you know for certain it'll be put down the next moment, the boy added. Well, Josie drew a long breath and studied. I'd ask my father, said Hanny, and he'd say, ask your mother, it's as she says. Most everything is as Mother says. Then I'd put my arms around his neck and coax. I'd tell him I wanted to be like other boys. They think it's queer. Hanny stopped, very red in the face. Oh, you needn't mind. I know they laugh at me and make fun of me. But Mother is so nice and clean. Only I wish she'd dress up as your mothers do, and take a walk sometimes and go to church. And she cooks such splendid things and makes puddings and pies, and she lets me sit and read when I'm done my lessons. I have all the roller books, and Father has Sir Walter Scott that he's letting me read now. It's only that Mother thinks I'll get into bad things and meet bad boys and get my clothes soiled. Oh, sometimes I'm so tired of being nice. Only you wouldn't want me to come over here if I wasn't. That was true. But there are a great many nice boys. Ben is just lovely. Only he is growing up so fast, said the little girl with a sigh. And though Jim teases, he is real good and jolly. He doesn't keep his hands clean, and Mother scolds him a little for that. They could not decide about the insurrection. Presently it was time for Charles to go home. He was always on the mark, lest he should not be allowed the indulgence next time. The poor boy had been moulded into the straight line of duty. The girls went out to swing. They could all three sit in at once, and they often talked all at once. It's just awful mean. If we only could do something. Girls, Josie put her foot so firmly on the ground it almost tipped them out. Girls, let us see Mr. Reed and ask him. They all looked at each other with large eyes. It couldn't be wrong, began Josie, because I have asked your father, Hanny, to let you come up to our stoop. No, it couldn't be, said the chorus in firm approval. Then let's do it. He always comes up First Avenue about 5:30 on Saturdays. Now if we were to walk down— Splendid, ejaculated Tootie. And I'll ask Mother if we can't go out for a little walk. We mustn't wait too late. Tootie ran in to look at the kitchen clock. It was 20 minutes past 5. I'll go and ask. Why, isn't your own sidewalk good enough? Was Mrs. Dean's inquiry. Well, yes, you may do an errand for me down at the store. I want a pound of butter crackers. Don't go off the block. They put on their bonnets. Hanny's was a pretty shirred and ruffled blue lawn. They twined their arms around each other's waists, with Hanny in the middle, and walked slowly down to the store. Tootie kept watch while her sister was making the purchase. Then they walked up, then down, looking on the other side, lest they should not see him. Up and down again, up with very slow steps. What if they should miss him? They turned. "Hello!" cried a familiar voice. "Oh, Mr. Reed!" They blocked his way in a manner that amused him. He looked from one to the other and smiled at the eager faces. "Oh, Mr. Reed, we wanted to ask you," prompted Tootie. Josie's face was very red. It was different asking about a boy. She had not thought of that. "We want Charles to go to singing school with us next Saturday. Mr. Bradbury said we might ask all the nice children we knew." Hanny had crossed the Rubicon in a very ladylike manner. Mr. Reed laughed pleasantly, but they knew he was not making fun of them. "Why, yes, I haven't any objection. It will be as his mother says." They all looked blank, disappointed. "If you would say it," pleaded Josie, "then we should be sure." "Well, I will say it. He shall go next Saturday. He has a nice voice, and there is no reason why he should not be singing with the rest of you." "Oh, thank you 1,000 times. It's hardly worth that." Mr. Reed was a little nettled. Had Charles put them up to this? They were at the corner and turned down their side of the street, nodding gaily. "You see, it was just as easy as nothing," remarked Josie complacently. Mr. Reed entered his own area, wiped his feet, and hung up his hat. He went out in the back area and washed his hands. Every other day a clean towel was put on the roller. The house was immaculate. The supper table was set. Mrs. Reed was finishing a block of patchwork, catch-up work, when she had to wait 2 minutes. She went out in the hall, taking the last stitch, and called up the stairway, "John Robert Charles." Meals were generally very quiet. Charles had been trained not to speak unless he was spoken to. Once or twice his father looked at him. A pinafore was rather ridiculous on such a big boy. How very large his white collar was! His hair looked too sleek. He was a regular Miss Nancy. He helped his mother take out the dishes and wipe them for her. "Come out on the stoop, Charles," said his father afterward, as he picked up his paper. Mrs. Reed wondered if Charles had committed some overt act that she knew nothing about. Could anything elude her sharp eyes? Mr. Reed pretended to be busy with his paper, but he was thinking of his son. In his early years the child had been a bone of contention. His mother always knew just what to do with him, just what was proper, and would brook no interference. What with her cleanliness, her inordinate love of regularity and order, she had become a domestic tyrant. He had yielded because he loved peace. There was a good deal of comfort in his house. He went out 2 or 3 evenings in the week to the lodge, to his whist club, and occasionally to call on a friend. Mrs. Reed never had any time to waste on such trifling matters. He had not thought much about his boy except to place him in a good school. "Charles, couldn't you have asked me about the singing school?" he said rather sharply. "About the singing school?" Charles was dazed. "Yes, it wasn't very manly to set a lot of little girls asking a favor for you. I am ashamed of you." "Oh, father, who asked? We were talking of it over to Josie Dean's. I knew mother wouldn't let me go. I said so." Charles' fair face was very red. "You put them up to ask?" "No, I didn't. They never said a word about it. Why, I wouldn't have asked them to do it." Mr. Reed looked suspiciously at his son. "You don't care to go?" "Yes, I do, very much." The boy's voice was tremulous. "Why couldn't you ask me?" "Because you would leave it to mother, and she would say it was not worthwhile." "Was that what you told them?" Mr. Reed was truly mortified. No man likes to be considered without power in his own household. I think it was," hesitated the boy. "The girls had started an insurrection, sure enough." Well, the poor lad had no chance before. It was not a hope swept away. There had been no hope. But now he gave up. "Don't be a fool nor a coward," exclaimed his father gruffly. "Here, get your hat and go straight over to the Dean's. Tell them your father says you can go to singing school next Saturday afternoon, that he will be very glad to have you go, and next time you want anything, ask me." If the boy had only dared clasp his father's hand and thank him, but he had been repressed and snipped off and kept in leading strings too long to dare a spontaneous impulse. So he walked over as if he had been following some imaginary chalk line. The Deans were all up in the back parlour. He did his errand and came back at once, before Josie and Toody had recovered from their surprise. Nothing else happened. Mrs. Reed went out presently to do the Saturday night marketing. She preferred to go alone. She could make better bargains. When she returned, Mr. Reed lighted his cigar and took a stroll around the block. There was no smoking in the house, hardly in the backyard. Saturday noon, Mrs. Reed said to her son, "You are to go to singing school this afternoon. If I hear of your loitering with any bad boys or misbehaving in any way, that will end it." The poor lad had not felt sure for a moment Oh, how delightful it was! Though a boy nudged him and said, "Sissy, does your mother know you're out?" And 2 or 3 others called him Anna Maria Jemima Reed. However, as Mr. Bradbury was trying voices by each row, the sweetness of Charles's struck him, and he asked him to remain when the others were dismissed. One other boy and several girls were in this favored class, and next week they had the seats of honor. The next great thing for all the children was the May Walk. All the Sunday schools joined in a grand procession and marched down Broadway to Castle Garden. There was a standard bearer with a large banner, and several smaller ones in every school. The teachers were with the classes, the parents and friends were to be at the garden. Most of the little girls had their new white dresses, the boys their summer suits and caps. For May was May then, all but Quaker Week, when it was sure to rain. A pretty sight it was indeed. The bright happy faces, the white robed throng, and almost every girl had her hair curled for the occasion. There was a feeling among some of the older people that curls were vain and sinful, but they forgave them this day. The audience was ranged around the outside. The little people marched in and up the broad aisle, singing, we come with loud acclaim, to sing the praise of Jesus' name, and make the vaulted temple ring with loud hosannas to our King." The platform, they called it that on such occasions, was full of clergymen and speakers for the festival. Some of the older eminent divines, some who were to be eminent later on, some of the high dignitaries of the city, and they could hardly fail to be inspired at the sight of the sweet, happy, youthful faces. And how they sang! The most popular thing of that day was, "There is a happy land far, far away." It was fresh then and had not been parodied to everything. No doubt it would have shocked some of the sticklers if they had known that the words and tune were, in a measure, adapted from a pretty opera song. "I have come from a happy land where care is unknown, and first in a joyous band I'll make thee mine own." There were many other hymns that appealed to the hearts of the children of those days. I think when I read that sweet story of old, "And Jesus loves me, this I know," there were speeches short and to the point, some with a glint of humor in them, and then hymns again. Perhaps we have done better since, but the grand enthusiasm of that time has not been reached in later reunions. It seemed to the little girl that this really was the crowning glory of her life. She could not have guessed under what circumstances she was to recall it. Indeed, this day had no future to her. At first her mother had insisted the walk was too long, but Steve said he and Dolly would bring her home in the carriage. Margaret promised to get her new white dress done, and it was to be tucked almost up to the waist. Her mother gave in at last, and went down to see the children, being delighted herself. Aunt Eunice was there too. She had come to the city for the long talked of visit, and next week was to be Quaker meeting. She had not been to one in years. Indeed, she could hardly call herself a friend. She had married out of the faith, and said you oftener than thee, but she kept to the pretty, soft grey attire and plain bonnet. Hanny and the Deans and Nora thought her just lovely. Hanny went to the Friends' meeting house with her on Sunday afternoon, down in Hester Street. It was severely plain, and the men sat on one side, the women on the other, while a few seats were reserved for any of the world's people that might stray in. The men looked odd, Hanny thought, with their long hair just banged across the forehead and falling over their collars. The coats were queer too, and they kept on their hats, which shocked her a little at first. Oh, how still it was! Hanny waited and waited for the minister, but she could not see any pulpit. There was no singing, only that solemn silence. If she had been a little Quaker girl, she would have been thinking of her sins and making new resolves. Instead, she watched the faces. Some were very sweet, many old and wrinkled. Suddenly an old gentleman arose and talked a few moments. When he sat down, a tall woman laid off her hat and, standing up, began to speak in a more vigorous manner than the brother. She seemed almost scolding, Hanny thought. After her another silence. Then a lovely old lady with a soft voice told of the blessings she had found and the peace they ought all to seek. Everybody rose and went out quietly. "It doesn't seem a real church, Aunt Eunice," said Hanny, "and there was no minister." "Oh, child, it isn't. It's just a meeting. It did not seem very spiritual today. If they only had some singing." Aunt Eunice smiled but made no reply. Hanny decided she did not want to be a friend. They went down to visit Aunt Nancy and Aunt Patience, and Margaret took Aunt Eunice up to see Miss Lois Underhill, who had gone on living alone. She said she could never take root in any other place, and perhaps it was true. Her kindly German neighbor looked after her, but she was very grateful for a visit. Steve was building his new house, and they thought to get in it by the fall. It was on the plot Dolly's father had given her at 20th Street near 5th Avenue. The Coventry Waddells, who were really the leaders of fashionable society, were erecting a very handsome and picturesque mansion on Murray Hill between 5th and 6th Avenues on 38th Street. The grounds took the whole block. There were towers and gables and oriels, and a large conservatory that was to contain all manner of rare plants, native as well as foreign. But everybody thought it quite out in the country. Steve laughingly said they would have fine neighbors. The Waddells were noted for their delightful entertaining. They took Aunt Eunice a walk down Broadway to show her the sights. The dollar side had become the accepted promenade. Already there were some quite notable people who were pointed out to visitors. You could see Mr. N.P. Willis, who was then at the zenith of his fame. When a Sunday school entertainment wanted to give something particularly fine, the best speaker recited his poem, The Leper, which was considered very striking. There was Louis Gaylord Clark of the Knickerbocker, who wrote charming letters, and these two were admitted to be very handsome men. There was George P. Morris, whose songs were sung everywhere, and not a few literary ladies. There was the Broadway swell in patent leather boots and trousers, strapped tightly down in the style the boys irreverently called peg-tops. He had a high-standing collar, a fancy tie, a light silk waistcoat with a heavy watch chain and seal, a coat with large loose sleeves, a high hat, and carried his cane under his arm, while, as one of the writers of the day said, he ambled along daintily. Then you might meet the Hammersley carriage with its footmen and livery that had made quite a talk. Young and handsome Mrs. Little, whose marriage to an old man had been the gossip of the season, sat in elegant state with her coachman in dark blue. Now one hardly notes the handsome equipages or the livery either, but the Bowery boy was as great a feature of the time as the Broadway swell. He too wore a silk hat, and it generally had a 3-inch mourning band. His hair was worn in long, well-oiled locks in front, combed up with a peculiar twist. He wore a broad collar turned over and a sailor tie, a flashy vest with a large amount of seal and chain, and wide trousers turned up. His coat he carried on his arm when the weather permitted, and he always had a cigar in the lower corner of his mouth. He walked with a swagger and a swing that took half the sidewalk. He ran with the machine, and a fire was his delight, to get into a fight his supreme happiness. He really did not frequent the Boweries so much as the side streets. There were little stores where cigars and beer were sold, something stronger perhaps, and they were generally kept by some old lady who could also get up a meal on a short notice after a fire. On summer nights they had chairs out in front of the door, and tilting back on 2 legs would smoke and take their comfort. For diversion they went to Vauxhall Garden or the pit of the Bowery Theatre. Yet they were quite a picturesque feature of old New York. Bowery and Grand Street were the East Side's shopping mart. Stewart was building a marble palace at the corner of Broadway and Chambers Street. You went to Division and Canal Streets for your bonnets. There were a few private milliners who made to order and imported. There were sales and short journeys to take even then. Elysian Fields had not lost all its glory, and yet the little girl was quite disappointed in her visit to it. She had lived in the country, you know. She had looked off the Sound at Rye Beach and seen the Hudson from Tarrytown and Sleepy Hollow, and really they were lovely spots up the old Bloomingdale road, and she had pictured this as beyond all. Aunt Eunice was very much struck with the changes. Her surprise really delighted the little girl. They took her over in a Hammersley Street. Old Mr. Bonnet seemed quite feeble, and though he was not in his court attire, he had a ruffled shirt front and small clothes. Aunt Eunice thought him delightful. It seemed queer to think of a French Quarter in New York in the old part of the last century, where people met and read from the French poets and dramatists, and almost believed when civilization set in earnestly, French must be the polite language of the day. The little girl felt quite as if she was one of the hostesses of the city. She knew so many strange things and could find her way about so well, and yet she was only 10 years old. Aunt Eunice thought her a quaint, delightful little body and wise for her years. But she was small. Nora Whitney had outgrown her, and the Dean children were getting so large. As for the boys, they grew like weeds, and the trouble now was what to do with Ben. There was no free academy in those days, but the public school gave you a good and thorough education in the useful branches. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of A Little Girl in Old New York. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Little Girl in Old New York by Amanda Minnie Douglas. Chapter 15. The pretty block in First Street that had been so clean and genteel, a word used very much at that time, was fast changing. The lower part on the south side was filling up with undesirable people, some foreigners who crowded 3 families into a house. Houston Street was growing gaudy and common with Jew stores. And oh, the children! There was a large bakery where they sold cheap bread, and in the afternoon there really was a procession coming in and going out. Chris and Lily Ludlow had teased their mother to move. The place was comfortable and near their father's business, so why should they? But the girls Lily was intimate with had moved away, and she hated to go around Avenue A to school. Changes at the upper end as well. The Wares had gone from next door, and 2 families with small children had taken the house. The babies seemed so pudgy and untidy that the little girl did not fancy them much. Frank Whitney was married with quite a fine wedding party, and had gone to Williamsburg to live. Miss Whitney had rented 2 rooms in the house to a dressmaker. Delia was almost grown up. She had shot into a tall girl. Though she would have her dresses short, she despised young ladyhood. She was smart and capable. She helped with the meals often. Indeed, her mother did not come down until breakfast was ready, when she had had a bad night. It was when she read novels in bed until 2 or 3 o'clock. Delia swept the house. She often did wash on Saturday, though her brother scolded when she did it. She was the same jolly, eager, careless girl, and delighted in a game of tag, but she could so easily outrun the smaller children. Jim sometimes raced around the block, going in one direction, one in the other, and Jim didn't always beat either. Then she would sit out on the stoop with the crowd of children and tell wonderful stories. She didn't explain that they were largely made up out of her own head. Next door above the Deans, 2 little girls had come, very nice children who played with dolls. There was quite an array when 5 little girls had their best dolls out. Nora generally bought Pussy Gray, and they were always entertained with her talking. Boys had invaded the Reed side of the block. Charles had strict injunctions not to parley with them, but one went in office as an errand boy, and the other quite disdained Jane Robertine Charlotte, as he called him. It did begin to annoy Mr. Reed to have his son made the butt of the street. He was a nice, obedient, upright, orderly boy. What was lacking? In some respects he was very manly. Mr. Reed suddenly concluded that a woman was incapable of bringing up boys, and he must take him in hand. For 2 weeks, Mrs. Reed had been threatening to cut his hair. The boy said, "Sissy, why don't your mother put your hair up in curl papers?" It was so dreadful when it was first cut that Charles always spent these weeks between Stella and Chartbus. He knew all about the rock and the whirlpools, but something had been happening all the time, even to this Saturday afternoon, when all the silver had to be scoured. Mr. Reed inspected his son as he sat at the supper table. He had a rather poetical appearance with his long hair curling at the ends, but it was no look for a boy. "Don't you want to take a walk down the street with me?" said his father. Charles started as if he had been struck. "I'm dead tired and I want to wipe my dishes. I haven't been off my feet since 5 o'clock this morning, only at mealtime. Then he must go to the store. I'll wait until then." Miss Reed looked sharply at them. Had Charles done something that had escaped her all-sighted vision, and was his father going to take him to task? Or was there a conspiracy? "What do you want him for?" she inquired sharply. "Oh, I thought we'd walk down the street." "Smoking a cigar, of course," as Mr. Reed took one out of his case. "It certainly won't be your fault if the child hasn't had every bad tendency under the sun. I've done my best. And you know smoking is a vile habit." Reed had long ago learned the wisdom of silence, which was even better than a soft answer. Charles put on a pinafore that hung in the kitchen closet. He could dry dishes beautifully. "You've been cutting behind on stages," said his mother. "Someone has told your father." "No, I haven't, upon my word and honor." "That's next to swearing," John rumbled Charles. "How often have I told you these little things lead to confirmed bad habits?" John rumbled Charles was silent. "Well, you've done something. And if your father does take you once in hand—" The boy trembled. This awful threat had been held over him for years. Nothing had come of it, so it couldn't yet be compared to Miss Toad Gargery's rampage. Mr. Reed sat comfortably on the front stoop, smoking and reading. The wind drove the smoke straight down the street, and not into the house. How could it get with the window shut down was a mystery, but it seemed to sometimes. Charles brushed his hair and washed his hands. "I must cut your hair. I ought to do it this very night, tired as I am. Now brush your clothes and go out to your father. I'll be thinking up what I want. Pepper is one thing. Go down to old man's and get some horseradish. If there's anything else, I'll come out and tell you." Charles went reluctantly out to the front stoop. "Hello," said his father cheerfully. "You through?" That did not sound very threatening. "We are to get pepper and horseradish." Mr. Reed nodded, folded his paper, and, slipping it into his pocket, settled his hat. Mother may think of something else. She positively couldn't. She considered that it saved time to do errands when you were going out, and she spent a great deal of time trying to think how to save it. They walked down First Avenue past Houston Street. Almost at the end of the next block there was a barber pole with its stripes running round. The barber pole and the Indian at the cigar shops were features of that day, as well. "Wouldn't you like to have your hair cut, Charles?" inquired his father. The world swam round so that Charles was minded to clutch the barber pole, but he bethought himself in time that it was dusty. He looked at his father in amaze. "Oh, don't be a ninny. No one will take your head off. Come on, you're a big enough boy to go to the barber's." The palace of delight seemed opening before the boy. No one can rightly understand his satisfaction at this late day. The mothers, you see, used to cut hair as they thought was right, and nearly every mother had a different idea except those whose idea was simply to cut it off. They had to wait a while. Charles sat down in a padded chair, had a large white towel pinned close up under his chin, his hair combed out with the softest touch imaginable. The barber's hands were silken soft, his mother's were hard and rough. Snip, 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 comb, brush, sprinkle some fragments out of a bottle with a pepper sauce cork. Bulbs and sprays had not been invented. Oh, how delightful it was! He really did not want to get down and go home. Mr. Reed had been talking to an acquaintance. The other chair being vacant, he had his beard trimmed. He was not sure whether he would have taken it off this summer, though generally he did. He turned his head a little and looked at his son. He wasn't as poetical looking, but really he was a nice, clean, wholesome, and yes, manly boy, but he blushed scarlet. "That looks something like," was his father's comment. What a nice broad forehead Charles had. "He's a nice boy," said the barber in a low tone. "Boy to be proud of. I wish there was more like him." Mr. Reed paid his bill and they went to the store. Charles was in distress lest the pungent berry and odoriferous root should take the barbarous sweetness out of him. He was puzzled, too. It seemed to him he ought to say something grateful to his father. He was so very, very glad at heart. But it was so hard to talk to his father. Envied Jim and Ben Underhill, their father. He had found it easy to talk to him on several occasions. "I must say you are improved," his father began presently. "Your mother has too much to do bothering about household affairs. And you're getting to be a big boy. Why don't go find some boys to play with? There are those Underhills. You're too big to play with girls." "But mother doesn't like boys," said Charles hesitantly. "You should have been a girl," declared his father testily. "But since you're not, do try and be a little more manly." The father hardly knew what to say to himself, and yet he felt that he did love his son. They were just at the area gate. Charles caught his father's hand. "I'm so glad," breathlessly. "The boys have laughed at me, and you've been so good." Mr. Reed was really touched. They entered the basement. Miss Reed, like Miss Gargery, still had her apron on. Charles put the pepper in the canister, and his mother took care of the horseradish. Then he sat down with his history. "For pity's sake, Abner Reed, what have you done to that child? He looks like a scarecrow. He's shaved thin in one place and gray tufts left in another. I was going to cut his hair this very evening, and I'll trim it to some decency now." She sprang up for the shears. "You will let him alone," said Mr. Reed, in a firm, dignified tone. "He is quite old enough to look like other boys. When I want him to go to the barber's, I'll take him. You will find enough to do. Charles, get a lamp and go up to your own room." "I don't allow him to have a lamp in his room. He'll set something afire. Then go up in the parlor." "The parlor!" his mother shrieked. "I'll go to bed," said Charles. "I know my lesson." There was a light in the upper hall. On the second floor were the sleeping chambers. Charles was the back hall room. He could see very well from the light up stairway. What happened in the basement dining room he could not even imagine. His father so seldom interfered in any matter, and his mother had a way of taking him down. But Charles was asleep when they came to bed. Still, he had a rather hard day on Sunday. His mother was coldly severe and captious. Once she said, "I can't bear to look at you. You are so disfigured. If that is what your father calls style," and she shook her head disapprovingly. He went to church and Sunday school, and then his father took him up to Tompkins Square for a walk. It seemed as if they had never been acquainted before. Why, his father was real jolly, and it was a nice week at school after the boys got done asking him who his barber was. He could see the big B they put to it. On Saturday afternoon, Miss Reed had to go out shopping with a cousin. She was an excellent shopper. She could find flaws and beat down and get a spool of cotton or a piece of tape thrown in. When Charles came home from singing school, he was to go over to the Deans and play in the backyard. He was not out to be on the sidewalk at all. They were going to have a splendid time. Elsie and Florence Hay would both bring their dolls. Even Josie envied the pretty names, though she confessed to Hanny that she didn't think hay was nice, because it made you think of hay, straw, oats on the signs at the feed stores. But the girls were very sweet and pleasant. Nora had come in with the cat dressed in one of her own long baby frocks. Hanny ran in to get her doll. It was still her choice possession, and had been named and unnamed. Her mother began to think she was too big to play with dolls, but Margaret had made it such a pretty wardrobe. Ben sat at the front basement window reading. Mr. and Miss Underhill had gone up to see Miss Lois, who was far from well. Margaret was out on professional rounds, which Ben thought quite a suggestive little phrase. Martha was scrubbing, and of course he couldn't talk to her. He had cut the side of his foot with a splinter of glass, and his mother would not allow him to put on his shoe. Hanny brought her own doll. Ben looked rather wistfully at her. "I wish you'd come in too. We're going to have such a nice time," she said in a soft tone. "I look fine playing with dolls." "But you needn't really play with dolls. Miss Dean doesn't. She's the grandmother. We go visit her, and she tells us about the old times, just as Aunt Nancy and Aunt Patient do. Of course, she wasn't there really. She makes believe, and you might be the grandfather who has lost his leg in the war. Ben laughed. He had half a mind to go. Oh, that would be splendid. You could be a prisoner when the British held New York. There'd be such lots to talk about. You could wear Don's slipper, you see. She smiled so persuasively. She would never be handsome as Margaret, but she had such tender, coaxing eyes and such a sweet mouth. Well, I'll bring my book along. It was one of Cooper's novels that the boys were going wild over just then. Do you really think they'd like to have me? Oh, I know they would, eagerly. Ben had to walk rather one-sided. Joe said he must not bear any weight on the outside of his foot to press the wound open. I've brought Ben, announced the little girl, and he's going to be a Revolutionary soldier. We are very glad to see him. And Miss Dean rose. She had a white kerchief crossed on her breast, and a pretty cap pinned up for the occasion. The yard was shady in the afternoon. There was a piece of carpet spread on the grass, and some chairs arranged on it, and 2 or 3 rugs laid around. On the space paved with brick stood the table, and the 2 boxes were dish closets. There were some cradles, and a bed arranged on another box. It really was a pretty picture. Josie and Charles were generally the mother and the father of one household. Charles blushed up to the roots of his hair. He liked playing with the girls, when he was the only boy, with no one to laugh at him. Now you mustn't mind me, or I shall go back home and stay all alone, said Ben. That appealed to everybody's sympathy. I'm coming over here to talk to Grandmother about what we did when we were young. Grandmother had some knitting. People even then knit their husbands' winter stockings, because they were so much better. And Miss Pennypacker, you might come and call on us. Nora laughed. That was Ben's favorite name for her when she had the cat. The soft gray head and the gray paws looked rather queer out of the long white dress. Pussy Gray had a white nose, and his eyes were fastened in with a black streak that looked like a ribbon. How's your son today? Ben inquired. He was pretty well, except he's getting some teeth. And you, darling? And Nora hugged him up. Wow, said Kitty softly. Have you had the doctor? No, oh, answered Kitty, looking up pathetically. I'm afraid I've neglected him, explained Miss Pennypacker. You poor darling, but your mother has been so busy. Meow, said Kitty resignedly. Are you hungry, dear? Would you like a bit of cold chicken? Yes, I'd have something to keep up his strength. Teething is so hard on children. Me-ow, returned Kitty, with plaintive affirmation. Miss Pennypacker went over to the table and gave him a mouthful of something. If it wasn't chicken, it answered the purpose. Then she sat down the rock to rock him to sleep, and asked Ben in what battle he had lost his leg. Ben thought of it as the Battle of White Plains. He was very young at the time. How hard it must be to have a wooden leg, sighed Nora. And of course you can't dance a bit. Oh, no, indeed. Did they treat you very badly when you were a prisoner? Dreadful, answered Ben. They didn't give us half enough to eat. That was terrible. I hope you'll be contented here, where everything is so nice and cheerful. I am going to see Mr. and Miss Brown now. Please give them my compliments and tell them I should be very happy to have them call. Charles had been watching Ben furtively with an apprehension that the real enjoyment of the afternoon would be spoiled, and no doubt he would tell the Houston Street boys all about it. He was hardly prepared to see Ben enter into the spirit of the make-believe. Then Ben and Miss Dean had a little talk that might have been considered an anachronism, since it was about the foot still fast to his body. He had stepped on a piece of glass in the stable, and it had gone through the old shoe he had on for that kind of work, but Joe had seen it that morning and thought it would get along all right. They were talking very eagerly over the other side of the city, and presently quite a procession came to call on the old veteran. Ben and Charles fell into the discussion about some battles, and the misfortune it was to the country to lose New York so early in the contest. They compared their favorite generals and discussed the prospect of war with Mexico that was beginning to be talked about. And Mr. Brown said he had some cousins who were very anxious to see an old soldier of the Revolution. Could he bring them over? Then Elsie and Florence Hay came. Miss Brown and Miss Pennypacker asked him to tea, and he said he should be glad to accept. Miss Dean thought they better have their tea in the dining room, but Josie said let them spread the cloth on the coping of the area, and bring the areas and benches just inside. Charles said that would be sort of a Roman feast, and the guests would make believe there were couches. They put papers and then a cloth, and Josie brought out her dishes. Grandmother held the Pennypacker baby, who certainly was the best cat in the world, and settled himself down, white dress and all. Ben asked Charles if he was studying Roman history, and found he was reading Orations of Cicero in Latin, and knew a great deal about Greece and Rome. He had read most of Sir Walter Scott's novels, and liked Marmion beyond everything. What was he going to do? Enter college? Mother wants me to. Father says I may if I like. He colored a little, but did not say his mother had set her heart on being a minister because his uncle Robert, who died, had intended to enter that profession. Ben said the boys, John and the doctor, wanted him to go, but he wished he could be a newspaper man like Nora's father. His mother thought it a kind of shiftless business. They talked over their likes and dislikes in boy fashion, and Charles enjoyed it immensely. He thought it would just be royal to have a big brother who was a doctor, and a little sister like Hanny. Meanwhile, the little woman had been very much engrossed with their children and their tea party, and the prospect of a grandmother and old soldier coming to visit them. And Mr. Brown is so heedless, said Miss Brown. He ought to be here to go to the store, but he's off talking, and men are so absent-minded. Elsie said she'd go to the store, which was the closet in the basement. Then the company came, and the old soldier limped dreadfully. Miss Brown scolded her husband a little, and then excused him, and everybody was seated in a row. There was a plate of thin bread and butter, some smoked beef cut in small pieces, some sugar crackers, quite a fat of that day, and a real cake. Miss Dean had given them half to a newly baked one. It was quite a tea. Mr. Dean came home in the midst of it and sympathized warmly with the hero of 1776, and was extremely courteous to the grandmother. The little girls cleared away the dishes, put their children to bed, had a fine swing and played, plus in the corner with 2 sets. Mr. Reed came in for Charles. I wish you'd come over and see my boy, he said to Ben. He's a rather lonely chap, having no brothers or sisters. Let him come over to our house, returned Ben cordially. We have a good supply. Then everybody dispersed. They'd had such a good time, and were eager in their acknowledgments. Why, I quite like John Robert Charles, said Ben. He's a real smart fellow. If you would please not call him all those names, entreated Hanny. He doesn't like them. Well, I should say not. I'd like just plain Bob. He wants the girliness shaken out of him. But he's so nice. And if he should come over, please don't let Jim plague him. Oh, I'll look out. It was a week before Ben could put on his shoe, and of course it was not wisdom for him to go to school. He went downtown in the wagon and did some writing and accounts for Steve, and read a great deal. Mr. Reed and Charles sauntered over one evening. Hanny was sitting out on the stoop with his father and the boys, and Charles gave a soft, welcoming smile. Margaret was playing twilight tunes in a gentle manner, and the dulcet measures fascinated the boy, who could hardly pay attention to what Ben was saying. Do you want to go in and hear her? Hanny asked, with quick insight as she caught his divided attention. Oh, if I could, eagerly. Yes. Hanny rose and held out her hand, saying, We are going in to Margaret. The elder sister greeted them cordially. After playing a little, she asked them if they would not like to sing. They chose Mary to the Saviour's Home first. It was a great favorite in those days. The little girl liked it because she could play and sing it for her father. She was taking music lessons of Margaret's teacher now, and practiced her scales and exercises with such assiduity that she had been allowed to play this piece. She did sometimes pick out tunes, but it was after the real work was done. Your boy has a fine voice, said John to Mr. Reed. The father was not quite sure singing was manly. He had roused to the fact that Charles was rather girly and wanted him like other boys. He is a good scholar, his father returned in half protest. Stands highest in his class. Going to send him to college? I don't just know. Hesitatingly. Has he any fancy for a profession? He'd make an attractive minister. I don't know as I much have a fancy for that. Mr. Reed knew it was his wife's hope and ambition, but it had never appealed to him. The boys want Ben to go to college, said John. The boys standing for the two older brothers. I don't want to be a lawyer nor a doctor, subjoined Ben decisively, and I shouldn't be good enough for a mister. There ought to be some other professions. Why, there are. Professorships, civil engineering, and so on. While the men discussed future chances, the children were singing, and their sweet young voices moved both fathers curiously. Mr. Reed decided that he would cultivate his neighbor, even if Charles had not made much headway with Ben and Jim. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of A Little Girl in Old New York. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ritu, Canada. A Little Girl in Old New York by Amanda Minnie Douglas. Daisy Jasper. What to do with Ben was the next question of importance. He was fond of books, an omnivorous reader, in fact a very fair scholar, and with a certain amount of push could have graduated the year before. He really was not longing for college. There was only one line of horse cars, and that conveyed the passengers of the Harlem Railroad from the station on Broome Street to the steam cars uptown. Only a few trains, beside the baggage and freight cars, were allowed through the city. Consequently, a boy's ambition had not been roused to the height of being a car conductor at that period. A good number counted on running with the machine when they reached the proper age. But boys were not allowed to hang around the engine houses. Running with the machine was something in those days. There were no steam engines. Everything was drawn by a long rope the men ranged on either side. The force of the stream of water was also propelled by main strength, and the high throwing was something to be proud of. There was a good deal of rivalry among the companies to see who could get to a fire the first. Sometimes, indeed, it led to quite serious affrays if two parties met at a crossing. Big Six never gave up for anyone. 41 was another famous engine on the east side. Indeed, they had a rather menacing song they sometimes shouted out to their rivals, which contained these two blood-curdling lines. From his heart the blood shall run by the balls of 41. Later on, the fights and disturbances became so bitter that the police had to interfere, and as the city grew larger, some new method of expediting matters had to be considered. But the fire laddies were a brave, generous set of men, who turned out any time of day or night and dragged their heavy engines over the rough cobblestones with a spirit and enthusiasm hard to match. They received no pay but were exempt from jury duty, and after a number of years of service, had certain privileges granted them. Jim counted strongly on being a fireman. John had sometimes gone to fires, but was not a regular. But all differences were forgotten in the Great Fire, as it was called for a long time. There had been one about 10 years before that had devastated a large part of the city, and in February of this year there had been quite a tragic one in the Tribune building. There was a fierce, drifting snowstorm, so deep it was impossible to drag the engines through it, and some of the hydrants were frozen. Men had jumped from the windows to save their lives, and there had been quite a panic. Early in the grey dawn of July 19th, a watchman discovered flames issuing from an oil store on New Street. A carpenter shop next door was soon in flames. A large building in which quantities of saltpeter was stored caught next. A dense smoke filled the air, and a sudden explosive sound shot out a long tongue of flame that crossed the street. At intervals of a few moments, others followed, causing everybody to fly for their lives. And at last one grand deafening burst like a tremendous clap of thunder, and the whole vicinity was in a blaze. Bricks and pieces of timber flew through the air, injuring many people. Then the fire spread far and wide, one vast, roaring, crackling sheet of flame. One brave fireman and several other people were killed, and engine 22 was wrecked in the explosion. It was said at first that powder had been stored in the building, but it was proved on investigation that the saltpeter alone was the dangerous agent. 345 buildings were destroyed at a loss, it was estimated, of $10 million. For days there was an immense throng about the place. The ruins extended from Bowling Green to Exchange Place. A relic of revolutionary times perished in this fire. The bell of the famous Provost prison that had been used by the British during their occupancy of the city had been removed when the building was remodeled and placed on the Bridewell at the west of the City Hall and used for a fire alarm bell. When the Bridewell had been destroyed, it was transferred to the cupola of the Naiad Hose Company in Beaver Street. It rang out its last alarm that morning, for engine house and bell perished in the flames. Stephen had been very fortunate in that he was out of the fire district. He took Margaret and Hanny down to view the great space heaped with blackened debris, and when a fire alarm was given, the little girl used to shiver with fright for months afterward. And now schools were considering their closing exercises, and parents of big boys were puzzled to know just where to start them in life. Ben declared his preference at last. He wanted to be some sort of a newspaper man. They called Mr. Whitney in to counsel. He was not quite sure he would recommend beginning there. It would be better to learn the trade thoroughly at such a place as the Harpers. Then there would always be something to fall back upon. Steve did not cordially approve, and Dr. Joe was quite disappointed. He was ready to help Ben through college. Newspaper people did not rank as high then as now. There was a good deal of what came to be called bohemianism among them, and it was not of the artistic type. For the one really good position there were a dozen precarious ones. Aunt Nancy Archer rather amused them with another objection. She wasn't at all sure the publishing of so many novels was conducive to the advancement of morals and religion. She never could quite understand how so good a man as Brother Harper could lend it countenance. When she was young, the girls of her time were reading Hannah More, and there was Mrs. Chapone's letters, and now Charlotte Elizabeth and Mrs. Sigourney. "Did you know Hannah More wrote a novel?" inquired John, with a half-smile of his father's humour. "And Mrs. Barbauld and Mrs. Edgeworth and Charlotte Elizabeth's stories are in the novel form. But they have a high moral, and there are so many histories for young people to read. They ought to have the real truth instead of silly make-believes and trashy love stories." "There are some histories that would be rather terrible reading for young minds," said John. "I think I'll bring you 2 or 3, Aunt Nancy." "But histories are true. There are a great many sad and bitter truths in the world, and the stories must have a certain amount of truth in them, or they would never gain a hearing. Do we not find some of the most beautiful stories in the Bible itself? Well, I can't help thinking all this novel reading is going to do harm to our young people. Their minds will get flighty, and they will lose all taste and desire for solid things. They're beginning to despise work already." "Aunt Nancy," said Ben, with a deprecating smile, "the smartest girl I know lives just below here. She does most all the housekeeping. She can wash and iron and sweep and sew, and she reads novels by the score. She just races through them. I do believe she knows as much about Europe as any of our teachers, and I never dreamed there had been such tremendous conquests in Asia and such wonderful things in Egypt until I heard her talk about them. And she knows about the great men and generals and rulers who lived before the Christian era and at the time Christ was born." Aunt Nancy gasped. "Of course there were Old Testament times," she returned hesitatingly, "and I'm not sure but Mayor Harper is doing a good work in disseminating knowledge of all kinds. I believe we are to try all things and hold fast to that which is good," said John. He brought Aunt Nancy the history of Peter the Great and the famous Catherine of Russia, but she admitted that they were too cruel and too terrible for anyone to take pleasure in. Mrs. Underhill and Margaret went to the closing exercises of Houston Street School. Jim, as usual, had a splendid oration, one of Patrick Henry's. Ben acquitted himself finely. There was a large class of boys who had finished their course, and the principal made them an admirable address in which there was much good counsel and not a little judicious praise, as well as beneficial advice concerning their future. But at Mrs. Craven's there was something more than the ordinary exercises. The front parlour was turned into an audience room, and a platform was raised a little in the back parlour, almost like a stage. There was a dialogue that was a little play in itself, and displayed the knowledge as well as the training of the pupils. Some compositions were read, and part of a little operetta was sung quite charmingly by the girls. Then there was a large table spread out with specimens of needlework that were really fine, drawing, painting, and penmanship that elicited much praise from the visitors. The crowning pleasure was the little party given in the evening, to which anyone was at liberty to invite a brother or cousin, or indeed a neighbour of whom their mother approved. And strange to relate, there were a good many boys who were really pleased to be asked to the girls' party. Charles Reed came and had a delightful time. Josie had waylaid Mr. Reed again and told him all about it, and hoped he would let Charles come, and he said he would be very happy to. Mrs. Reed did not approve of parties for children, and Charles had been but to very few. Mr. Underhill and Dr. Joe went down to the Harpers, having decided to place Ben there to learn a trade. Thinking it all over, he resolved to acquiesce, though he told Hanny privately that some day he meant to have a newspaper of his own and be the head of everything. But he supposed he would have to learn first. Margaret and Hanny went with them and found many changes since their first visit. The making of a book seemed a still more wonderful thing to the child, but how one could ever be written puzzled her beyond all. A composition on something she had seen or read was within the scope of her thought, but to tell about people and make them talk and have pleasant and curious and sad and joyous happenings did puzzle her greatly. Ben was not to go until the 1st of September, so he would help Steve go to the country for a visit and have a good time generally before he began his life work. Stephen's house was approaching completion, and it was wonderful to see how the rows of buildings were stretching out, as if presently the city would be depleted of its residents. One wondered where all the people came from. John Robert Charles had grown quite confidential with his father and began to think him as nice as Mr. Underhill, not as funny, for Mr. Underhill had a way of joking and telling amusing stories and teasing a little that was very entertaining, and never sharp or ill-natured. He had carried off the honours of his class and was proud of it. Mr. Reed showed his satisfaction as well. Mrs. Reed was rather doubtful and severe, and thought it her duty to keep Charles from undue vanity. She was in a fret because she had to go away and leave the house and waste a whole month. "I don't want to go," said Charles to his father. "It's awful lonesome up there in the mountains, and there's no one to talk to. Aunt Rhoda is deaf, and Aunt Persis hushes you up if you say a word. And the old gardener is stupid. There are no books to read, and I do get so tired." "Well, we'll see," replied his father. To his wife, Mr. Reed said, "Why do you go off if you don't want to?" "I won't have Charles running the streets and getting into bad company and wearing out his clothes faster than I can mend them," she replied shortly. It would not be entertaining for Charles in his office, and he didn't just see what the boy could do. But he met a friend who kept a sort of fancy toy store, musical instruments, and some curios down Broadway, and learned that they were very much in want of a trusty, reliable lad who was correct in figures and well-mannered. A woman came in the morning to sweep the store and sidewalk, to wash up the floor and windows, and do the chores, so there was no rough work. "I'll send my boy down and see how you like him. I think he would fancy the place, and during the month you might find someone to take it permanently. There seems to be no lack of boys." "You can't always find the right sort," said Mr. Gerard. "Yes, I shall be glad to try him." Mr. Reed did not set forth the matter too attractively to his wife, not even to Charles, who had learned to restrain his enthusiasm before his mother. And though she made numerous objections, and the thought of bad company seemed to haunt her, she reluctantly decided to let him try it for a week. He would go down in the morning with his father, so he could not possibly begin his day in mischief. Charles was delighted. The city was not overcrowded then. The park gave downtown quite a breathing space. Now, a boy would think it very hard not to have any vacation after 11 months of study. He would be so tired and worn and nervous that 10 weeks would be none too much. The children then studied hard and played hard and were eager to have a good time, and generally did have it. And now Charles was delighted with the newness of the affair. He walked up at night fresh and full of interest, and was quite a hero to the girls over on Mrs. Dean's stoop. "I hope you will bring them down, even if you shouldn't want to buy anything." Mr. Gerard said the stock was low now, as it is the dullest season of the year. But there are such beautiful articles for gifts, china cups and saucers and dainty pitchers and vases, and sets like yours, Josie, some ever so much smaller, and a silver knife and fork and spoon in a velvet case, and lovely little fruit knives and nut picks, and ever so many things I have never heard of, and musical instruments, flutes and flageolets and violins, and oh, the accordions! There are German and French. Oh, I wish I could own one. "I know I could soon learn to play on it," declared Charles eagerly. In that far back time, an accordion really was considered worth one's while. A piano was quite an extravagance. A good player could evoke real music out of it, and at that period it had not been handed over to the saloons. In fact, saloons were not in fashion. The children listened enchanted. It was a great thing to know anyone in such a store. Mrs. Dean promised to take them all down. Hanny had a new source of interest. Dr. Joe had told her a very moving story when he was up to tea on Sunday evening about a little girl who had been 2 months in the hospital and who had just come home for good now, who lived only a little way below them. It was Daisy Jasper, whom they had seen a little while last summer in a wheeling chair, and who had disappeared before anyone's curiosity could be satisfied. She was an only child, and her parents were very comfortably well off. When Daisy was about 6 years old, a fine, healthy, and beautiful little girl, she had trodden on a spool dropped by a careless hand and fallen down a long flight of stairs. Beside a broken arm and some bruises, she did not seem seriously injured. But after a while, she began to complain of her back and her hip, and presently the sad knowledge dawned upon them that their lovely child was likely to be a cripple. Various experiments were tried until she became so delicate her life appeared endangered. Mr. Jasper had been attracted to this pretty row of houses standing back from the street with the flower gardens in front. It seemed secluded yet not lonely. She grew so feeble, however, that the doctors had recommended Sulphur Springs in Virginia, and thither they had taken her. When the cool weather came on, they had gone farther south and spent the winter in Florida. She had improved and gained sufficient strength, the doctors thought, to endure an operation. It had been painful and tedious, but she had borne it all so patiently. Dr. Mott and Dr. Francis had done their best, but she would always be a little deformed. The prospect was that some day she might walk without a crutch. Joe had seen a good deal of her, and at one visit he had told her of his little sister, who was just her age, as their birthdays were in May. Hanny had cried over the sorrowful tale. She thought of her early story heroine, little blind Lucy, whose sight had been so marvellously restored, but Daisy could never be quite restored to straightness. After supper, Joe had taken her down to call on Daisy. Oh, how pretty the gardens were! A beautiful spot of greenery and bloom, and such a change from the pavements. A narrow brick wall ran up to the house, edged with rows of dahlias just coming into bloom. On the other side there were circles and triangles and diamond-shaped beds with borders of small flowers, or an entire bed of heliotrope or verbena. The very air was fragrant. Up near the house was a kind of pavilion with a tent covering to shield one from the sun. Daisy, with her mother and aunt, were sitting out here when Dr. Joe brought his little sister. Daisy's chair was so arranged that the back could be adjusted to any angle. It was of bamboo and cane, with a soft blanket thrown over it, a pretty rose color that lighted up the pale little girl whose languor was still perceptible. After a little, Mrs. Jasper took Dr. Joe into the house as she wanted to question him. Then Hanny and Daisy grew more confidential. Daisy asked about the children in the neighborhood and thought she would like to see Nora and Pussy Grey. She was very fond of cats, but theirs, a very good mouser, was bad-tempered and wanted no petting. And then the Dean girls, and Flossie and Elsie Hay, and last but not least of all, Charles Reed with his beautiful voice. "I do so dearly love music," said Daisy longingly. "Auntie plays, but she doesn't sing. Mama knows a good many old-fashioned songs that are lovely. When I'm tired and nervous, she sings to me. I don't suppose I can ever learn to play for myself," she ended sadly. Annie told her she was learning and could play Mary to the Saviour's Tomb for her father. And there were the boys and Stephen and her lovely married sister Dolly and her own sister Margaret. "Oh, how happy you must be," cried Daisy. "I should like such a lot of people. I never had any brothers or sisters, and I do get so lonesome. And the doctor is so pleasant and sweet. You must love him a great deal." "I can't tell which one is best. Steve teases and says funny things and is, oh, just as nice as anyone can be. And John is splendid too. And Ben is going to learn to make books, and I can have all the books I want." Daisy sighed. She was very fond of reading, but it soon tired her. "I should so like to see you all. You know I've never been much with children, and I like live people. I want to hear them talk and sing and see them play. One gets tired of dolls. If you would like, I will bring Nora and Pussy Grey, and I know Josie's mother will let them come. If you could be wheeled up on our sidewalk. Oh, that would be delightful," and the soft eyes glowed. Annie had taken Nora the very next afternoon, and Pussy Grey had been just too good for anything. Daisy had to laugh at the conversations between him and Nora. It really did sound as if he said actual words. And they told Daisy about the time they went to the museum and had a double share for their money. Daisy laughed heartily, and her pale cheeks took on a pretty pink tint. "You're so good to come," said Mrs. Jasper. "My little girl has had so much suffering in her short life that I want her to have all the pleasure possible now." Josie and Tudie Dean had been out spending the day, and really there was so much to tell that it was 9 o'clock before it was all discussed. Charles was very much interested in Daisy Jasper. "You know, I can tell just how she feels about not having any brothers and sisters," he exclaimed. "I've wished for them so many times, and I do think Annie is the luckiest of the lot. She has so many. It is like a little town to yourself." "I'm so glad it is vacation," declared Josie. "If we were going to school, we wouldn't have half time for anything." Mr. Underhill came for his little girl. While he was exchanging a few words with Mr. Dean, Annie caught one hand in both of hers and hopped around on one foot. She was so glad she could do it. Poor Daisy, with a beautiful name, who could never know the delight of exuberant spirits. Annie's thoughts did not take in the long word, but that was what she felt in every fibre of her being. Charles wondered how she dared. He was frightened when he caught his father's hand with an impulse of gratitude, but in pure fun. There was quite a stir with the little clique in the upper end of the block. Mrs. Underhill, Mrs. Dean, and Margaret called on their neighbour, and the wheeled chair came up the street a day or two after. It had to go to the corner and cross on the flagging, as the jar would have been too great on cobblestones. They had a young coloured lad now who kept the garden in order, did chores, and waited upon Missy, as he called her. The sidewalk was generally sunny in the afternoon, but this day it was soft and grey without being very cloudy. The chariot halted at the Underhills. The little girls brought their dolls to show Daisy, their very best ones, and Nora dressed up Pussy Grey in the long white baby dress, and Pussy was very obliging and lay in Daisy's arms just like a real baby. The child felt as if she wanted to kiss him. What a pretty group of gossips they were! If Kate Greenaway had been making pictures then, she would have wanted them, though their attire was not quite as quaint as hers. They went up and down the steps. They told Daisy so many bright, entertaining things, and the fun they had with their plays. Josie's party was described, the closing exercises at school, and the many incidents so important in child life. Sometimes 2 or 3 talked together, or someone said, "It's my turn, now let me." They referred to Charles so much it really piqued Daisy's curiosity. "Jim calls him a girl boy because he plays with us," said Annie, "and in some ways I like girl boys best. Ben is a sort of girl boy. I'm going to bring him over to see you. Jim's real splendid, and none of the boys dare fight him anymore, she added loyally. And first, began 2D in a mysteriously confidential manner. We thought it so queer and funny. His mother called him John Robert Charles, and she used to look out of the window and ask him if he had his books and his handkerchief and tell him to come straight home from school and lots of things. Oh, we thought we wouldn't have her for our mother, not for a world. How did he come by so many names? Daisy smiled. Well, grandfather and all, replied 2D rather ambiguously. His father calls him Charles. It sounds quite grand, doesn't it? We all wanted to call him Robert, and Hanny's big sister sings such a lovely song, Robin Adair. I'd like to call him that. I should so like to hear him sing. I'm so fond of singing, said Daisy plaintively. Now, if we were in the backyard, we could all sing, rejoined Josie. But of course, we couldn't in the street with everybody going by. Oh no, yet there was a wistful longing in Daisy's face that was beginning to look very tired. There were not many people going through the street. Houston Street was quite a thoroughfare. But the few who did pass looked at the merry group of girls and at the pale invalid whose chair told the story, and gave them all a tender, sympathetic thought. All except Lily Ludlow. She was rather curious about the girl in the chair and made an errand out to the Bowery. When Hanny saw who was coming, she turned around and talked very eagerly to Elsie Hay and pretended not to know it. Lily had her president, and Jim admired her. That was enough. You're very tired, Missy, Sam said presently. Yes, replied Daisy. I think I'll go home now. And will you all come to see me tomorrow? Oh, it is so nice to know you all. And Pussy Gray is just angelic. Please bring him too. They said goodbye. For some moments, the little girls looked at each other with wordless sorrow in their eyes. I think there were tears as well. End of Chapter 16.
Chapter 17, A Little Girl in Old New York. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christina Maria Wendt. A Little Girl in Old New York by Amanda Minnie Douglas. Chapter 17. Yes, all of us, said Ben. We can tuck in the Deans. I only wish Charles could go. Well, the house won't run away. And Mr. Audubon has traveled all over the world. Mr. Whitney wrote an article about him. That's the work I'd like to do. Go and see famous people and write about them. Interviewing was not such a fine art in those days. Ben had enough of it later on. Dr. Joe had asked Mr. Audubon's permission to bring a crowd of children to see him and his birds. He was getting to be quite an attraction in the city. When they packed up, they found a crowd, sure enough, but Dr. Hoffman took Margaret and the little girl with him, as Charles had been allowed a half-day off for the trip. The drive was so full of interest, they went up past the old Stuyvesant place and took a look at the pear tree that had been planted almost 200 years ago and was still bearing fruit. Then they turned into the old Bloomingdale Road and up by 75th Street. They all stopped to see the house where Louis Philippe taught school when he was an immigrant in America. And now he was on the throne, king of the French people, a grander and greater position, some thought, than being president of the United States. For of course, said Jem, he can stay there all his life, and the president has only 4 years in the White House. After all, it is a big thing to be king. And in a little more than 2 years, he was flying over to England for refuge and safety and was no longer a king. Mr. Polk was still in the White House. It was an odd, low, 2-story frame house where royalty had been thankful to teach such boys as Ben and Jim and Charles. There was a steep sloping roof with wide eaves, a rather narrow doorway in the middle of the front, carved with very elaborate work, and an old knocker with a lion's head, small but fierce. The large room on one side had been the schoolroom, and the board floor was worn in 2 curious rows where the boys had shuffled their feet. The fireplace was what most people came to see. It was spacious and had a row of blue and white Antwerp tiles with pictures taken from the New Testament. They were smoked and faded now, but they still told their story. The mantelpiece and the doors were a mass of the most elaborate carving. There were still some houses standing in New York that had been built with bricks brought from Holland. Charles was very much interested in these curiosities, and had found one of the houses down in Pearl Street. Then they drove up through McGowan's Pass, where Washington had planned to make a decisive stand at the Battle of Harlem Heights. There was the ledge of rock and the pretty lake that was to be Central Park someday. It was all wilderness now.
There was so much to see that Dr. Joe declared they had no more time to spend following Washington's retreat. But it was just grand that he should come back here to be inaugurated the first president of the United States, said Charles. I am proud of having had that in New York. The city has a great many famous points, said Dr. Joe, but we seem to have lost our enthusiasm over them. Beyond there, nodding his head over east, is the Murray house that can tell its story. Handsome Mrs. Murray, and she was a Quaker too, made herself so charming in her hospitality to the British generals that she detained them long enough for Silliman's brigade to retreat to Harlem. Washington was awaiting them at the Thorpe House, and they had left that place not more than 15 minutes when the British came flying in the hot haste of pursuit. So, but for Mrs. Murray's smiles and friendliness, they might have captured our Washington, as well as the city. That was splendid, declared Charles enthusiastically. And maybe as a boy, Lindley Murray might have thought up his grammar that he was to write later on to puzzle your brains, continued Dr. Joe. Well, that is odd, too. I'll forgive him his grammar, said Ben with a twinkle in his eye. And if we don't go on, we will have no time for Professor Audubon and the birds. But we could ramble about this all day. I didn't know there was so many interesting things in the city. They seem somehow a good ways off when you are studying them, replied Charles. He really wished Hanny was in the carriage. She was so eager about all these old stories. Then they went over to 10th Avenue. There was the old colonial house with its broad porch and wide flight of steps. It was country then with its garden and fields, its spreading trees and grassy slopes. And there was Professor Audubon, on the lawn with his wife and 2 little grandchildren. He came and welcomed the party cordially. He had met both doctors before. He was a tall, with a fine fair face and long curling hair thrown back, now snowy white. Once, with regard to the wishes of some friends while abroad, he had yielded and had it cut fashionable, to his great regret afterward. And the reminiscence was rather amusing. His wide white collar open at the throat, adding to his picturesque aspect. Then he had a slight French accent that seemed to render his hospitality all the more charming. Ben and Charles knew that he had been nearly all over the continent, and had hardships innumerable and discouragements many, and had in spite of them succeeded in writing and illustrating one of the most magnificent of books. And when they trooped into the house and saw the stuffed birds and animals, the pictures he had painted, and the immense folio volumes so rich with drawings, it hardly seemed possible that one brain could have wrought it all. Everything, from the most exquisite hummingbird to an eagle and a wild turkey. There was no museum of natural science then. Mr. Barnum's collection was considered quite a wonder, but to hear this soft-voiced man, with his charming simplicity, describe them, was fascination itself. The little girl really wavered in her admiration for Mayor Harper. He had been her hero par excellence up to this time. A man who could govern a city and make boots had seemed wonderful, but here was a man who could keep the birds quite as if they were alive. You almost expected them to sing. He was very fond of children, and Mrs. Audubon was hardly less delightful. They could not see half the treasures in such a brief while, and they were glad to be invited to come again. Ben did find his way up there frequently, and Charles gleaned many an entertaining bit of knowledge. When the little girl went again, the tender, eager eyes had lost their sight, and the enthusiasm turned to a pathos that was sorrow itself. But there was no hint of it this happy day, which remained one of their most delightful memories. Now that they were so near, Margaret said they must go and see Miss Lois. Dr. Joe was quite a regular visitor, for Miss Lois was growing more frail every week. Josie and Tootie thought they would like to see another old house, and a harp taller than yourself. Charles was much interested. Jim had his mind so full of birds and hunting adventures he could think of nothing else, and said he'd rather walk around. Miss Lois was quite feeble today, and said Margaret must be the hostess. They went back into the old parlor and examined the quaint articles and some of the old-fashioned books. Josie wished they might try the harp and see how it would sound, but no one could propose it if Miss Lois was so poorly. "It's very queer," said Hanny. "She played for me once. The strings are rusted and broken, and it sounds just like a ghost of something, as if you were going way, way back. I didn't like it." The German woman was out in the kitchen and gave them each a piece of cake. There was a quaint old dresser with some pewter plates and a pitcher, and old china and great high mantel. "You seem way out in the country," said Charles, "but it's pretty, too. And the trees and the river and Fort Washington. Why, it's been like an excursion. I'm so glad you asked me to come." Margaret entered the room. "She wants to see you, Hanny," she said quietly, "and when she is stronger, she would like the little girls to come again." Hanny went into the chamber.
Miss Lois was sitting up in the big rocker, but her face was as white as the pillows back of her head. And oh, how thin her hands were. Strangely cold, too, for a summer day. "I'm very glad you came again, little Hanny," she said. "I had been thinking of you and Margaret all day, and how good it was of your father and you to hunt me up as you did. You've given me a deal of happiness. Tell him I am thankful for all his kindness. Will you kiss me good-bye, dear? I hope you'll be spared to be a great comfort to everyone." Hanny kissed her. The lips were almost as cold as the hands, and then she went out softly with a strange feeling she did not understand. It was late enough then to go straight home. Dr. Joe had a little talk with his mother, and the next day he took her up to Harlem. The children went over to Daisy's in the afternoon and told her about everything. Mrs. Jasper insisted upon keeping them to supper. Her mother had not returned while the little girl went to bed. It seemed so strange the very next morning without her. Margaret was very quiet and grave, so the little girl practiced and sewed, and then read a while. In the afternoon her mother came home and said Miss Lois had gone to be with her sister and her long-lost friends in the other country. A feeling of awe came over her. No one very near her had died, and though she had not seen so very much of Miss Lois, for her mother had gone up quite often without her, the fact that she had been there so lately, had held her poor nerveless hand, had kissed her good-bye in an almost sacred manner when she was so near to death, touched her. Did she know? Hanny wondered. What was death? The breath went out of your body, and the old thoughts about your soul came back to her. It was so different when the world was coming to an end. Then you were to be caught up into heaven and not be put into the ground. She shrank from the horrible thought of being buried there, of being so covered that you never could get out. She decided that she would not so much mind if the world did come to an end. "Margaret," she said, "was it dreadful for Miss Lois to die?" "No, dear," returned her sister gently. "If we were all in another country, the beautiful heaven, and you were here all alone, would you not like to come to us?" That was the way Miss Lois felt. It is so much better than living on here alone. And then when one gets old... No, dear, it was a pleasant journey to her. She had thought a great deal about it, and had loved and served God. This is what we all must do. "Margaret, what must I do to serve him?" "I think trying to make people happier is one service, being helpful and obedient, and taking up the little trials cheerfully when we have to do the things we don't quite like. I wish you would tell me something hard that I do not like to do. Suppose I said I would not go out and play with the girls this afternoon." "I'd rather not of myself," said Hanny. "I feel like being still and thinking." Margaret smiled down in the sweet, serious face. There was no trial she could impose. "Then think of the beautiful land where Miss Lois has gone, where no one will be sick or tired or lonely, where the flowers are always blooming and there is no winter, where all is peace and love." "But I don't understand. How do you get to heaven?" said the puzzled child. "No one knows until the time comes. Then God shows us the way, and because he is there we do not have any terror. We just go to him. It is a great mystery. No one can quite explain it." Elsie Hay came for her, but she said she was not going out, that she did not feel like playing. She brought her sewing, and in her mind wandered about heaven, seeing Miss Lois in her new body. They did not take her to the funeral. She went over to Daisy Jasper's and read to her, wondering if little Daisy would be glad to go, where she would be well and strong and have no more pain. But then she would have to leave her father and mother, who loved her very much. Miss Lois had left some keepsakes to Margaret. 2 beautiful old brocaded silk gowns that looked like pictures, some fine laces, and a pretty painted fan had been done expressly for her when she was young. A white embroidered lawn for Hanny, a pearl ring, and 6 silver spoons, besides some curious old books. Mrs. Underhill was to take whatever she liked and dispose of the rest. The good German neighbor was to leave the house and lot for the care she had taken of both ladies. Mr. Underhill had arranged this some time before, so there would be no trouble. Everything in the house was old and well worn. There was little china of value, and the rest was turned over to the kindly neighbor. Margaret and Hanny went up to visit grandmother, both grandmothers indeed. The old Van Cortlandt house was a curiosity in its way, and though Hanny had seen it before, she was not old enough to appreciate it. The satin brocade furniture was faded, the great gilt-framed mirrors tarnished, and all the bedsteads had high posts and hanging curtains, and a valance round the lower part. Aunt Katrina was there, and a cousin Reinard's, a small, withered-up old man who played beautifully on the Jew-sharp, and who sang in a rather tremulous but still sweet voice, songs that seemed quite fascinating to Hanny, pathetic old ballads such as one finds in the ballad book of 100 years ago.
There was an old woman in the kitchen who scolded the two farmhands continuously, a beautiful big dog and a cross mastiff who was kept chained, as well as numerous cats, but Grandmother Van Cortlandt despised cats. It was delightful to get home again, though now Elsie and Florence had gone to see their grandmother, and the Deans were away also, but Daisy Jasper kissed her dozens of times, and said she had missed her beyond everything, and she would not have known how to get along but for Dr. Joe. Hanny had so much to tell her about the journey and her relatives. "And I haven't even seen any grandmother," said Daisy. "There is one family of cousins in Kentucky, and one in Canada, so you see I am quite destitute." Both little girls laughed at that. Dr. Joe said Daisy was really improving. She walked about with her crutch, but they were afraid one leg would be a little short. Charles came over to see Hanny that very evening. He certainly had grown taller and had lost much of his timidity. He really talked up to Jim. He was so fair and with this sort of sweet expression that was considered girlish, and kept himself so very neat that he was different from most boys. I don't suppose his mother ever realized how much mortification and persecution it had cost him. She still toiled from morning to night. Charles began to wish she would wear a pretty gown and a collar and a white apron at supper time, instead of the dreadful faded ginghams. Everything had a faded look with her. She washed her clothes so often, swept her carpets, and scrubbed her oilcloths so much. The only thing she couldn't fade was the window glass. Charles and his father had grown quite confidential. They had talked about school and college. "Though I am afraid I don't want to be a minister," said Charles, drawing a long breath as if he had given utterance to a very wicked thought. "You shall have your own choice about it," replied his father firmly, "and there's no hurry." It had been such a pleasure to walk downtown every morning with his father. Broadway was fresh and clean, and the breeze came up from the river at every corner. There were not so many people nor factories, and there were still some lots given over to grassy spaces and shrubs. Walking to business was considered quite the thing then. He had a great deal to tell Hanny about our store and what we were doing. The new beautiful stock that was coming in, for then it took from 12 to 16 days to cross the ocean, and you had to order quite in advance. He had learned to play several tunes on the accordion, and he had hoped his father would let him take his 4 weeks' wages and buy one. And Mr. Gerard had said he should be very happy to have all the girls and their mothers come down some afternoon. And if Daisy only could go. "Isn't she beautiful?" said Charles. "She looks like an angel. Her short golden hair is like the glory they put around the saints and the Savior, an aureole, they call it. What a beautiful word. I thought at first she would die, but your brother is sure she will live now. Only it's such a pity." The boy's voice faltered a little from intense sympathy. Hanny sighed too. She knew what he meant to say, but the children refrained from giving it a name. "Hanny, I think it's just splendid to be a doctor, to help people and encourage them when you can't cure them," he said one night when he stopped at the Dean's, that she might have been dreadfully deformed, and now it will not be very bad, and when her lovely hair gets grown out again it will not show much. I'm so glad. They had cut the golden ringlets close to her head, for she could not be disturbed during the critical weeks in the hospital. When the Deans came home there was great rejoicing, and since there was little time left for Charles to stay in the store, they could not wait for Elsie and Flossie. "If we could take Daisy," Hanny said to Joe. He dropped in nearly every evening now. The city was very healthy in spite of August weather, and young doctors were not wont to be overrun with calls. "I don't see why you shouldn't. It would be the best thing in the world for her to go out, and to be with other children and have some interest in common with them. Yes, let us go down and see." The family were all at the stoop and the little paved court. They were so screened from observation. Dr. Joe came and stood by Daisy's chair, while Hanny sat on a stool and held the soft hand. Then he preferred the children's request. "Oh, it would be lovely!" Then the pale face flushed. "I don't believe I could." "Why not?" asked Dr. Joe. There was no immediate answer. Mrs. Jasper asked hesitantly, "Would it be wise, doctor? One cannot help being, sensitive. Yet you do not want to keep this little girl forever secluded. There are so many enjoyable things in this world. It is not even as if Daisy had brothers or sisters who were coming in hourly with all manner of freshness and fun. I can't bear people to look at me so. I can almost hear what they say." Daisy's voice broke in a short sob. "My dear child," Dr. Joe took the other hand and patted it caressingly. "It is very sad and great misfortune, but if you had to remember that it came from the violence of a drunken father or the carelessness of an insufficient mother, it would seem a harder burden to bear. We can't tell why God allows some very sad events to happen, but when they do come we must look about for the best meaning of bearing them. God has seen fit to make a restoration to health and comparative strength possible. I think He means you to have some enjoyment as well. And when one gets used to bearing a burden, it does not seem so heavy. Your parents are prosperous enough to afford you a great many indulgences, and you must not refuse them for a spirit of undue sensitiveness. And then, my little girl, God has given you such a beautiful face that it cannot help but attract. Can't you be brave enough to take the pleasures that come to you without darkening them by a continual sense of the misfortune? Daisy was crying now. Dr. Joe pressed the small figure to his heart and kissed her forehead. He had been unusually interested in the case, but he knew now some effort must be made, some mental pain endured, or her life would drop to weariness. Mrs. Jasper was very sensitive to comment herself. Mr. Jasper began to walk up and down the path. "Yes, doctor," he exclaimed. "What you say is true. You have been such a good friend to my little girl. We want her to be happy and to have some companionship. The children up your way have been very kind and sympathetic. I like that young lad extremely. It is only at first that the thing seems so hard. Daisy, I think I would go." He came and kissed his unfortunate little girl. "Oh, do!" entreated Hanny softly. "You see, it will be like the ladies of long ago, when they went out in their chairs. There's some pictures in the old books Miss Lois sent us, and the funny clothes they wore. I'll bring them over some day. I read about a lady going to court in her chair, and there were 2 or 3 pretty maids to wait on her. We'll make believe you are the Countess somebody, and we are the ladies in waiting, and we'll all go to the palace. The king will be out. They're always on hunting expeditions. And the prince. That will be Charles. There was a bonny Prince Charlie once. Will take us about and show us the lovely things in the palace." Hanny had talked herself out of breath and stopped. Mr. Jasper laughed. "Upon my word, Miss Hanny, you would make a good stage manager. There, could you have it planned out any nicer, Daisy? I shall have to be on hand to see the triumphal procession as it goes down Broadway." Hanny's imagination had rendered it possible. Joe swung her up in his strong arms. "We think a good deal of our Hanny," he said laughingly. "If she was smaller she might be exhibited along with Tom Thumb, but she spoiled that brilliant enterprise, and yet she stays so small that we begin to think she's stunted." "Oh, Joe, do you really?" she cried. "We shall have to call her the little girl all her life, and you know she's bothered a good deal about her name, which isn't at all pretty, but she takes it in good part and puts up with it." "I call her Annie sometimes," said Daisy. "Anne is but plain and common, and Nancy sounds but ill. While Anna is endurable, it's Annie better still," repeated Dr. Joe. "So you see we all have some trials. To be a little mite of a thing, and to be called Hannaran, is pretty bad. And now, little mite, we must go back home. When will the cavalcade start? I must be on hand to see it move." "About 3, Charles said. "Oh, it will be just delightful." Now that Hanny had been put down, she hopped around on one foot for joy. They said good night and walked up home. "Don't you think I will grow some more, Joe?" she asked with a pretty doubt in her tone. "I did grow last year, for Mother had to let down my skirts." "I don't want you to grow too much. I like little women," he answered. The cavalcade, as Dr. Joe called it, did start the next day. Daisy's mother and her Aunt Ellen went, Mrs. Dean and Margaret, and 4 little girls, including Nora Whitney, who was growing like a weed. They went out to Broadway and then straight down. Of course people looked at them. The children were so merry, and really, Daisy in her chair with her colored attendant was quite an unusual incident. Aunt Ellen had let her carry her pretty dove-colored sunshade. It was lined with pink, and had a joint in the handle that turned it down and made it a shelter from 2 curious eyes. There were a good many people out. It was not necessary then to go away for the whole summer in order to be considered fashionable. People went and came, and when they were home, they promenaded in the afternoon without losing caste. Stores were creeping up Broadway. Gerard & Co. was on the block above the Astor House, a very attractive notion and fancy store. The window was always beautifully arranged, and the cases were full of tempting articles. There were seats for customers, and across the end of the long store pictures and bijou tables and music boxes were displayed. In a small anteroom there was a workshop where musical instruments, jewelry, and trinkets were repaired. Sam lifted out his young mistress and carried her in. Charles came forward to receive his guests, and though he flushed and showed some embarrassment, acquitted himself quite creditably. Mr. Gerard, with his French politeness, made them very welcome, and took a warm interest at once in Daisy. She sat by the counter with Sam at her back, and looked quite the Countess of Hanny's description. Mr. Gerard brought her some rare and pretty articles to examine. The others strolled around, the children uttering ejaculations of delight. Such elegant fans and card cases and mother-of-pearl portemons bound with silver and steel. Such vases and card receivers. Indeed, all the pretty bric-a-brac, as we should term it nowadays. But the greatest interest was aroused by the music boxes. The children listened and chatted to the limpid tinkle of the tunes. It was like fairyland. "Oh!" cried Daisy, with a long sigh of rapture. "If I could only have a music box! Then I could play for myself. And it is so beautiful. Oh, Mamma!" Mrs. Jasper inquired prices, from $24 to beyond $100. There was one at $40 that played deliciously, and such a variety of tunes. "And when you tire of them, you can have new music put in," explained Mr. Gerard. "And you don't have to learn all the tiresome fingering," commented Hanny. "If I had a piano, I shouldn't ever think it tiresome," said Charles. "Oh, yes, you would. Even when you loved it and tried to learn with all your might, tunes give you a joyful sort of feeling." And Hanny's eyes sparkled. "And you could dance to this," Tootie whispered softly, while her eyes danced unmistakably. Mrs. Jasper examined several of them and listened to the tunes. They came back to that for $40. "We will have to talk to Papa. He thought he might drop in." The children did not tire of waiting. Hanny thought she might spend a whole day looking over everything and listening to the dainty, enchanting music. But Mrs. Dean said she must go. Just at that instant Mr. Jasper arrived, having been detained. His wife spoke in a little aside, and he showed his interest at once. Why, yes, a music box could not fail to be a great delight to Daisy. Mr. Gerard wound up 2 or 3 of them again. Then the ladies decided they would ride up in the stage with the children. Mr. Jasper and Sam would see to Daisy's safety. And the result was that Mr. Jasper brought the music box, ordering it sent home the next day. Daisy was speechless with joy. Sam carried her out and put her into her chair. "I don't believe I shall ever be afraid to go out again," she said eagerly. Indeed, she did not mind the eyes that peered at her now. Some were very pitying and sympathetic. As Charles was putting away many of the choice articles for the night, Mr. Gerard slipped $1 into his hand. "That's your commission," he said smilingly, "on unexpected good fortune. And I shall be so sorry to lose you. I wish it was the 1st of August instead of the last, or that you didn't want to go back to school." End of Chapter 17. Recording by Christina Maria Wendt.